This is the NBC Television Network.
Great moments in the sun. That's what Gulfstream Park in South Florida has meant to the world of thoroughbred racing. It's the home of the Florida Derby. And in 1989, it hosted one of the best racing moments of all time, the Breeders' Cup Classic duel between Easy Goer and Sunday Silence.
Easy Goer with one final acceleration, and Sunday Silence holds on.
But since that time, the racetrack has faced a bumpy road, financial problems, ownership changes, legislative questions, and a natural disaster called Andrew. But Gulfstream Park has made it through the trauma, and now for the second time in 4 years, it is again the site of the world's richest and most prestigious day of thoroughbred racing, the Breeders' Cup. A lot has changed since 1989. The biggest change has come with the invasion of foreign competition in all Breeders' Cup races. Last year, 4 of the 7 Breeders' Cup champions were trained outside the United States. The day has truly become a World Cup. British invader Sheikh Al-Badou took the sprint.
And here is Sheikh Al-Badou. He's running away from the best American sprinters, and he wins by 5.
Canadian horse Dan Smartly became the all-time leading money-winning filly by capturing the Distaff.
Dan Smartly, she takes the lead under Pat Day's urging and pulls away here by 2.
French filly Miss Alleged pulled the upset in the $1 million Breeders' Cup turf.
And Miss Alleged pulls off another shocker here.
And who can ever forget the breathtaking performance of Arazi in the Juvenile?
Here indeed is a superstar. Arazi, absolutely brilliant.
Will 1992 be more of the same? No less than 30 horses with foreign connections will start in this year's championship races. Today's turf is loaded with Europe's best, like English Derby champion Dr. Devious and Arc de Triomphe winner Sabatica. They'll be challenged by North America's top turf horse, Sky Classic. The world's richest race, the $3 million Classic, has an all-star cast, like Belmont Stakes winner AP Indy, 1991 Kentucky Derby champion Strike the Gold, and Jockey Club Gold Cup winner Pleasant Tap. 56-year-old grandfather Lester Piggott will be the jockey aboard Europe's champion Rodrigo de Triano. But a lot of the focus of today's Breeders' Cup will be on the mile, where wonder horse turned super flop Arazi will try to prove he really is the best colt in the world. Will Arazi finally get his moment in the sun? Today, live from Gulfstream Park in Hollandale, Florida, it's the 9th annual Breeders' Cup. Gulfstream Park in Hollandale, Florida, on an 85-degree South Florida afternoon. A hot day for both horses and fans. This racing plant escaped any serious damage from Hurricane Andrew, and it's in beautiful condition for today's program. The main track lightning fast and the turf course firm for today's card. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Gulfstream Park for the Breeders' Cup. Breeders' Cup 9. 9 years since John Gaines' brainstorm was set in motion, and it's truly arrived as the top international event in the thoroughbred world. The strongest European contingent yet is here to challenge a talented and deep American group. For the first time in history, winners of the Kentucky Derby, Epsom Derby, and Arc de Triomphe will be in action on the same day. The world's best trainers and jockeys are here too, as we award $10 million in purses, numerous divisional championships, and the Horse of the Year title, our own one-day election campaign. And since it's Halloween, we no doubt will have some unexpected occurrences before the day is over. Here's the lineup then. We begin with the 6-furlong sprint with a purse of $1 million. The 2-year-old fillies and the juvenile fillies, and then the older fillies and mares in the distaff. The first grass race is the mile with a purse of $1 million. Then we'll establish the favorite for next year's Kentucky Derby with the running of the juvenile. We'll go back to the turf for the turf race at 1.5 miles, $2 million the purse there, and then wind up with the world's richest race, the $3 million Breeders' Cup Classic. And for the second year, there will be Breeders' Cup Pick 7 wagering all across the country. And one man who's been studying a possible Pick 7 ticket the last 4 days, one of our expert commentators today. Let's check in now with Bob Newmeyer.
Well, thank you very much, Tom Hammond. 3 weeks ago on Breeders' Cup Preview Day, we enjoyed a marvelous day of racing. And what came out of that day, I think, is something old and something new. New is Sea Hero. He's a beautifully bred 2-year-old. We'll be seeing him in the juvenile. And then there's that grand old man, Pleasant Tap. Today, he becomes the first horse in Breeders' Cup history to run in 4 different races. Joining us once again here on the Breeders' Cup telecast, jockey Greg McCarron, who'll be on a pony on the racetrack, offering us that unique perspective. And Greg, what are we looking for today?
Bob, I'd have to say with the size of the fields we see today, the jockey skills will be fully tested. Plus, with most of the races so well balanced and even, I think we're going to see a lot of great stretch drives.
All right, Greg, we're looking forward to a great day of racing. Let's go back to Tom Hammond.
All right, Bob, there's Mr. Brooks, ridden by the great Lester Piggott, one of the European challengers today. He comes off a win in France on Arc Day in his last start. And the favorite in the first race, the sprint, Rubiano, the best sprinter in America throughout 1992. The order of riders up will soon be given in the paddock, and the horses will begin to make their way toward this Gulfstream Park racetrack. And we'll be back to meet the sprinters in just a few moments.
If you were to pick anyone from our design center or truck line in California,
that's a matter of pride. I love what I do.
Take the first person you see on the Camry line in Kentucky.
It's dedication.
Or drop in on anybody in any of our research or manufacturing facilities in Michigan or Indiana.
It's a matter of commitment.
To show them the latest quote from any automotive magazine praising a Toyota product.
I drive what I build. That says it all.
They would simply say,
"That's great."
Making it better.
That's what it's all about.
A lot of people think Toyota's reputation was built on the strength of its products, when in fact it was built on the strength, pride, and commitment of a lot of people.
It means putting your name on the line.
The 9th running of the Breeders' Cup is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. By VO5 Conditioning Hairdressing. Just a touch adds life to dull, dry hair. By Budweiser, the king of beers. With that fresh, pure, natural taste, nothing beats a Bud. And by Mobil and Mobil One Synthetic Motor Oil.
Welcome back to Gulfstream Park, where the order of riders up has just been given for the first Breeders' Cup race of the day, the $1 million Breeders' Cup Sprint. This is a race that is often unpredictable. Here are the odds. Sheikh Albadou, who won this race last year, is at 3-1. The favorite, Rubiano, currently held at 2-1. As you see, the remainder of the odds for this full field of 14, Salt Lake from the D. Wayne Lucas stable at 7-1. This race has traditionally been won by some long shots. The last 6 winners have averaged a payoff of over $31. So we could be in for a surprise first race out of the box, as we were last year when the odds-on favorite Housebuster did not win the sprint, ruining a lot of pick 7 tickets all across the country. And it's often a roughly run race, the sprint. In 1989 here at Gulfstream, Sam Hu had some problems coming out of the gate, compromising the chances of several horses. The next year, 1990 at Belmont, just before the finish, the European Desormeaux jumped a shadow, enabling him to find a way to lose. He appeared to be on his way to victory before he jumped the shadow and safely got the winner's share of the purse, with Desormeaux settling for second. And last year at Churchill Downs, the aforementioned Housebuster stepped on himself coming out of the gate and could not get up to post the victory. Here's the call to the post. A full field of 14 will contest the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That means we will have some horses in the mutual field. Number 12, 13, and 14 coupled in the wagering as one betting interest in the mutual field for this Breeders' Cup Sprint. This is the all-out race, 6 furlongs for the purse of $1 million. And the capacity crowd here at Gulfstream awaiting the appearance of the horses on the track for the first Breeders' Cup race of the day. A packed house, as you see, in shirt sleeves with the 85-degree temperatures. Number 1 is Mr. Brooks, who is trained in England, winner in France his last start, ridden by maybe the greatest jockey of all time, Lester Piggott. He'll be 57 years old next month. It's no surprise that Mr. Brooks beats the opposition like a drum. Trainer Richard Hannon was formerly the drummer in the rock group The Trogs, you know, Wild Thing. Sired by Blazing Saddles, Mr. Brooks was named for that movie's star, Mel Brooks. Number 2, Senor Speedy, becoming a fixture in the sprint. This is his 3rd time around. He was 9th in 1990, swerving to avoid another horse. He finished 4th last year. Number 3, Mia Farah, the only filly in the race, and a speedy one. She's never been headed in the first half mile this year. Trained by former jockey Leslie Aaron, she's the likely pace setter. Number 4, Sheikh Albadoo. After pulling a 26-1 shocker to capture the sprint last year, Sheikh Albadoo would be the first repeat winner. He had 4 races in England this year before a good second to Rubiano in Belmont's Vosburg Stakes. He retires to stud in Kentucky tomorrow. Number 5 is 30 Slews. Trainer Bob Baffert made the move from quarter horses to thoroughbreds 4 years ago, and this gelding is owned by a slew of quarter horse men, 7 of them. After solving a breathing problem, this colt has taken 2 in a row. Number 6 is Furiously, partly owned by Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady and trained by Shug McGahee, who won the sprint with Dancing Spree the last time it was held here at Gulfstream. This year, McGahee went till September without taking a major stakes race, but lately has been winning everything in sight. Number 7, Rubiano, owned by a large group of small investors and trained by new Hall of Famer Scotty Schulhofer. Rubiano has won 5 of 6 this year and might be Sprint Division champion regardless of today's outcome. He had a tremendous close to beat Sheikh Albadoo in the Vosburg. He could make Julie Crone the first female jockey to win a Breeders' Cup race. Number 8, King Corey, running outside Canada for only the 2nd time in his career, trained by 32-year-old Sherry Noakes, who just took out her trainer's license this year. Number 9 is Salt Lake. Trainer D. Wayne Lucas, the all-time leading Breeders' Cup winner with 10 victories, including Gulch in the 88 Sprint. He's also closing in on a 10th straight national training title. Salt Lake 3rd to Rubiana and Sheikh Albadoo in the Vosburg Stakes. Number 10 is Super Strike. Super Strike, a 3-year-old, was bred and started training in Britain. He's calm and easygoing, much like the quarter horses Bruce Jackson used to train. Small like a quarter horse, too, he won his last start in California on the bleeder medication Lasix. Lasix is also legal here in the state of Florida, and Super Strike will have that medication today. Number 11 is Gray Sloopy, owned by retired TV producer Ed Friendly, who created such popular shows as Laugh-In and Little House on the Prairie. Jockey Kent Desormeaux has never won a Breeders' Cup race, but he does lead the nation in earnings this year. Then 3 horses in the mutual field. Number 12 is LBO, English trained and the only horse Brian Brackpool has ever owned. He was 3rd to Mr. Brooks in France in his last start. Number 13 is Arrowtown, impressive winner of the Skip Trial Stakes at the Meadowlands in his most recent start, but beaten by Rubiano in their only 2 meetings this year. Lafitte Pinkai, America's winningest active jockey. He has over 7,000 wins. And number 14 is Card Mania. He's been a high-class stakes winner on both sides of the Atlantic, but his best form was earlier in the year. Chris McCarron looks for his 4th Breeders' Cup win. And Chris's brother, Greg McCarron, who is a fine jockey in his own right on the Maryland circuit, is on a lead pony following the horses in the post parade. And Greg, I know you've been looking at the favorite, Rubiano.
Yeah, Tom, there's a funny story that goes with him. He's got a reputation of being a lover boy. He just loves the lead ponies. Even in the morning sometimes he'll chase him down the horse path. You'll see right now Julie Crone's warming him up all by himself, and she will go back to a pony just in case he gets a little rambunctious by the gate. But he can be a handful. Another one I'm going to watch in the post parade is that filly, Mia Farah. She's only a 3-year-old filly and running against the best sprinters in the world, and she's got her work cut out for her. I think she's the quickest out of the gate, and they're going to have her to catch.
Now let's go down to the voice of Southern California racing, currently calling the Oak Tree at Santa Anita meet. Let's bring in Trevor Denman.
Thank you, Tom. 30% of the runners today are based in California. They have good shots in both the sprint and the classic, but I think their best chance today is going to be in the Juvenile Colts. 2 real smart 2-year-olds going in that one. First of all, we have Gilded Time, who's almost assured to be the favorite, but if he doesn't run a good race today, look out for River Special. And everyone wants a long shot. I think the mile on the turf, the Californians have a good long shot in Luthier Enchanteur from the powerful Bobby Frankel barn. If you're looking for a long shot, that's what I'd suggest for this afternoon. Let's go now to the 4th successive here. Jenny Ornstein's been part of the NBC team, and we go right now to Jenny.
The Breeders' Cup returns to Florida for the 2nd time, and this championship day is a focal point, a Super Bowl of racing. Before the Breeders' Cup, most Americans only paid attention to racing during the Kentucky Derby. But with this goal now, every graded stake throughout the year becomes a sizzling prediction of the Breeders' Cup challenges and the National Pick 7. If you're new to racing today, pick a horse in each of the 7 races and feel that rush. And next year, you'll watch all the races before the Breeders' Cup. Back with us again this year is Dan Kenny.
Thanks, Jenny. We'll crown 7 more Breeders' Cup champions today, but some of them already wear crowns. European champion Subotica takes on Canadian champion Sky Classic in the turf. What an opportunity for Sky Classic to be king of the world. He takes on Subotica, 2 English Derby winners, and what a year for Canada if he wins. Sky Classic from Toronto, the Sky Dome and the Blue Jays from Toronto, and also from Toronto, the newest member of our NBC racing team, Terry Leibel, and she's sky high in the barn area. Terry, welcome.
What an introduction. Thank you, Dan Kenny. Directly behind me, the European horses are housed in their quarantine barns. Now, under federal law, these European horses must be separated from the rest of the horse population. 3 years ago here at Gulfstream, these barns were oppressively hot. Improvements have been made, they're well ventilated, and I do get the sense that they've acclimatized to the heat this time rather than being brutalized by it. Throughout the day, I will be your eyes and ears to this backstretch area. After all, it is what happens here that is so crucial to the performances out there. Now, let's go and join another member of our broadcast team. Here is Gail Gardner.
Okay, thank you very much, Terry. I'm standing in what could be called the I didn't know that corner. We're going to take a look at such things as racing silks and how they evolved. We're going to meet some racing people who come from fields such as food, finance, and football. But most of all, we're going to focus on a Rozzie, a most puzzling horse who continues to remain the center of overwhelming attention.
And there's a look at Mr. Brooks. Can he win the 2nd successive sprint for the European trained horses? He's 7-1. His namesake hopes so. Mel Brooks rooting for Mr. Brooks in the sprint. Our 6 furlong specialists blast off when we return.
Mr. Brooks, out of placing 7.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. Advanced Formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
My husband, Elliot, he's an inventor. He's made a very good life for both of us. Last year, this big company paid a lot of money for one of his ideas. Elliot even thought about opening his own company, but in the end, we decided to invest the money. Besides, I'm not sure Elliot's cut out to work in an office anyway.
Ask your financial advisor about Nuveen tax-free investments. or simply call this number.
Well, I do watch my figure.
She's a beautiful girl.
But fat-free cereal.
Fat-free cereal?
I'd rather eat regular cereal and just dance more.
She's a beautiful dancer.
Now this, crispy, simple, wonderful, probably loaded with fat.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes have always been fat-free.
Fat-free? Kellogg's Corn Flakes? You're not telling me the truth.
Is he bothering you?
Taste them again for the first time.
When you don't have to send your package overnight, you can save yourself a bundle.
What a difference a day makes.
2-day priority mail service
24 little hours.
from your post office. Send up to 2 pounds in just 2 days for just $2.90. That's right. That's some difference.
What a difference a day makes. We deliver for you.
The infield lake reflecting the hot Florida sun as we return to Gulfstream for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. It's a simple race. Run as fast as you can, as long as you can. 6 furlongs, and with a short Gulfstream stretch, you don't want to be too far back at the head of the lane. Let's take a look at the odds now for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Rubiano continues to rule as the favorite at 2-1. Defending champion Sheikh Albadoo is second choice at 3-1. Salt Lake, Team Lucas at 6-1. The rest double digits, as you see. And this year we're happy to welcome back John Veach, one of America's best trainers. In fact, he knows this Gulfstream track well, the only man to have trained 3 Florida Derby winners here. He also had Proud Truth, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. A little better conditions than last year when I was hoping to get you a hat in the cold at Churchill Downs. You know the track well. Is there any bias we should look for here?
No, Tom, not today. You know, the track will shift from year to year, but yesterday's racing and the early races today, speed is no advantage. Coming from behind is no advantage. Every horse has an equal shot today.
And of course, the race is always critical at the start, and often a roughly run race. As you see, the horses begin to load in the gate. It's a race that requires speed right from the start, and that often leads to problems, John.
It does. You know, I mean, there's no margin for error in this race. They've got to come out of the gate running. They've got to be at their best foot on the first step. And it's a rush to home every step of the way, and whoever gets there first wins.
Mr. Prospector, one of the great sires in the world now, holds the 6 furlong track record here at Gulfstream. And he is sired several sprint winners. Now look at this. LBO is in the inside post, and they had to blindfold him to get him into the gate. Why is that, John?
Well, he's just got a problem with the starting gate. It scares him, intimidates him. They put the blinders on him. He can't see where he's going, and he loads very easily. As soon as he's in, they take them off of him, and he's normal.
Greg McCarron is out behind the gate on his lead pony. Greg, any other problems at the starting gate thus far?
Tom, they're all really acting very quiet. None of the boys really jacked their horses up today, I guess probably because of the heat. One thing I did notice, though, that the 2-horse Senior Speed, he didn't warm up at all. He just walked completely the entire way to the gate.
Greg, some of the horses that we see loading now will have to stand in the gate a long time as Mr. Brooks gets some encouragement trying to get him in the starting stalls. How much of a disadvantage is it to have to sit in the gate while they load these other horses?
It's a big disadvantage, particularly when it's this hot. They're now geared up and ready to go, and if you have this kind of problem, fortunately, it's still only an inside horse that's having that problem. If it's an outside horse that does that, those inside horses really face a problem.
As you're standing in the gate, are you able to communicate to the starter that perhaps you're not ready, that your horse really isn't on his toes and ready to break sharply in this race at which the start is critical?
Tom, that's very key. You have to have good communication both between the starter and the assistant starters that are in there with you. They are the unsung heroes. They are very important to a good start in the race. And you'll notice a lot of them will cock their heads and turn their heads to the side while they're waiting for the others to be loaded. Then just before the last one is loaded in, the assistant starter will straighten them up, and then you have to be ready to go.
Well, Tom Durkin and I have grown old together. We've been on all 9 Breeders' Cup telecasts, and here again with his great calls of all 7 Breeders' Cup races, starting with the sprint, Tom Durkin. Thomas?
And we're waiting for some of the final horses to move into line here furiously. It was the last to load. Some of the fastest horses in the world in the starting gate for this first Breeders' Cup Sprint race of the afternoon. The best of the West in Gray Sloopy. The best of the East in Rubiano. The king of the Canadian sprinters and King Corey. And the best from Europe, Mr. Brooks, and last year's winner, Sheikh Al-Badou.
Okay, what, anybody free here?
Salt Lake has moved into the starting
All
gate.
right, I've been riding. Come on, come get me.
Waiting for the final horses to move in
I want to
here.
handle on the 14, sir.
Gray Sloopy moving into his outside post position. He's a little bit fractious in behind the gate. Kent Desormeaux aboard. Waiting for Gray Sloopy. We're ready for a start in the 92 Breeders' Cup Sprint. And they're off. And Rubiano came out like a rocket. And Mia Farah is also right there with 30 Slews in between those two. But it's the filly Mia Farah who takes the lead. 30 Slews is now running second. Arrowtown toward the inside third. Cardmania fourth. Sheikh Al-Badou is fifth. LBO sixth toward the inside. Super Strike is seventh on the outside. He's about 7 lengths from the lead. Gray Sloopy is running eighth. Mr. Brooks is down on the inside. He's ninth. Furiously is 10th, and he's in behind horses. Rubiano is 11th, but he's clear of trouble on the outside. Salt Lake is 12th. Canadian King Corey is 13th, and the late-running Senior Speedy trails the field. A dazzling opening quarter here of 21-3, and the filly Mia Farah flaunting her speed as they come to the top of the stretch. She leads by 2. LBO is putting in a run toward the inside. 30 Slews is set down for the drive. Sheikh Al-Badou is coming with his run down the center of the racetrack. Then Super Strike. Rubiano's 8 lengths from the lead, and it's Mia Farah leading the way with the 16th to come. 30 Slews, her only challenger. Mia Farah trying to hold. 30 Slews surges to victory. It's 30 Slews who wins by a neck. Mia Farah was again second, and Rubiano was third, and the time was 1:08.1. Well, the filly almost got home, but it was that late charge of 30 Slews here in the stretch to get the victory in a sparkling time.
All right, Tom Durkin. Mia Farah, the early pace setter, caught at the wire by 30 Slews, but the race marred by a horse down. That was Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks down on the track. That's midway in the turn for home, and immediately being tended to by the veterinarians on call here at Gulfstream Park. Lester Piggott, who will be 57 years old next year, was riding Mr. Brooks. You see the horse down on the track. This race, which will go in the books as the fastest Breeders' Cup Sprint ever, marred by an accident involving Mr. Brooks. You see that special equine ambulance coming alongside Mr. Brooks. One of the precautions and one of the newer developments since the tragedy that affected Gopher Wand at the Breeders' Cup in 1990. Lester Piggott still on the track. Lester Piggott, many consider him the greatest jockey in the history of thoroughbred racing. And the crowd, which was thrilled with the finish of the race, suddenly shocked back to reality when they realized that horse and rider are down. Midway through that turn, Lester Piggott being tended to by the paramedics, Mr. Brooks by the veterinarians. We'll take a look now at the replay and see if we can determine exactly what happened to Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, saddlecloth number 1 on the inside rail. Lester Piggott aboard Mr. Brooks. He's number 1, closest to the rail, as you see. Look at Piggott looking behind him as if something happened to the horse. And suddenly the horse, after perhaps snapping a leg, his right front leg goes down, and Lester Piggott falling hard. And I think that Lester Piggott was looking behind him to make sure there was not another horse that would fall over him. In his moment of distress, Lester Piggott was thinking about other horses and riders.
There's no doubt about that, Tom. He felt it coming. You could see him hesitate as he tried to ease the horse back. He looked over his left-hand shoulder to make sure he was clear and wasn't going to be run over by another horse or make another horse fall over top of him. He felt it come. He tried to slow down. He tried to keep the horse up as much as he could. Unfortunately, the horse broke his right front, and there was no way that the horse could stay on his 3 feet running at that speed. And it looked like the horse kind of rolled over Piggott as they fell together.
Nice and easy, guys.
Ready?
England's Lester Piggott being loaded into the ambulance, scheduled to ride later in the day. But his Breeders' Cup Day 1992 coming to a tragic end for Mr. Brooks. And we await word now on the injuries suffered by the great Lester Piggott. Standard procedure to immobilize a rider who has been injured in that way, and they'll load him into the ambulance. Veterinarians, meanwhile, I assume, John Veach, will humanely destroy Mr. Brooks. It's a routine procedure to prevent the horse from suffering.
Yes, the injuries seem to be very grievous, and in that sort of situation there is nothing to do but humanely destroy the animal. It did seem that at Pickett, when they put him in the ambulance, they had put a neck brace on him for precaution, and they will rush him across the street to the nearest hospital, which is the Humana Hospital, for as quick and immediate medical care as he seems to need.
So as the horses for the next race make their way over, Lester Piggott taken from the track in an ambulance to be rushed to the emergency room. So a brilliant opening race marred by a spill. Mr. Brooks humanely destroyed after snapping his right foreleg. The injuries to Lester Piggott still to be determined.
We're ready.
Let's go down to Jenny Ornstein with one of the attending veterinarians.
Dr. DeWitt Owen is with us. We've just gotten a report about Mr. Brooks. What was the injury?
Unfortunately, as he made his turn for home, he fractured his right fore, and it actually mutilated his right fore, so unfortunately, again, he had to be put down.
An injury too bad to save him?
Injury too bad. It was a life-threatening injury.
Oh, what a rough start to the first race, Doctor.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
And one of our foreign horses, too, with one of the all-time great riders.
And this is a horse with no history of problems.
That's absolutely right. Absolutely perfectly sound horse. It's just one of those athletic injuries that happens from time to time.
A tragic event in our first race. That's a report. Mr. Brooks has been tragically put down. Let's go back to Tom Hammond.
All right, Jenny, a brilliant first race marred by the spill. Mr. Brooks and Lester Piggott. We'll have more on the condition of Lester Piggott when we return after these messages and a word from your local station.
It's NBC Halloween Saturday. Here and now, out all night, empty nest and nurses all trapped in Halloween horror. Superstar Hammer spins his magic.
It's a Hammer Halloween.
A night so scary, Dreyfus runs away to the nurses.
He howled for you. I'm flattered.
It's NBC Halloween Saturday tonight.
We're back at Gulfstream Park, where the $1 Million Breeders' Cup Sprint is official. 30 Slews, the winner, owned by Dutch Masters de Groot and Pegram. This is a Sloopy gelding, ridden by Eddie Delahousie, his fourth Breeders' Cup win. You see the mutuals. Gray Sloopy paying $39.40 in the fastest Breeders' Cup Sprint time yet, 1:08 and 1/5. Let's go down to Bob Newmeyer.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Walter Swinburne is with us, a contemporary of Lester Piggott from across the seas. You know about the incident to Mr. Brooks, the horse. He has had to be humanely destroyed. Your thoughts on the subject? Were you anywhere near the incident at all yourself, Walter?
No, I never saw it. All Lester said at the gate was that he felt his horse moved terrible coming to the start, to post. And the first I learned of it was when talking to Buff Scott of Channel 4, and I'm shocked.
Lester told you that the horse warmed up poorly before this race?
He did indeed, yes.
Unusual for him?
He doesn't say many words, so when he speaks, you listen.
Walter Swinburne on Lester Piggott and the ill-fated Mr. Brooks. Tom?
Here's the replay again. Mr. Brooks on the inside with Lester Piggott. And now Lester senses something wrong, and he looks behind him to see if there are any horses behind him before he goes down with the horse. He knows the fall is coming, that Mr. Brooks has broken his leg. John, interesting that Lester would say that he warmed up poorly. There is a veterinarian on hand to watch the horses warm up and can order a horse scratched if he is not right.
Yes, and also the jockey has that freedom himself. He can approach the state veterinarian and say that he is not comfortable with the horse and really does not want to go on with the competition. So it's a situation, you know, a hairline thing where you want to make a decision like that, though.
Well, the spill has cast a pall over this first race, but it was a brilliant report, or a brilliant victory by Gray Sloopy. 30 Slews, I should say. 30 Slews getting up for the victory. And it's just something we hoped we had never seen in the wake of the tragedy that affected Go for Wand at Belmont Park in 1990. Unfortunately, it is a part of horse racing, and Lester Piggott sensing before the race that something was not exactly right with Mr. Brooks, and tragedy did strike in the turn for home. Let's go down to the winner's circle now, and Dan Kenny.
Thank you, Tom. Making the official presentation for the Breeders' Cup Sprint are the co-chairman of the G-Tech Corporation, Mr. Victor Markowitz and Mr. Guy Snowden.
G-Tech loves racing, and it's easy to see why after watching this great race. Congratulations. That was really a wonderful race.
And accepting the trophy is trainer Bob Baffert for 30 Slews. Bob, congratulations to you.
Congratulations. Beautiful race.
Bob, you were courted early on. Go ahead, take your hardware. You earned it. You said early on that these sprinters don't have California's speed. You said it with a great deal of gusto. You were a quarter horse trainer. You said, I'm going to train them quarter horse style. Tell us about it.
That's right. I had two champions when I was training quarter horses, and I both brought him up on works, 2 months layoff, and I got him ready just like I did my quarter horse champions, and I knew it'd pay off.
At the 16th pole, the filly still had a clear lead. Were you worried about it?
Yeah, she's a nice filly, and I got to thinking about, but Eddie, you know, when you have Eddie, you just feel so confident, and he's just a great rider, and you know, I just have such a great team of people behind me that it's just, I knew it'd run good, and I've been bragging on this horse for 2 years, finally got him here.
Well, the horse bailed you out with a great effort. Tom Hammond?
All right, Dan, 30 slews from former quarter horse trainer Bob Baffert and 7 quarter horse owners. 30 slews beating the pace-setting Mia Farah to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. We'll be back to Gulfstream in a moment.
When I think of everything I put in my hair to make it shiny, more manageable, and all it took was a touch of VO5. Yeah, VO5.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
Wow, I just tried VO5 for the first time. Yeah, the stuff in the tube your old man used for control. The stuff that's been around forever. Now I know why.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
Finally, a chance to get away.
Moments like this call for Gold MasterCard.
We could find a romantic hotel.
In Paris?
It has the added credit you've earned.
We could sneak off to the beach.
Yeah, Maui.
Plus, no card is accepted in more places at home and abroad.
Or we could take a trip we'll all remember. Wow!
Gold MasterCard, the best gold card to master the moment.
This girl hasn't changed a bit.
Jimmy Harris, welcome back.
Seen Coach Green lately?
I never thought that man would retire.
He used to say, Harris, tackling is like life. Hit it head on. Harris. Coach Green.
Coach Harris.
Only one beer has the taste as genuine as the people who drink it. Budweiser.
So, you got any advice?
Harris, coaching is like life. Hit it head on.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
The Steelers and the Oilers, one of pro football's best rivalries. It heightened with 2 straight AFC championship game encounters in the late 70s. Now they're tied for the AFC Central lead, heading into their biggest regular season meeting in years. OJ has the story of this storied rivalry, Sunday on NFL Live.
Here the official order finished now in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. 30 slews just catching the pace-setting Mia Farah. The filly ran a game race, and Rubiano, many thought that 6 furlongs was a little short for him. He won the 7-furlong Vosburg in his last. He did get up for 3rd with last year's winner Sheikh Albadou finishing 4th. And of course the tragedy of the race, the fact that Mr. Brooks broke down, did not finish. Lester Piggott injured in the spill, taken to Humana Hospital. Terry Leibel is on her way to Humana, and as soon as she finds the condition of Lester Piggott, she will report it to us. So the first race on Breeders' Cup Day, a brilliant effort, the fastest Breeders' Cup Sprint ever, but marred by the spill of Mr. Brooks. John Veach has sort of cast a pall over the entire day, and you've been in this business, your father was in this business. Do you ever become accustomed to
seeing a horse break down?
No, it's too much of a tragedy. It's you know, you're involved in it and you see it every day, and you share a lot of ins and outs with these horses, but they become members of your family almost. And when something tragic like this happens, you can never get used to it. You never harden yourself, and you always feel just a complete shock and tragedy in the whole barn. Everybody that's involved in something like this, it just takes your heart and breaks it.
There are some who say that it's abusing an animal to make him run that way. My theory has always been the thoroughbreds for the last 200 years have been bred to run their happiest running. How do you feel about that as a thoroughbred trainer?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. If you see them in the field together as young horses, the yearlings competing before they start training, they love to compete with each other. They're competitive by nature, by instinct, and by breeding, and it's part of their life, and they couldn't live without it.
We mentioned that the sprint was often a rough race. I didn't see any problems from Mr. Brook, if just a leg apparently snapped. Let's go down now for a report from Bob Newmeyer.
All right, Tom Hammond, thank you very much. 2 years ago at Belmont Park, we had the awful tragedy with Go for Wand. Ron McAnally, the trainer who was at that time with Bayakoa, who was given the victory in that race at the expense of the ill-fated Go for Wand. And here we are 2 years later again, Ron, and I remember your words that day about these horses and the enjoyment they give for us. And here it happens again. Your thoughts on this subject?
Yeah, well, of course, you know, the sad thing about our game, you know, these things happen. We don't like to see them. They're more apt to happen in a sprint race than any of the other races. And I just hope, you know, to God that they all come back good, you know, the rest of the day. But anyway, it's a tragedy, and we hate to see these kind of things because the person who won the race, I'm sure that they feel badly about it too.
Naturally, this will open up questions about track safety, etc. You've trained horses here throughout the week. They're running very fast times here at Gulfstream Park. In your opinion, is there any problem with track safety at this point?
I don't believe so. The track is fast, but I think it's safe. We've been on it all week, and even though it's fast, you can't hear the horses galloping over it. But as I mentioned before, a sprint race is one of the toughest races on the card. The horses have to run just right out of the starting gate all the way and put a lot of real hard pressure on them. And, you know, and these things happen. It's just part of a game. We don't like to see it on our one big day of racing, but unfortunately it does happen. Let's hope the rest of the day is all right.
All right, Ron McAnally, thank you very much. Let's go to Jenny Ornstein.
I had the longtime starter in the Florida area, Charlie K-Mac. This surface is the first to always get the blame when a horse breaks down. Everyone looks to the track surface. Is there anything wrong with Gulfstream surface?
Absolutely not. The racetrack's been in fine condition. We've had no problem with it while horses have been training. It's just a question, as you know, Jenny, horses are running awful fast. They weigh a lot, and that bone that broke is about the size of your wrist. And it's just a very, very unfortunate thing and a very sad thing for our business or anybody who likes animals.
A lot of people don't understand that sometimes you can't save a horse. We can't keep them off their feet for a long time, can we?
Absolutely not. Now, this bone was broken completely in half, and if a horse lays down too long, they even drown in their own fluids. A horse has to be up and move around, or you can't save them.
So the surface is in fine shape, in your opinion?
We've had no problem at all, and I've been here for the 2 weeks watching horses work and gallop, and it's fine.
It's hard to take, no matter how long you've been in the business. Let's hope this is the last of the breaks down. Let's go back to Tom Hammond for the Breeders' Cup. 6 more to go.
All right, Jenny, and the condition of Lester Piggott still unknown, but we're working hard to find out from Humana Hospital the condition of the great jockey Lester Piggott, who was aboard Mr. Brooks in that mishap in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Coming up next, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Make it clear. Make it colorful. Make it both. The DeskJet 550C. With DeskJet printers from Hewlett Packard, it's easy to make it happen.
This man is hard at work. He's a frequent flyer, earning miles towards a free trip to Tokyo. So he's flying Japan Airlines. Because as a member of the JAL Mileage Bank, he needs only 40,000 miles to qualify. In fact, no other airline lets you earn a free trip to Tokyo faster than JAL. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go back to work. To join the JAL Mileage Bank, call 1-800-JAL-MILE.
Here. There. Everywhere. The DeskJet Portable. DeskJet printers from Hewlett Packard. Make it happen.
There are two people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor.
Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
Halloween Saturday. 3 outrageous hours of fright for you treaters and you tricksters. Here and now, out all night, empty nests, nurses and sisters.
Now that's scary.
Dreyfus ends up at the nurses. Hammer's magic hits the screen. It's a nice, wild, and frightening.
It's a Hammer Halloween.
So beware, but be there. Don't be scared away.
Frightening!
Halloween Saturday.
Breeders' Cup Day at Gulfstream Park. Our blimp today, Goodyear's Stars and Stripes from nearby Pompano Beach. At the controls, Captain Larry Chambers, Lighthouse Point, Florida. Coming up next, we'll see the 2-year-old fillies. This is the $1 million Juvenile Fillies race over 1 1/16 miles on this Gulfstream Park surface. Here are the odds for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. There's an entry, Zunaqua and Bet Them Free at 9-2 at the moment. 6-1 on Educated Risk from the Shug McGahee stable. One of 6 horses Shug McGahee will be saddling this afternoon. The favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies is Eliza. That's Alan Paulson's horse. Paulson won 2 Breeders' Cup races a year ago. She is at even money, the favorite here in the Juvenile Fillies. Some of these fillies will be negotiating 2 turns for the first time in their life. The race starts in front of the stands. They do go around those 2 tight bends and race to the wire for a $1 million purse. D. Wayne Lucas is traditionally the king of the juvenile filly race. He has saddled 20 horses in this race, but none this year, none in 1992. This is a definitive championship race, though. All previous 8 winners have gone on to be considered for the 2-year-old filly championship honors at Eclipse Award time, and all 8 runnings of this race have produced the 2-year-old filly champion. There's Eliza in the red, white, and blue Alan Paulson colors. But John Veach, there may not be a champion come out of this race this year. There is a 2-year-old filly named Sky Beauty who has won all of her races. At least she's crossed the finish line first in all of them. She was disqualified from the win once for interference. But Sky Beauty could be the champion, even though she doesn't run today because she's sidelined by injury.
Yes, there's no doubt, Tom, that she was so impressive in her early races. As you said before, she was disqualified in an easy win at Saratoga. She probably is the definitive champ already. But you never know. The sports writers are a bit of a fickle group, and it's sometimes the last kiss that they remember, and this might be the last kiss today.
Educated Risk will not be the only one going around 2 turns for the first time. That'll be a new experience for some of them. And of course, on Eliza, the favorite, Pat Valenzuela, has a special incentive. Alan Paulson is racing 4 horses this Breeders' Cup Day, all 4 ridden by Pat Valenzuela. And Paulson told Pat, win all 4, and I'll buy you a new Rolls Royce. Eliza is the even money favorite in this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies race. They're making their way toward the track, as you see, 1 1/16 miles. And there is Eliza and Pat Valenzuela. You think Pat thought of the Rolls is in his mind? Did you ever offer a rider any kind of incentive like that?
Certainly not a Rolls Royce. I have offered them an incentive, and it basically has something to do with making their nose bleed by kicking them in a certain part of the body if they don't do well, but not a 4-wheel Rolls Royce.
And the horses are on the track for the 2nd Breeders' Cup race of the day. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Eliza opened as the 5-2 morning line favorite, and the money's been pouring in. You can see just behind the outriders there, number 8 is Eliza, and she is 6-5, so she's gone up just a notch since the last time we checked.
Tom, this is such a competitive race. There are 7 horses that have won their last start.
And here is Zunaqua, who is half of the Moss-owned Mayberry-trained entry. Jerry Moss, a co-founder of A&M Records. This filly, a $225,000 Keeneland yearling purchase, named for the only female face on the totem pole of an ancient tribe in the Northwest. 1A, Set Them Free, is the other half of the entry, trained by Brian Mayberry, whose daughters, April and Summer, are assistant trainers. This filly's won 2 of 3 races. Number 2 is Educated Risk, winner of the Frisette, owned by Jockey Club chairman Denny Phipps, whose family has raced some of the world's top horses since the 20s. This filly's daddy, Mr. Prospector, has sired 3 Breeders' Cup winners, including Elo and Gulch. Number 3 is Turkstand, trained by Gary Jones, who conditions Best Pal, one of the best horses in America, until he was sidelined by injury earlier in the year. Jones also trained this filly's sire, Turkoman. Number 4, Love of Silver, has only 1 win in 4 European starts for trainer Clive Britton, who won the 1985 Breeders' Cup Turf with Pebbles. South African native Michael Roberts has his 2nd Breeders' Cup mount. Number 5 is Super Gem. South Florida-based Super Gem has already raced 9 times. She's an old veteran by 2-year-old standards. Trainer David Vivian, a former Marine Corps sergeant, will obviously allow her no shirking of duty. Number 6, Boots and Jackie, another Florida-based runner. She started 10 times already. Trainer Manny Tortora has a capable assistant trainer. That's his daughter, Tony. Number 7 is Booley, owned by Cy Cohen, who used to be the handicapper for the Miami Daily News. The paper went broke and is now out of business. Booley won the first race of her life in the Salima Stakes on the grass. Number 8 is Eliza. Are you looking for omens? Eliza, owned by Alan Paulson, who visited the Breeders' Cup Winners' Circle twice last year with a Rozzy and opening verse. And trainer Alex Hassinger, who just got his license this year, is a nephew of Breeders' Cup founder John Gaines. Eliza deserves to be the favorite handy winner in 3 of 4 starts. Number 9, Liberata, based in the Miami area. This filly has only a maiden victory in 3 starts, owned by Dennis Diaz, whose Spendabuck won the 1985 Kentucky Derby and is the sire of this filly. Number 10 is Creaking Board. That name has the ring of a champion, doesn't it? Well, anyway, this French-trained filly does have a champion jockey, American expatriate Cash Asmussen. And number 11 is Beale Street Blues. She had better singing the blues after her first career defeat as the Frisette favorite. This is the same owner-trainer combination that sent out champion 3-year-old Hansel last year. She's in the outside post, but it shouldn't be a problem. She likes to come from off the pace and has the super patient Hall of Famer Pat Day up. That's the field for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Let's go on horseback now to Greg McCarron, who's eyeing the field, including that oddly named filly, Zuniqua.
Yeah, Tom, I talked to trainer Brian Mayberry this morning, and he told me that Zuniqua has a habit of waiting on horses once she makes the lead. In her last race, she'd come back game after being headed in the stretch, and he's hoping that Chris will time it just right, and if not, just keep busy on her through the lane. The other one that I'm really interested in is Turkstand. She's very lightly raced. She's only run twice, and she comes from the clouds. And if the races yesterday had anything to do with how they're going to be run today, look for her to be really closing through the stretch.
All right, we'll keep an eye on those. And the favorite, Eliza, heavy favorite at 6-5, is pretty washed out. She's sweating quite a bit. Well, these 2-year-old fillies can be an unpredictable lot, but Bob Newmeyer's been studying the past performances. He takes a look at the chief contenders.
4 well-matched racehorses from across the land will be the top choices in the Juvenile Fillies division. From the Midwestern trainer Frankie Brothers comes Beale Street Blues. After she won a stake at Arlington Park by 14 lengths, Brothers brought her to Del Mar, where she showed a great closing kick to get home in the debutante. Trainer Brian Mayberry always does well at Gulfstream, and Zuniqua heads up a Mayberry entry in this race. She suffered her only loss to Beale Street Blues at Del Mar, but was a game filly through the stretch in winning the Oakleaf at Santa Anita. The New York barn of Shug McGahee has yet another brilliant filly by Mr. Prospector. Her name is Educated Risk. On Breeders' Cup Preview Day at Belmont, she got off slowly, but then established herself in the lead and held off all challengers.
Educated Risk does it by 1.25 lengths.
But the most talented of them all could be Eliza. Her last 2 starts have been nothing short of spectacular. Although she's bred for sprinting, she handled a mile and a 16th that she'll run today with absolute ease in her last start. She should stalk the pace in hopes of getting owner Alan Paulson off to a great start on Breeders' Cup Day.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. That's a look at Liberata, one of the Florida-based fillies in the field. They'll be trying to catch the favorite, Eliza. She's currently 6-5, but showing some sweating before this race.
The choice is yours. Tuesday we get to pick from them.
But Sunday we get to pick on them.
Will you shut up?
Saturday Night Live goes prime time for an all-new special.
They're gonna find out about you someday.
Chevy Chase, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, the best of all the president's men and their women.
Should be a hootenanny.
SNL's all-new presidential bash. NBC Sunday at 9, 8 Central.
About 3 minutes till post time for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. The entry is Zunaqua and Set Them Free 9-2 at the moment. Educated Risk is 5-1. 7-1 on Turkstand. Eliza continues to rule as the favorite. She is 6-5. Beale Street Blues, who has tasted defeat only once in her career, is at 4-1 and is the second choice at the moment. John Veach, we did note that the favorite Eliza at 6-5 was obviously sweating a lot. It's a hot day. We're sweating. The fans are sweating. Is it unusual, and is it something harmful to see Eliza sweating?
Well, it just depends on the individual. If a horse sweats all the time and continues to perform well as she does it, then you don't worry about it. But Eliza didn't sweat that much in Kentucky. Of course, it was not quite as hot as it is today. It is not a good sign, though, if it's a reversal of something that a horse is... the first time a horse has done it, it might show that a horse has had a little bit too much and they're getting a little tired in their campaign and they're a little nervous about what they have to do. Of course, it could be just the weather, and you don't know, and we won't know until until the race is run.
Not so bad if she's sweating because of the weather, but if she's nervous and expending energy now instead of in the race, that's when it becomes harmful. I was noticing Eliza, too, wears a shadow roll. These are relatively inexperienced racehorses. What is that shadow roll, that strip of wool across her nose? What function does that serve?
Well, it basically keeps a horse from seeing down right in front of them. A horse that has a tendency to jump shadows or jump pieces of paper or any pieces of debris on the racetrack, well, however small they might be, a horse has got excellent eyesight and will pick them up. It keeps them from seeing and jumping those things. And of course, if they're running full out and they jump, they lose stride and lose momentum and might even lose a race by doing it. As we saw Desormeaux a couple of years ago when he jumped that shadow at Belmont Park, it certainly cost him the race. A horse has probably shown some means of doing that during the running of the race, and they've decided to experiment.
There's a look at Turkstand. Greg McCarron out on horseback looking at them. Have you had a chance to get a close-up look at Eliza, Greg?
Yes, she's right by me now, Tom, and she is extremely hot. You can see Pat trying to calm her down and wipe the sweat off with his stick. And compared to the rest of the fillies, she has broke out a lot more than them.
This race, as we said, is for relatively inexperienced racehorses, and many of them going around 2 turns for the first time. What sort of problems does that present a rider, Greg?
You really have to be aware if that turn comes up quick on them and it surprises them, you have to be ready to straighten them up. But we've got a unique problem here with that new grandstand that they've built down in that first turn. It may throw some of them off if they get to looking around at that. It could cost them some lengths around that first turn.
John Veach, knowing that these fillies like to look around, often gawking around, would you put blinkers on them, or would that simply be something you wouldn't want to do because it might sharpen their speed too much?
You really wouldn't want to do that unless a horse has shown some need for them before. You wouldn't want to use blinkers to use on a day when they're just running by an object that they have not seen before. It'd be counterproductive. They'll go into that first turn. The first horse will lead the rest of them around. The thing is that they know, and the jockey appreciates that as they go into that turn, it may be the first time that they do it, and that they're on the right lead, which will keep them from drifting out, and coming out of that turn and be ready to run down the backstretch in good position.
There are the mile and a 16th records. Champion filly Brave Raj set the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies record. And past champions from the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, including Pleasant Stage last year, who's been a disappointment in 1992. The Great Metal Star will be in action later today. And the horses begin to load in this race. We mentioned that Beale Street Blues is in the outside post position. Greg McCarron, what sort of a disadvantage would that be in this race? She likes to come from off the pace, so it's not really that bad, is it?
It's really not too bad if you want to tuck in. What you need is a little bit of luck, though. If you start taking back and you get a second flight that rushes up inside you, then you're going to have to take back again, and you could be back further than you want. This is a relatively short run to the turn, so it takes a little bit of jockeying to get around that first turn.
Greg, how do the riders feel having seen a spill in the first race? Are you a little apprehensive? Is it in the back of your mind as you come in the gate again?
I'd like to tell you that you completely forget about it. Once you're on the racetrack for the next race, you do forget about it. But when you go back in the jocks room, you'll see everybody will be a little more subdued than normal, and it does bother you. But when you get on the racetrack, you have to completely forget about it.
All right, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, 1 mile and a 16th. The purse, $1 million. And here to bring us the call, once again, Tom Durkin.
And rearing up in the starting gate is Turkestan. She is really fractious in the starting gate. The assistant starter really doing a fine job there of keeping her settled down as well as possible. Jockey Frank Alvarado is off Turkestan at this point. She has settled down considerably and is indeed standing in good order at this point. Once again, the rider of Turkestan, Frank Alvarado, is off the horse and allowing the filly to settle down. The others in the starting gate all standing in good order. Standing next to Turkestan was Set Them Free, and she didn't appear to be too rattled at all. The other horses moving into the starting gate, including a would-be champion here in Eliza. She has won 3 of her 4 races by a total of 18 lengths, but she's been beaten once by the filly that is standing in post position number 1, Zuniqua. Of great concern here is the fact that Eliza washed out, sweating profusely in the post parade in this 85-degree weather that the rest of us are enjoying this afternoon. Creaking board at 99-1 moving in, and way on the outside, Beale Street Blues will complete the field of fillies for this 92 Breeders' Cup for Juvenile Fillies. They are in the gate, and they are off. And it is Set Them Free who rushes out to the lead. Her mate Zuniqua was away well. And Eliza, flashing her speed early, and Educated Risk will come on early as they race into the first turn. And it will be Set Them Free who sets the pace early. Educated Risk just off her flank running second. Zuniqua was away in good order, and she enjoys a ground-saving trip. And on the outside, Pat Valenzuela trying to restrain the eager Eliza, but she moves up into third. Zuniqua's now back racing fourth. Love of Silver being pushed along fifth by 2.5 lengths. Super Gem is sixth toward the inside. Bully is racing seventh. Beale Street Blues is eighth. She's about 7 lengths from the lead. Then Long Shot Creaking Board, followed by Boots and Jackie, who's being pushed along near the back of the pack. Then Liberata, and Turkestan is the trailer. She's about a dozen lengths from the lead. The opening quarter went to 23 seconds flat. There goes Eliza! Pat Valenzuela can hold her no more, and she rushes to the lead with a half mile to run here. And solid fractions the half in 47 seconds flat, and Eliza's pulling away to a 2-length lead. Educated Risk trying to come after her now, and there goes Educated Risk as they round the far turn. And those two in a confrontation midway round the turn. 5 lengths back to Zuniqua, who's running third. Super Gem is putting in a run toward the inside. Then Bully on the outside, and Boots and Jackie, and they're coming to the top of the stretch. And Eliza's put to a drive. Educated Risk is right at her throat as they've straightened away into the stretch. And Valenzuela goes to work on Eliza, and Eliza is responding. Educated Risk is full out. Boots and Jackie is closing third, 100 yards from home, and Eliza is home free. Eliza does it. Educated Risk was second. Boots and Jackie closing well. So Eliza with the 1-length triumph, and a pumped up Pat Valenzuela gets the job done. A triumph and no doubt a title as the 2-year-old filly of 1992.
Absolutely right, Tom Durkin. There is your champion 2-year-old filly, Eliza. She wins her 3rd in a row. She took the lead, pulling Pat Valenzuela to the front, held off Educated Risk through the stretch to win the Juvenile Fillies.
I'm paid to buy the high-volume copies. I don't want to have to worry about them.
The corporate line from Canon.
It's simple. If our copiers are working, our people are working.
High-volume copying systems so reliable, you don't have to think about them.
All I want to know is it keeps copying, sorting, stapling. End of story.
The corporate line from Canon, the #1 copier company, and the new power in high-volume copying.
When it comes to the safety of your loved ones, we care as much as you do.
Everything's gonna be all right.
So we equipped the Toyota Previa with side door impact beams, a roof that meets car strength standards.
It's gonna be okay.
And made it the only van to meet all federal car safety standards with a driver's side airbag.
Don't worry, sweetie.
After all, we know how protective you are of your babies.
We're here, honey.
Even the big one.
That's it.
The Oilers. The Steelers. On opening day, the black and gold rocked the Astrodome, upsetting Houston and making rookie head coach Bill Cowher a winner in his debut. Now the Oilers are out for revenge when they meet again for AFC Central supremacy Sunday.
The 9th running of the Breeders' Cup is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. By Canon, the #1 copier company and the new power in high-volume copying. And by MasterCard. Master the moment with the card that's accepted at nearly 10 million places worldwide.
Eliza, despite lathering before the race, wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies in the fastest Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly time yet, 1:42 4/5. An impressive victory by Eliza, soon to be voted 2-year-old champion filly. Tom Durkin, she looked like she pulled Pat Valenzuela to the front.
Yes, indeed she did. Here she is. This is on the first turn. She's running 4th at this point in the race. As they move around the first turn, there you see Pat Valenzuela doing everything he can to hold this eager filly back. He's got his feet in the dashboard, like they say. He's got her reined in. She just wants to run. And in all of her youthful exuberance down the backstretch, she will eventually get to the lead. And it looks like she got to the lead far sooner than Valenzuela had wanted to. Sometimes you can rate horses into submission. Sensing that, Valenzuela did not want to do it. It was time to go. At this point, they're about a half mile out. They had run a half in a very solid 47 seconds flat, not sensational fractions. There you go. He's still trying to throttle her speed, even though they've got the lead and gone clear now of Educated Risk, who ran a pretty brave race herself, running to be second. Boots and Jackie, who was 15 lengths out of the lead, I believe, at one point, came on to be third. Now, Educated Risk is coming with only a real mild challenge for Eliza as they near the top of the stretch. The 3/4 mark was strong, 1 minute 10 3/5 seconds, and now Pat Bell goes to work. As they feel comes into the stretch, he will fend off the challenge of Educated Risk, who was put to an all-out drive. Coming down to the final furlong, it is all Eliza. She's sweating today. Hey, I am too. It's 85 degrees. And goes on to a title as 2-year-old champion. Boots and Jackie, by the way, who only stabled about 10 minutes from here at Calder, closes well to be second. She enjoys the Florida weather. Tom?
Stay in there, baby.
Speaking
go.
of sweating, Alan Paulson
may
be sweating a Rolls Royce. Pat Valenzuela has the first wheel in that Rose after getting this victory. Alan Paulson, his wife Madeline, watching as Eliza races her way to a championship. Bred to be a sprinter, she's by Mount Livermore out of Dancing Bitter by Bold Bitter. Many thought she would give it up, but she was strong through the stretch. And Alex Hassinger Jr., the trainer who just got his license this year, 30 years old, a nephew of Breeders' Cup founder John Gaines, tastes victory in his first Breeders' Cup start. Let's go to Jenny Ornstein.
Well, we have Michael Lee with us, who rode Boots and Jackie 15-1, Michael. If this were a boot, she'd be a triple E. She's always wide.
Well, she had a little room today. It might have been a different story. You know, just not having anywhere to go cost me a little bit. Cost me a lot.
So not so much getting wide as you just had traffic.
Well, the traffic wasn't, you know, there was nowhere to go. And I waited for as long as I could.
Clear path you could have won it?
Yes. No two ways about it.
Big effort for this Florida, Boots and Jackie and Michael Lee. Nice to show. You must be happy with that.
I would be happy if I won.
Understandable,
yeah.
Michael. Good try.
No, I'm
here.
happy with that. I'm sorry.
Number 6, third in this juvenile event. Let's go back to Tom Hammond.
There's a look at Eliza with that shadow roll still in place. She is a homebred. Alan Paulson bred this filly. He owns her, and she will be named champion. She's a half-sister to Denard, who was racing in the Paulson colors and was the favorite for the 1991 Kentucky Derby until sidelined by injury. So Eliza wins the Juvenile Fillies, paying $440 as the betting favorite, with Educated Risk second, Boots and Jackie the late closer third, the Perfecta paying $24.20. That is the fastest Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies ever, 1:42 4/5 on our Piaget time, and Piaget will award an 18-karat gold Piaget Polo watch valued at over $14,000 to the outstanding trainer, jockey, or racehorse for this year's Breeders' Cup. I guess if the horse wins, the owner gets the watch, and the media will vote on that. It'll be presented tomorrow. Let's go down to Dan Kenny now for the trophy presentation.
Well, Tom, joining us here in this animated winner's circle conversation is horse owner and entertainment mogul Merv Griffin. He's going to make a presentation to his old friend Alan Paulson and his wife Madeline.
Well, Alan, there it is. Congratulations to you. And it was kind of a prediction, wasn't it?
Well, we were quite certain on this horse. She showed us everything. And I hear she set the record here.
She did, and I understand you called her the female Arazi. Looks like you were right.
She's a super horse. Really.
Well, now we'll wait for Arazi himself. Congratulations, and we may see you right here again.
Well, I got one in this race and the next race, too. Then Madeline has one in the...
You know, Paradise...
Okay, we have to cut it short because another couple of your friends are standing by, Trevor Denman and Pat Valenzuela. To be continued.
Another Breeders' Cup win for Pat Valenzuela. Patrick, a little bit of consternation from some of the fans. Eliza seemed to want to go from the word go. She might have moved just a little early, but you were the man in control. How did it feel out there?
Well, Trevor, she's a hard-trying filly. She got a little bit wet coming onto the racetrack. She was a little bit fresh leaving the gate, and I was able to rate her a little bit off the leaders, and down the backside, she just wanted to turn it on herself. So I decided it's better to let her run a little bit than to fight her and take everything out of her. So she opened up and was well enough to hold on to the lead, and she set a new track record today for the Breeders' Cup, and that was really nice.
Were any doubt down the stretch that she was getting a little tired under you?
Well, I knew she was getting a little bit tired, but she tried hard, and that was the main thing. She prevailed, and we got lucky, Trevor.
Well, congratulations, Patrick. We might be seeing you back here in the winner's circle a little later on. Congratulations on the early win. Let's go now to Tom Hammond.
All right, Trevor Denman, a happy Pat Valenzuela, his 5th Breeders' Cup win, and yes, still alive for that Rolls Royce. Only 3 more winners to go in the Paulson colors if Pat can pull it off. Eliza, impressive in the Juvenile Fillies.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
I think I'm the only man in the world being named after a bar. Harris Bar in Venice. And my father, Giuseppe, opened for business in 1931. In all my life, all I know has been told to me by watching my father. He was a man that never gave importance to money. He gave importance to the customers, he gave importance to the business, because he knew that the money would come after that. My mother didn't agree very much, but there it was. We now have 2 restaurants in Venice and 2 restaurants in New York. My world ends at my door. I believe that people that appreciate a place like this are inclined to visit more places and to see more of the world. I think having a car, the world becomes smaller.
American Express is welcomed at Harry's Bar, and just about anywhere else Harry's been.
Next Saturday, the Boston College Eagles, one of the surprise teams of the season, soar into South Bend to face the Fighting Irish, who, with a combination of Rick Meyer through the air and Jerome Bettis and Reggie Brooks on the ground, boast one of the nation's top offenses. Notre Dame football is home on NBC.
Back at Gulfstream Park, here's the official order of finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies as California-based horses 2 for 2. Victories in the first 2 Breeder Cup races as Eliza on her way to a championship. Zuniqua, highly regarded, finishing 7th. Turkestan was the trailer. Well, today's activities marred by a spill in the first race. Mr. Brooks went down. Legendary jockey Lester Piggott injured. We understand now he is currently being examined at Hollywood Memorial Hospital. First went to the Humana Hospital, then diverted to Hollywood Memorial, where he is currently being examined. Our Terry Leibel is there. She'll have a report for us on Lester's condition as soon as it is available. Already has been announced that Lester Piggott, scheduled to ride Rodrigo de Triano in the Classic, will be replaced. Walter Swinburne will ride the European champion instead of Lester Piggott. Let's go down to Bob Newmeyer.
All right, Tom Hammond, thank you very much. I just got finished a conversation with Dr. Ralph Allen, who's the track veterinarian here at Gulfstream Park. He was on the scene. He intended to Mr. Brooks, and he told me that the horse literally broke his leg right off at the time. He lost his blood and his nerve supply. There was nothing that he could do at that point. I asked him about the process of jockeys inquiring to veterinarians about the soreness of horses before a race, as you know earlier, and I think this is a very important point. Walter Swinburne told us that Lester Piggott told him that the horse was sore before the race. I asked the veterinarian, did Lester Piggott come up to you and tell you that the horse was sore? He said absolutely not, that he had plenty of opportunity to come to the veterinarian to tell him that the horse was sore. He did not do so. So the veterinarian who checked the horse in the morning said he was okay. And although Piggott had said at the time that he thought the horse was sore, he did not communicate that information to the track vet. One other point. I talked to the ambulance driver that took Piggott to the first aid station. All he would tell me that Lester was conscious at the time they put him into the ambulance. Let's go to Jenny Ornstein.
Well, this is so sadly ironic. This horse, Mr. Brooks, was named after the movie producer, movie star, and very, very funny man, Mel Brooks. And in fact, one of Mel Brooks' movies has a guy punching a horse and knocking the horse unconscious, and we laugh our socks off at that. Well, this is not funny. In fact, just to give you an indication of how Mr. Brooks felt, we went to the clubhouse to try to get his feelings. He would not talk to us. He was very moved by this, very upset. Certainly not a bit of humor at all to this tragic affair. And for people watching the Breeders' Cup, maybe this is the only exposure you get to racing. This is not what racing is all about. Sometimes I get the feeling we are cursed. We go through hundreds of races and horses are fine, and then we have this tragedy. But let's hope it's the end of it for the day and everything else is happy. Let's go back to Tom Hammond.
All right, Jenny, and we should point out, too, Lester Piggott saying the horse wasn't right going to the post. Lester did have the option to refuse to ride the horse. He could have gotten off. Well, from the outset, the Breeders' Cup was designed to be a worldwide competition, but no one could have predicted what a force the Europeans have been. Despite all the disadvantages of shipping across the Atlantic, the Europeans have won at least one race every year except 1989 here at Gulfstream, and their influence continues to grow.
Strawberry Road toward the
There's no denying that European horses have had a major impact on the Breeders' Cup ever since Lashkari won the first turf title in 1984.
Lashkari getting up in the final strides.
But recently, the Europeans have not been afraid to go against American horses on the dirt. It started 2 years ago at Belmont Park. Top European sprinter Desormeaux dueled with American Safely Kept, only to miss victory by jumping a shadow.
Safely Kept coming back at him, and Desormeaux took a bad step.
Desormeaux finished an impressive second in his first race on dirt. Later that same day, American trainers took notice of the British horse Ibn Bay, who finished a surprising second to Unbridled in the Classic. It seemed that the dirt surface was no longer strictly for American horses. Last year, sprinter Sheikh Albadou and juvenile champ Arazi again proved that the Europeans are not to be ignored. The number of European entries has grown steadily, and in 1992, 31 European horses were pre-entered. Why the European interest in the Breeders' Cup?
I think there must be more because of our success, partly because of our success last year, and also because we're doing more and more training in Europe on dirt surfaces. Not exactly the same, but similar. And that obviously means that the horses are more used to it and must make one have a better chance first time on the dirt.
I think most of the European horses that are trying it have done everything in Europe now. So there's nothing else to race for in Europe, so that's the reason my horse is definitely runs on the dirt, because he's proved everything in Europe and we'd like to prove something over here now.
Certainly one reason is money. The $10 million in purses have gotten their attention. Considering that many trainers and owners in Great Britain are complaining about the dwindling prize money in their country, the Breeders' Cup provides a phenomenal payday for them to shoot for. A recessionary economy and high taxes on purses recently prompted a number of owners in England to call for a one-day strike later this year, and they even tried to recruit the Maktoums, the powerful horse racing royal family of Dubai, to their cause. But shipping horses to the U.S. from Europe provides a number of logistical problems. Earlier this week, a plane carrying a number of Europe's top horses hit an air pocket and dropped 500 feet, shaking up a number of its high-priced passengers. And most Europeans remember what happened at the 1989 Breeders' Cup at Gulfstream. In the Florida heat and humidity, European horses were unable to win even one championship race, the first and only time that has happened in Breeders' Cup history. The scenes of Zilzal, Lathering, and Jumpy, and then finishing a disappointing 6th as an even money favorite in the mile, provide vivid memories of what can happen in different climates in the fall. But most Europeans agree that for the Breeders' Cup to become a truly international event, some consideration may have to be given to holding it in Europe.
Well, obviously a lot of thought and a lot of work would have to go into the arranging of it, but I see no reason why it can't happen.
And there is the filly Marling carrying the hopes of Europe in our next race, the Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's the largest field ever in the Distaff. 14 will meet them when we return.
If you've discovered that suddenly you could use a little more room, discover just how much more room there is in the all-new 1993 Toyota Corolla. And discover Corolla again.
There are two people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor. Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
Forget about 60 Minutes. You won't believe what Ross Perot has to say Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central on NBC. Just watch the feathers fly.
When I think of everything I put in my hair to make it shiny, more manageable, and all it took was a touch of VO5. Yeah, VO5.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
Wow. I just tried VO5 for the first time. Yeah, the stuff in the tube your old man used for control. The stuff that's been around forever. Now I know why.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
They're a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde. He robs them, she films it. See their own home video that brought them to justice. And Hurricane Andrew, never before seen. An all-new eyewitness video, NBC Sunday. Then, the choice is yours. Tuesday, we get to pick from them.
But Sunday, we get to pick on them.
Will you shut up?
Saturday Night Live goes prime time for a presidential bash. They're going to find out about you someday. Chevy Chase, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, all the president's men and their women.
She'll be a hoot nanny.
SNL's presidential bash, Sunday at 9, 8 Central on NBC.
The crowded paddock area at Gulfstream Park, where the fillies and mares are readying for the Distaff. And here is a look at the current odds. The entry of Exchange and Passiana at 5-2. The favorite is the 3-year-old filly Saratoga Dew. She is at 2-1. Third choice in the betting, Versailles Treaty at 7-2. Marling from Europe is 8-1. And Fauda, recent winner of the Spinster Stakes at Keeneland, is at 9-1. And the trumpeter calls the fillies and mares onto the track for the Distaff, sponsored by Alberto VO5. And an international race this year with the largest field ever. Traditionally, this is one of the races with shorter fields, but not this year. A full gate of 14 will start in this 1.125 test. As we said, there is an entry in this race. Running coupled in the betting is 1 and 1A. And there is a look at Exchange. Half of that entry owned by Sydney and Jenny Craig of Weight Loss Center fame. Exchange was claimed last year in her second career start for $50,000. Wise move. She now has earned over $500,000. 1A is Passiana, the other half of the entry. Passiana appeared well on her way to a championship with 6 consecutive victories to begin the year. But after 2 successive defeats, there are questions, and she's in the outside post. But remember, trainer Ron McAnally took another Argentine-bred mare, Bayacoa, to a pair of Distaff titles. Number 2, Versailles Treaty, a model of consistency who's never been worse than third in 19 lifetime starts. She was a beaten favorite in the Beldame, but may not have liked that drying out track. She was second in this race last year, and that's a good sign. 5 of the last 7 Distaff winners ran in a Breeders' Cup race the year before. Number 3, Light Light, owned by rap star Hammer and other members of his family. Light Light has been missing the beat lately, though. She's raced only twice this year. She hasn't tasted victory since July of 1991. Still, if Hammer likes her chances, the money will show. His bets have been known to reach 6 figures. Number 4 is Saratoga Dew, a candidate for 3-year-old filly championship honors. She's been involved with an interesting cast of characters. She was bred by Secretariat's owner, Penny Chenery, was purchased initially by Football Hall of Famer Sam Huff, and broken to saddle by Diane Crump, racing's first professional woman jockey. Number 5, Culture Vulture, without a pony in the post parade, came from Europe to finish 9th in the Juvenile Fillies last year. Successful in the classic French 1,000 Guineas this year, she's ridden by Richard Quinn, who has been aboard winners in 11 different countries. Number 6 is Shared Interest. Pittsburgh native and Greenwich, Connecticut resident Robert Evans is owner and breeder of this filly, who comes off the best race of her life, a 1.5 score in Belmont's first flight handicap. Number 7, Marling. This filly would be considered a real contender were it not for a rough flight over from England. She was one of 18 horses on that plane that hit severe turbulence over the Atlantic, at one point suddenly dropping 500 feet. The horses were understandably shaken, and Marling has not done well since. Number 8, Magical Maiden, trained by 71-year-old Warren Studi, who gave this filly over 3 months off before bringing her back to win at Santa Anita earlier this month. Number 9, Meadow Star. Remember this filly? She carried financier Carl Icahn's colors to victory in the 1990 Juvenile Fillies on her way to a championship. But like her old rival Light Light, Meadow Star has fallen on hard times without a win since June of '91. But Hall of Fame trainer Leroy Jolly has a way with top fillies. Number 10, Harbor Club. Talk about frustration. This mare's finished second 6 straight races. Jerry Bailey, hero of Black Tie Affair's front-running classic victory last year, tries to get her home first today. 11 is Fauda, who appears to be a horse peaking at the proper time after a front-running victory in the Spinster, a race that has produced 5 of the first 8 Distaff winners, Pat Valenzuela aboard. And in the field, number 12, Queen of Triumph. Owner Robert Perez, trainer Alfredo Callejas began their association in Argentina. They have a fellow South American, Jorge Chavez of Peru, riding their long shot. And number 13, Diamond Duo, another long shot from the Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania circuit, trained by Bill Donovan, who met his wife Donna in an elevator. Where else? At a racetrack. There's the field for the Distaff, and Greg McCarron has had a look at them, including the good mare Passiana. There was some talk that she might be over the top. Your brother rides Passiana, Greg. What does Chris say about this mare?
I can tell you exactly what he said, Tom. He talked to me down in Washington about, 5 days ago. And he said the filly just wasn't herself down at Del Mar, and that the last race that she was second in seemed to be so much better, and the way she's been training this week, he looks for a real big race from her. The other filly I'm looking at is Marling. As you said, she had a terrible, terrible flight, and she hasn't done well at all. I watched her gallop yesterday morning, and they had an awful lot of trouble getting her on the racetrack, and when she finally galloped around, she bolted to the outside fence at the half-mile pole. She really not doing well at all.
Thank you, Greg. Well, the favorite has won the Distaff more often, 6 of 8 times, than any other Breeders' Cup race. And Bob Newmeyer gives us a line on this year's Distaff.
This year's Distaff has the greatest depth in the history of the race. The right horse at the right time could be Fauda, who is capable of stealing a race in the front end. And that's exactly what Fauda did in the Spinster at Keeneland, as jockey Patrick Valenzuela got her out through moderate early fractions, and she was never challenged by a star-studded field. Then there's the pride of New York, the 3-year-old Saratoga Dew. Trained by Gary Siaka of Brooklyn, she aims to be the first New York bred ever to win a Breeders' Cup race. A winner of 8 of 10 lifetime, she was brilliant in the Beldame, winning by 6 lengths over Versailles Treaty for her second Grade 1 win in a row. But Versailles Treaty is the consummate professional, never finishing out of the money in 19 lifetime starts. She was a closing second in the Distaff last year, but in the Ruffian she showed her versatility, battling on the pace throughout for a half-length victory. Trainer Ron McAnally has won this race twice with the South American Bayacoa, and now he has Passiana from Argentina. Earlier in the year, Passiana ripped off 5 Grade 1 wins in a row. In the Vanity at Hollywood Park, she stalked the pace of Fauda and overcame her for a clear 2-length win. She's a 5-year-old veteran who's never shied away from a challenge.
All right, Bob, Saratoga Dew, the 3-year-old filly, still the favorite, 2-1 for the Distaff. And coming up later today in the $3 Million Classic, Sultry Song will make his bid for Horse of the Year.
An all-new Eyewitness Video Sunday. A whitewater rafting weekend turns to terror. You're sucked into a raging whirlpool. Eyewitness the hero's dramatic rescue. Then, a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde. He robs them, she films it. See their home video that brought them to justice. And Hurricane Andrew, never-before-seen video. Eyewitness Video, NBC Sunday.
The Breeders' Cup Distaff is sponsored by VO5 Conditioning Hairdressing, Just a touch adds life to dull, dry hair.
Lovely South Florida afternoon as we come up to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. The Breeders' Cup Distaff, contested at 1.25 miles the first 4 years, but at its present 1.125 miles distance since 1988, starting in front of the stands and proceeding around those 2 turns. The 1.125 mile Breeders' Cup Distaff up next. The Distaff is the only race that has had all 8 favorites go off at odds-on. At the moment, Saratoga Do is not odds-on. She is 2-1. The Exchange Passiana entry, second choice at 3-1. And Vashai Treaty, 3.5-1. Marling held at 7-1. Fauda is an 8-1 shot at the moment. John Veach, it seems that certain trainers have a way with fillies. What is it about training fillies that is different? You have a good one right now, Plenty of Grace.
Well, it's patience. Fillies are much more delicate and take much more personal care. They, you've got to really concentrate on a filly. You've got to watch what she eats. So they can't take the extensive and hard training that a colt can. The one thing about a filly, though, is once you get her routine down, they are very easy to keep at the top of their game.
Fillies and mares loading into the gate. Greg McCarron, I noticed Passiana usually runs with a tongue tie, a strip of cloth tying her tongue down to prevent her from getting it over the bit. Is that the case today?
It sure is, Tom. She's got it right on now.
Does that present any problems for the jockey?
No, the only time it presents a problem is maybe the first or second time a horse runs with it if they don't like it. In the post-parade more than in the race. Once those gates open, they almost forget about it. But you can tell early on in a race if they start shaking their head and they get off the bridle, that's when you know it's a problem.
We talked about training fillies being a little bit different. Greg, is riding a filly any different?
I think it's it goes right along with what John says. You do have to have a little more patience. A lot of them are a little fussier than colts. Some of the colts you want to manhandle, the fillies you don't. You want to be a little kinder with them. You want to coax them, and if you can get them to want to do rather than make them do, you're much better off.
Culture Vulture just a little tardy entering the gate with Richard Quinn up. That's the 5 horse you see going in, and number 6 is Shared Interest. Each distaff has produced either a champion filly or mare in its 8 previous runnings. And here with the 9th, let's go to Tom Durkin for the call.
And this race has been won by some of our greatest champions. Dance Smartly, Bayakoa, who won the Distaff twice. Personal Ensign was a Distaff winner. The Great Lady's Secret, and Princess Rooney, who won the first Breeders' Cup Distaff in 1984. There are 14 in the gate trying to get a spot on that elite roster. Moving into line now is the English filly, Marling. She's a little reluctant, but with some urging, moves into line. 2 of the main contenders have drawn extreme outside post positions. Number 13, Fauda, and way on the outside, Passiana, breaking from post position number 14. She's won 5 Grade 1s this year. Looking for Grade 1 win number 6. Harbor Club is moving into line. There's Fauda, Pat Valenzuela, fresh off a victory with Eliza. And Fauda is also a bit reluctant to get into the starting gate. Fauda rearing up just a bit. And now she's in. One more behind the gate, and that is Passiana with Chris McCarron. In the gate, ready for a start. And they are off. Diamond Duo leaped at the start, also off a bit tardily with Saratoga Do. Queen of Triumph shows speed toward the inside. Here's Fauda, Passiana way on the outside, and Saratoga Do now up after the lead. Under the line the first time, Saratoga Do has a short lead. Queen of Triumph is right there to her inside. Diamond Duo bowls her way through on the rail. Fauda's got a close position, and on the far outside, Passiana is running 3 wide in 5th. Versailles Treaty is a close 6th in between horses. And then it is Light running in 7th. She's 3 wide. Harbor Club 4 wide and moving. Magical Maiden is now running in 9th position. Culture Vulture is 10th on the outside. Marling, the English filly, is down inside. She's in cramped quarters, only 6 lengths from the lead. Shared Interest is a trouble-free 11th, and she's moving clear of horses on the far outside. 4 lengths back to Meadow Star, who has 1 horse beaten, and that is Exchange down the backstretch. Saratoga Do, and they're making her work to hold the lead. The quarter went in 23 flat, the half in 47 seconds flat. Fauda is right there to challenge her in between horses. Passiana, poised and powerful on the outside. Then farther back, Versailles Treaty. She is tracking the leaders intently now, and she's called on for a bit more run. Light is also right there with Magical Maiden. Shared Interest is putting in a wide run. She's 5 wide. And Passiana has taken the lead under a cool and confident Chris McCarron. It's Passiana in front as they turn for home. Fauda's all out trying to get to her. Saratoga Blue couldn't keep up. Light is in with a chance. Magical Maiden is there on the outside. Marling is still in heavy traffic, but it is Passiana running away from them. 4 lengths clear, 5 lengths clear. Spectacular stretch drive. Versailles Treaty is second. Magical Maiden third. No doubt about the best mare in America. It's Passiana. A spectacular drive and an affectionate pat on the neck from Chris McCarron, as if he were to say, well done, Passiana, well done indeed.
Sid and Jenny Craig celebrating the victory of their brilliant mare Passiana. Like Bayacoa from Argentina and Like Bayacoa trained by Ron McAnally, Passiana, who has been brilliant at times this year, has her biggest victory of the campaign here in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Chris, I saw you coming to the track today. You said it thought it'd be a good day. This mare, no question about it, she's back in top form. Chris, can you hear me? He obviously cannot hear me.
Oh, where you
The statement stands, though.
Thank you. Oh, you're a little dirty there, Walter. You're a little dirty there.
All right, it's Passiana, Argentine-bred mare by Ahmad, taking the lead in the turn for home and pulling away to a brilliant victory in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
When I think of everything I put in my hair to make it shiny, more manageable, and all it took was a touch of VO5. Yeah, VO5.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
Wow, I just tried VO5 for the first time. Yeah, the stuff in the tube your old man used for control. The stuff that's been around forever. Now I know why.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
This is Grand Central Station, crossroads of the world, and this is the Pitney Bowes 9070 copier. What we're doing is letting people make free copies on a machine that has in excess of 1 million copies.
This is my best friend. I want to make a copy.
I know you want to make a copy. Come on over.
What do I do? Do I lift this up? Voila.
We're still here. It's a little warm, and the machine is still pumping out cool, crisp copies. We've run 1,013,643 copies and had a little gum on the plant and glass, but I scraped that off, and the machine is working great.
The Toyota Celica GT Extra Value Package is so incredible you can't resist it.
The warbled egret poised.
See? You can't resist popular features like cruise control, air conditioning, AM, FM stereo cassette.
And squeeze!
Couldn't stay away from power windows and door locks, could you?
It's the most unbelievable.
Came back for the savings, huh? Up to $800 on the 1993 Celica Extra Value Package.
I know what you do for me.
They're the NFL's elite speed burners. Who was the DHL NFL's fastest man? Find out next Saturday following Notre Dame football on NBC Sports.
The result of the Distaff has Passiana as the winner. She was a supplemental nomination. They had to put up $200,000 to make her eligible to run, and unofficially that will pay off as she takes the winner's share of the $1 million Distaff purse. The ever-consistent Versailles Treaty second. Now 20 starts. She's never been worse than third. Magical Maiden got the show spot here with the time 1:48 flat. Tom Durkin, take us through the replay.
And there is the eventual winner, the great mare from Argentina, Passiana. This was an exercise in power by Passiana and an exercise of confidence by Chris McCarron. There's not much you can do when you break from post position number 14. You settle with the outside, especially when you know what you have underneath you. Saratoga Dew is about to retreat after being pressed the entire way. Fauda was no match. She's in between horses now. And there you can see the long hold that Chris McCarron has. He takes a confident peek back to his outside. He knows he has the horses to his inside feet. He takes one more pair of goggles down, looking left, looking right, very confident at the top of the stretch. And now he sets sails for the wire, and this is when the great mare takes off. shows her the whip, gives her a little tap on the rump, and now goes left-handed and leaves them reeling, gasping in the wake of a breathtaking performance. I called it 5 lengths on the wire. I'm not sure. It probably could have been more if he'd asked for run a little bit earlier. Great performance.
And here is Paciana. Chris McCarron drew a bit of criticism when he had Paciana perhaps too far back off the slow early pace of Fauda in the Spinster. But he said he knew his mare was back, and Chris was certainly right as he records his 4th Breeders' Cup victory. Paciano scoots home well in front in the distaff, and the owners, Sid and Jenny Craig, celebrate. They knew it all the way. They put up $200,000 to make her eligible to run, and it was a good decision. Let's go to Bob Newmeyer.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Shug McGahee is here, who trained the valiant second-place finisher Versailles Treaty, who is as honest as the day is long, and she put up a great fight again today.
I think so. 20 starts, never worse than third, and she ran good today, and just a very, very good filly beater.
You knew going in, if the real Paciana showed up here at Gulfstream Park, your work would be cut out for you.
Well, I sure did, because I've seen her run in Hot Springs last spring, and she was awesome down there just as she was today.
Paciana, a big performance, and you've got a couple of more to saddle and a couple of more chances, including Lure coming up in the mile.
Well, maybe we can get out of this second hole. Winning 2 in 2 seconds would be all right.
All right, Shug McGahee. Let's go back to Tom.
No sense of mentioning.
And a look at Versailles Treaty. She's scheduled to be retired after this race, and she goes out, if not with a victory, at least with a typical performance. Consistent and honest, she finishes second. So Paciana is another champion. This race, the Distaff cementing that title for her as she pays $7.40, $3.80, and $3. Versailles Treaty $4, $3.20. Magical Maiden paid $8.60. The Perfector returning $28.60. Paciana with that impressive performance, and of course for jockey Pat Valenzuela, he saw his chance at the Rolls Royce go out the window as Fauda finished up the track. So no rolls for Pat, though he has already won a Breeders' Cup race on Eliza today. There's Paciana, the Grand Mare, just like Bayacoa, bred in Argentina, just like Bayacoa, trained by Ron McAnally, and just like Bayacoa, a supplemental nomination to the race. It's the 6th Grade 1 win for Paciana in 1992. She certainly, no doubt, is a champion. It's also the 3rd Breeders' Cup victory for trainer Ron McAnally. Jenny Craig, the winning owner of Paciano, made her fortune, of course, with her weight loss centers, now raking in the money with her racing stable.
If you've been thinking about losing weight,
Jenny Craig has helped countless people do just that. Working with her husband Sid, the Craigs have more than 500 diet centers in America and over 700 worldwide. This partnership now extends into a venture where losing is definitely not their goal. Jenny and Sid Craig own thoroughbreds, winning thoroughbreds. And today, this horse, Paciana, a contender in the Distaff and winner in 6 of her 8 starts this year, and turf star Dr. Devious, the Epsom Derby winner, could give the Craigs a steady diet of what they want most, winning on Breeders' Cup Day.
Already a big day for the Craigs. They still have Dr. Devious to run in the turf race. They win this one with Paciana. For the presentation, let's go to Dan Kinney.
Thank you, Tom. The Alberto Culver Company sponsors the Distaff, and we have joining us Mr. Robert Weissman, who's the Group Vice President of Alberto Culver, to make the presentation to Sid and Jenny Craig, the winning owners.
Thank you. The Alberto Culver Company has a long history of support for the Breeders' Cup, and what makes this support possible is our leadership brands. Leadership hair care brands like Alberto VO5, Bold Hold, Tresemme, and Consort, and food and household brands like Mrs. Dash, Molly McButter, Sugar Twin, and Static Guard. On behalf of all of us at Alberto Culver, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Well, you might say that Alberto Culver makes them up. Jenny, your company helps shape them up.
That's right.
Your new owners, an English Derby, a Breeders' Cup, easy as pie, and the day's not over. Dr. Devious, Bistro Garden,
Well, it's easy as pie for us. It wasn't that easy for the horse, though.
That's right, and you have to give it to Chris McCarron. He rode one heck of a race.
Ron McAnally, step in briefly. Ron, you made a statement at a press conference earlier in the week that you thought the Spinster was not that bad of a race because Passiana doesn't like things that she doesn't expect. And when Fauda crossed in front of her, you noticed that her ears pricked. I mean, you don't train by the book. You notice things.
Yeah, well, you got to observe everything, Dan, and it's the most important. I think Chris, like Jenny said, ran a terrific race, but because he got on the outside of Fauda and he made his move on her before she had a chance to carry him out this time. So anyway, she did what she usually does, and thank the good Lord.
Great job. And excuse me, now we go over to Jenny Ornstein.
Well, I just got finished talking with winning rider Chris McCarron, who was jubilant over this win with Passiana. He has ridden Bayakoa, who won this distaff twice and was a champion mare. I said, Chris, is Passiana as good as Bayakoa? Without hesitating a beat, he said, Jenny, yes, this is a great one. And I think we've seen that today with this win from Passiana. Let's go back to Tom Hammond.
All right, Jenny, Passiana giving us a thrill with her victory in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and now all 9 runnings of that race have produced a champion filly and mare. Passiana continued that tradition today.
Hey, I'm Willard Scott. It's no secret that Static Guard eliminates static cling on clothing. But did you know it also eliminates my personal static problem? Pet hair. Yep, pet hair. Look, just spray and brush. Getting rid of pet hair is quick and easy. The only thing easier would be to get rid of your pet. But who'd ever want to do that? Static Guard, the easy way to spray pet hair away.
When I hit 100,000 miles, I was driving home from a bat cave where I'd just seen 6 million bats.
I'd say it would be...
When I hit 200,000 miles, I was on my way to a 100th birthday party.
Actually...
Okay, it happened right where the fence starts on the Lamont Bridge.
I don't remember the specific place I was at.
Where were you when your Toyota truck hit 100, 200, 300,000 miles or more? Tell us about it.
I never started really paying attention to mileage till it reached about 400,000.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. Advanced Formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
In 2 weeks, the world's largest basketball tournament culminates in the Hoop It Up National Championships on the Court of Dreams. Hoop It Up, November 14th on NBC.
We've already seen some impressive performances at Gulfstream Park today. Passiana looked very good just winning the distaff, but there was one tragic occurrence, the spill of Mr. Brooks in the opening race, the sprint. Right now, Gail Gardner is with that horse's namesake, Mel Brooks. Gail?
Yes, thank you very much, Tom. I am with Mel and, of course, with Anne Bancroft, his wife and great actress. Mel, this has to be a day of mixed emotions for you.
Yes, I mean, the tragedy of having to destroy Mr. Brooks, I feel such compassion for Paul Green and his family coming all the way from England. But I hear Lester Piggott is okay. He's in Hollywood Memorial Hospital and suffered a shoulder injury and a slight concussion, but he's going to be okay. So that's and the little bit of happy news is that Passiana, we came down with the Craigs, Jenny and Sid Craig, and we're so happy for them, you know. So
spectacular win, really spectacular win.
She was amazing.
Let me ask you, Anne, you were watching that race, of course, you felt great closeness to this horse named after Mel.
Yes.
When you realized what had happened, what were the emotions going through
Well,
you?
I really felt bad because I didn't want him to take it too personally, you know, and so I was thinking mainly about him at the moment, but I felt almost tearful about it. I just thought that was awful. It was shocking.
Shocking.
Yeah,
well,
shocking.
we didn't know about it until it happened later. You know, the news came to us later. We didn't even know that the horse went down on the, on the turn.
You know what? We were grieving that that Grace Loopy hadn't won. A friend of ours had lost. We'd
come
lost
with
the race.
Ed Friendly, his horse Grace Loopy, had
and
lost.
It seemed like nothing. It seemed like nothing compared to what happened to Mr. Brooks.
Of course, the sprint always a difficult race for horses, as it was today. Let's go back to Tom. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Gail, and the official report from the doctors on Lester Pigot's condition from Hollywood Memorial Hospital still to come. Here's what happened in the first race, the sprint. Mr. Brooks. Lester Pigot in the post parade had told his fellow jockey Walter Swinburne the horse didn't feel just right. And here was the spill that occurred midway through the turn for home. Lester Pigot hitting the track very hard and the horse rolling over on him, as you see. Taken to Hollywood Memorial Hospital. And the official word on his condition still to come. Breeders' Cup Distaff in the books. Here's the way they finished. Passiana, Versailles Treaty, and Magical Maiden. Marling finishing 5th, Europe's Chief Hope. Light Light and Metal Star, the two old rivals, winding up 6th and 7th. Probably the last races for those two. Fauda and Alan Paulson's colors finishing 9th. You see the remainder of the official order of finish. One of the disappointments, the 3-year-old filly, Saratoga Dew, who was well up the track. Let's go down to Bob Newmeyer now with Alan Paulson.
All right, Tom Hammond, this is the star of the show, Arazi, up at the board at 3 to 5, and I've been combing the parking lots. I found a hot Ferrari out there in Section B, and I yanked this Arazi license plate from Illinois off a fast car, and Alan Paulson, the owner, knows that this is awfully a fast horse as well. Alan?
Oh, he sure is, and I think Arazi's his old self, and I think he'll prove it today that he can go out there and win this race hands up. And, I predicted Eliza would do that. And I predict Arazi will do the same as Eliza. In fact, I called Eliza the female Arazi, and she set a record today. And that's quite a race she went in.
Well, the female Arazi has gotten the job done. This guy behind us, he looks great. He came here and immediately captured the imagination of all the press, all the photographers. Everybody wants to talk about and see this horse behind us now.
Well, he's in top shape. He's working well, and his last race, I think he showed the world that he was ready to go. He won handily, and he was just like his old self. He has that burst of speed, come out of the pack, and way in the lead. So hopefully he'll do that today.
All right, good luck with Alan Paulson. We're right in the thick of the Arazi fan club right here at Gulfstream Park. Let's go back to Tom Hammond. Tom?
Well, Bob, not only the people here at Gulfstream, but all over the world wondering about Arazi. Will it be the super horse we saw last year? Will it be the super flop we saw in the Kentucky Derby? Let's go down to Gail Gardner for more on Arazi.
All right, Tom, a very good question. Of course, 1 year ago, a Kentucky-bred 2-year-old named Arazi arrived at the Breeders' Cup. He had been raised and trained in France and was being viewed as a very special horse. He came to Churchill Downs, where he had run on dirt for the first time and counterclockwise, the opposite, of course, of European tracks. And by the time jockey Pat Valenzuela brought the colt home first in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, a mystical tale had been created, which really persists to this day.
The sport of racing was looking for a hero. Rippling flanks and glorious legs it could hang its star on. And here was a mysterious chestnut colt called Arazi. Though much smaller and not quite as red, he seemed a tiny reincarnation of Secretariat. He had the same 3 white socks and the distinctive star and stripe blaze on his face. And when he made his move on the rest of the field in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, his ride became the stuff of legend.
Arazi gives you a feeling that no other horse does. When he accelerates, it's like switching from 4th to 5th in your Porsche, or you're going by the VWs on the freeway. It's unreal.
What followed was unreal. The horse became the future of racing. He was called everything from amazing to jaw-dropping to a horse for all ages. The legend snowballed quickly.
There's a 2-year-old colt in England right now named Arazi. And he'll turn 3 in about 4 days, the way all colts do, on January 1st, and that could be our first Triple Crown winner in about 15 years.
The conquering hero, Arazi, returned to Europe after undergoing surgery in Kentucky to remove bone chips from both knees. Similar surgery had helped Spendebuck win the '85 Kentucky Derby.
The surgery went routinely. It's something we do hundreds of times every year. We took the fracture out, and he went back to the farm.
Arazi recuperated in relative secrecy in France under trainer Francois Boutin. but had only one spring start outside of Paris before heading back to Churchill Downs for the Kentucky Derby. His return was an event unparalleled in the history of the Derby. It was like the arrival of a rock star.
A couple hundred media that showed up at the airport to see the horse get off the plane. Everyone wanted to know, how was the trip? Did he eat? Did he do this? Did he do that? Did you hit any turbulence? First time he went out on the racetrack, I would say there were probably 300 or so media that just followed this horse out of his barn to the racetrack. And we had 4 or 5 days of the Arazi watch.
It was a build-up almost no one could live up to, and Arazi didn't. Though he made his patented Porsche move and was fourth headed for home, he basically ran out of gas with 3/16 to go, ended up eighth, and left the country referred to as the champ who became a chump.
As far as the Kentucky Derby was concerned, it was too close. He didn't have enough time to prepare at that distance.
Out of sight, out of mind. 6 months later, Arazi has returned from France. He comes off an easy win just a few weeks ago on a flat mile course in the Prix du Rempart. His existence remains a strange one, a push-pull between co-owners American Alan Paulson and Sheikh Mohammed of Dubai. In America, his jockey is Pat Valenzuela. In Europe, he's ridden by Steve Cawthon. This split personality syndrome led to much discussion about this year's Breeders' Cup. It was finally decided to enter him in the mile instead of the classic, and Arazi still remains an object of fascination in the racing world.
I call him a new Arazi here now, or the old Arazi back, and he looks great here today. He looks a lot more mature, more muscle, and everything that he did last year, or even this spring. So I think we could have run him in a mile and a quarter and had a good chance, but I think it's more certain that for the mile for him to do a better job.
I'm looking forward to him redeeming himself in the Breeders' Cup, and I will always stick by my guns. He's the best horse I've ever ridden, and I will always say that.
Here indeed is a superstar. Arazi, absolutely sensational.
And Arazi remains an object of fascination to the bettors as well. They have made him the favorite. Arazi is 6-5 as they make their way onto the racetrack. And now even money, Arazi, even money in the betting in the Breeders' Cup Mile, 1 mile on the grass. Number 1 in the mile, sponsored by Toyota, is Luthier Enchanteur. Owner Edmund Gand is in the shrimp and tuna fishing business. He hooked a good one when he landed trainer Bobby Frankel. The two have developed a strategy of finding older horses of promise in Europe, then racing them in the States. Luthier Enchanteur raced in France earlier this year. He's adapted quickly. Other half of the entry, 1A, is Val de Bois, a French-bred horse who was second in this race last year. He's 0 for 2, though, during 1992. Number 2 is Lure, a 3-year-old who races in the colors of one of the world's premier breeding farms, the Hancock family's Claiborne Farm in Paris, Kentucky. One of New York's top jockeys, Mike Smith, looks for his first Breeders' Cup win on a colt that has improved since trying the turf. Number 3, 49er Days, comes into this race off a win in the Bay Meadows Handicap for trainer Roger Stein, who was Southern California's leading standard-bred trainer before switching to the runners. Number 4 is Arazi, the talk of the racing world for better or worse since his amazing win in the Juvenile a year ago. Paulson, Boutin, and Valenzuela deciding to go in the mile rather than in the mile and a quarter classic, and things have not gone well for Arazi, of course, since the Kentucky Derby, only 1 win. Number 5 is 4 Stars All-Star, and today we have dozens of European horses looking to win some American money. Last year, this colt turned the tables, winning the Irish 2,000 guineas in trainer Leo O'Brien's homeland. Number 6 is Exit to Nowhere, owned by the original Greek shipping magnate, 83-year-old Stavros Niarchos, who teamed with trainer Francois Boutin to win the mile twice with Miesk. This colt's only U.S. race, a 4th in the Arlington Million. Number 7 is Thunder Regent. Certainly a Cinderella story. Thunder Regent, based in Canada, is owned by exercise rider David Wilkinson and his father Douglas. They only own 2 horses, and Vincent Tesoro trains only 1 horse, this one. Here they are, tackling the best in the world. Number 8, Selkirk. Owner George Strawbridge of Philadelphia and trainer Ian Balding of Newbury, England are both high-class amateur riders. Strawbridge is an heir to the Campbell Soup fortune, and Selkirk has been good. He's the best miler in Europe. Number 9 is Lotus Pool, sharp at Keeneland in his last race for Burke Kessinger, who was a stockbroker for 11 years before becoming a trainer. Kessinger is a graduate of Transylvania University. It's Halloween, remember? Number 10, Brief Truce. Here is the owner-trainer-jockey combination that shocked the racing world with Go and Go's win in the 1990 Belmont Stakes. This is the first U.S. start for Brief Truce. He's in a tough post position 12. Number 11, Bistro Garden, conditioned by Ron McAnally, Eclipse Award winner twice, saddled Passiano to win the Distaff. He went from an orphaned youth to racing's Hall of Fame. Bistro Garden, though, in the tough outside post. In the mutual field, number 12 is Cardoon, owned by French art dealer and art historian Daniel Wildenstein, who Steinlen won the 1989 mile. And number 13 is Paradise Creek, a long shot bred and owned by Bert and Diana Firestone, former owners of Gulfstream Park. Pat Day leads all Breeders' Cup jockeys with victories on 6 different horses. So there's a look at the field for the $1 million Breeders' Cup Mile on the grass. We'll be back for the running of the mile after a word from your local station.
Hi, I'm Ross Perot. I bought these 10 seconds to tell you that Catherine O'Hara is hosting Saturday Night Live with musical guest 10,000 Maniacs. Plus, I'll show you all this disgusting picture.
Election night. It's one vote, one team. Tom, Katie, Brian, and John. Tuesday, the choice is yours.
Gulfstream Park, not far from the Atlantic Ocean, and with us today, courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, the airship Stars and Stripes, giving us our aerial views of this beautiful racing plant. Well, Breeders' Cup 9 has been an eventful Breeders' Cup. Race 1, the sprint, 30 Slews was the victor there. In the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Eliza, the fastest time ever. In fact, both the sprint and the Juvenile Fillies running the fastest time in 9 years. After the Juvenile Fillies, we saw the Fillies and Mares and Passiana with a championship run to take the Distaff. And right now, in the stable area, Passiana getting a well-deserved shower after her winning effort in the Distaff. Well, Greg McCarron, as usual, out on the track on horseback, and all eyes on Arazi. What have you found out, Greg? How's he look?
He's really on the muscle. When he was in the paddock, he was just as cool as can be. But as soon as he hit the racetrack, he just went to bouncing on his toes. And I would have to think one of Pat's concerns is, if you remember last year, he didn't handle his final turn all that well. And on the grass course, it's a little bit tighter. But right now, he looks terrific.
As I recall, last year, Arazi didn't even change leads in that impressive victory roaring down the stretch at Churchill Downs. And it'll be interesting to see if he's more mature now and if he's back to form. Will the real Arazi please stand up? We'll find out if he's back on form when we return.
If you want a beer that drinks easy like a light and has real draft taste, why not make a change for the better? Refreshingly different, but dry. Bud Dry is one beer that drinks easy like a light and has real draft taste. So why not come around to something refreshingly different? Try Bud Dry.
My husband, Elliot, he's an inventor. He's made a very good life for both of us. Last year, this big company paid a lot of money for one of his ideas. Elliot even thought about opening his own company, but in the end, we decided to invest the money. Besides, I'm not sure Elliot's cut out to work in an office anyway.
Ask your financial advisor about Nuveen tax-free investments, or simply call this number.
When I think of everything I put in my hair to make it shiny, more manageable, and all it took was a touch of VO5. Yeah, VO5.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
Wow, I just tried VO5 for the first time. Yeah, the stuff in the tube your old man used for control. The stuff that's been around forever. Now I know why.
Alberto VO5 hairdressing. A touch does so much.
The 1993 Toyota Tercel not only comes with a standard driver's side airbag, it's also Toyota's lowest price four-door sedan. Why four doors? Because you never know when you might need the extra room.
Don't even think about it. What?
The Breeders' Cup Mile is sponsored by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me.
Horses beginning to load in the gate for the Breeders' Cup Mile. 1 mile on the grass, the purse $1 million. Arazi is in the gate in the red, white, and blue colors of Alan Paulson, number 4. He's the 3-2 favorite. The fans haven't lost faith in Arazi. 3-2 betting choice here in the Breeders' Cup Mile. The sharp turns at Gulfstream Park, a disadvantage perhaps for the Europeans. Arazi can be a handy horse, though. We'll see how he handles this tight-turned Gulfstream Park turf course. As we said, all eyes across the world on Arazi. Can he return to his Breeders' Cup form of a year ago? Breeders' Cup Mile, to make the call, here's Tom Durkin.
Arazi is in the starting gate, poised in post position, number 3. His odds now read at 3-2. The final horses moving into line here, including Brief Truce, who moves in toward the outside, the late running Val du Bois and Bistro Garden. 14 of them in a truly international event, ready to go in this year's Breeders' Cup Mile. And they're off. Lotus Pool shows speed. Lure is right there from the inside in 49er Days, and there goes Luthier Enchanteur to grab a lead under the line the first time. 3 of them now vying for the lead. It's Lure toward the inside now, grabs a short lead. On the outside, 49er Days pressing. Luthier Enchanteur backs off. Arazi is up close, and he hugs the hedge, saving ground all the way. 4 Stars All-Star is running 5th in between horses. Paradise Creek is 6th and gaining ground on the outside. Exit to Nowhere is 7th, about 7 lengths from the lead. Thunder Region is 8th. Selkirk is 9th toward the inside. Lotus Pool is running in 10th. Then Cardoon and Bistro Garden. Brief Truce is 2nd to last, and the trailer is Val du Bois, 15 lengths from Lure, who blazes the way up the backstretch. He got an opening quarter in 22-4 and a come and get me half in 45-4. They're a half mile out and Lure leads the way. 49er Days right there. Luthier Enchanteur on the outside. He's right there running in 3rd. Arazi is only 2 lengths from the lead. As they enter the far turn, 4 Stars All-Star is right alongside Arazi. Then it's Paradise Creek and Selkirk, who's in behind a wall of horses. Exit to Nowhere's in cramped quarters, but they have to catch Lure as they turn for home. He spurts away from the field by 4. Luthier Enchanteur is now running 2nd. 49er Days. Arazi does not have it. Paradise Creek on the outside. Lure running a huge race this afternoon. He's in front by 4. Brief Truce is coming fast, but he's coming too late. Lure does it in front running style. He won by 3. Paradise Creek 2nd, followed by Brief Truce. They couldn't get him. He just laid down fantastic fractions, and look at this time. He destroyed the track record. 1 minute 32 and 4/5 seconds. What an effort by Lure.
Lure, a Danzig colt from the Claiborne Farm out of Endear by Alydar, bred by Claiborne and the Gamely Corporation, trained by Shug McGahee, and giving Mike Smith his first Breeders' Cup win. Lure got loose on the lead. He had been beaten Breeders' Cup preview day at Belmont Park because he didn't like the soft turf. He liked the firm going at Gulfstream today. Lure shatters the course record in winning the Breeders' Cup Mile.
A 1993 Toyota 4x4. Nothing else comes close.
Finally, a chance to get away. Moments like this call for Gold MasterCard.
We could find a romantic hotel.
In Paris? It has the added credit you've earned.
We could sneak off to the beach.
Yeah, Maui. Plus, no card is accepted in more places at home and abroad.
Or we could take a trip we'll all remember.
Gold MasterCard, the best gold card to master the moment.
I'm paid to buy the high-volume copiers. I don't want to have to worry about them.
The corporate line from Canon.
It's simple. If our copiers are working, our people are working.
High-volume copying systems so reliable, you don't have to think about them.
All I want to know is it keeps copying, sorting, stapling. End of story.
The corporate line from Canon, the #1 copier company, and the new power in high-volume copying.
The Oilers. The Steelers. On opening day, the black and gold rocked the Astrodome, upsetting Houston and making rookie head coach Bill Cowher a winner in his debut. Now the Oilers are out for revenge when they meet again for AFC Central supremacy Sunday.
Gulfstream Park in Hollandale, Florida. We've just seen a course record shattering performance in the Breeders' Cup Mile, but it was tight for second and third. That's what the photo is about. No question about the unofficial winner, Claiborne Farms Lure, who got home in 1:32 and 4/5, a course record time. But Arazi was the disappointment. He beat only 3 horses, and Tom Durkin, he was in tight on the turn. 4 Stars All-Star just to his outside, had him in snug quarters.
And there indeed is Arazi. He was in tight all the way. Let's take a look at him as he turns for home to see if there really is any excuse for Arazi. On first viewing, it just looked plain and simply, he just did not have it. He was certainly no match for Lure today. Pat Valenzuela going to the whip at the top of the stretch, and Arazi will be swallowed up by a number of rivals this afternoon. Plain simple fact is, he just didn't seem to have it. He had it in the soft going over in Paris 3 weeks ago. It's a firm track today, witnessed by the spectacular time that Lure threw in. So perhaps it was a little hard on those knees that are that we've heard so much about. And there, Alan Paulson searching for Arazi, leading him home, but to no avail, as Arazi disappoints once again. Let's go down to Jenny Ornstein and the jockey of Arazi, Pat Valenzuela.
Well, Pat, if you are heartbroken, there are millions of racing fans as well. We wanted something magic, but it didn't happen.
Well, Arazi's a true, genuine racehorse, and today just wasn't his day. I'm very disappointed. I thought he would win today. He's still, in my books, the greatest racehorse I've ever ridden. You know, I won't take anything away from Arazi because he's a super racehorse. I just wish today he could have won, and they ran a very fast time, and he was sitting behind the leaders the whole way relatively easy. I got bumped a couple times when I tried to make my move around the turn, and that might have caused him a little interference, but I don't think I can take anything away from the winner. The winner ran a very big race, and my horse just couldn't finish with him the last part. I have no excuses, really. I'm sorry.
Well, you had that one wonderful ride to remember, and Pat, this is a sad moment for us, but again, was he traveling the same way as usual, do you think?
Razi's perfectly sound.
All right, Pat, thank you very much. Let's go to Trevor Denman now. All right, we'll go to Tom Habit and see if we have an official.
All right, as you see, Arazi fading. He's beaten only 3 horses. The race is still unofficial, but the photo has come down, and Paradise Creek second, Brief Truce third unofficially. Course record time 1:32 and 4. Remember, Piaget will be awarding that gold watch valued at over $14,000 to the outstanding trainer, jockey, or horse for this year's Breeders' Cup, and certainly Lure would have to be considered after his performance in the mile. John Veach?
Yes, there's no doubt about that. This horse ran a beautiful race the first time he ran on the turf, but it was firm, winning impressively, leading every step of the way. The last time he ran, it was soft. He didn't like it. He came back and he found his course again today. He's got everything that it takes to be a good horse, the sire, the dam, and he got his racetrack today, and that made the difference.
And the trainer, too, Shug McGahee, had been second in the 2 previous races with Versailles Treaty and Educated Risk. He gets the money here with Lure, front-running victory under Mike Smith in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Let's go to Bob Newmeyer.
Okay, there is Lure, and he is a mighty fine-looking specimen. And Shug McGahee, I just chatted with him a few minutes ago. You know, the turf is a funny thing. Although this horse is bred for the turf, he was a disappointment on the dirt, which led Shug to try him on the grass. A lot of trainers will do that as an experiment, and it worked out beautifully. And coming off that big soft turf effort at Belmont, set him up beautifully as an explosive 3-year-old today at Gulfstream Park. Let's go to Trevor.
Mike, a great win out there. I don't think probably even you thought it was going to be that terrific this afternoon. Tell us how it went and what was going through your mind when you turned for home.
I tell you, having the rail and the speed, I felt I had to use to my advantage. I was very fortunate that the colt broke real well. He went into the first turn really good and relaxed every step after that. When I called upon him, he just responded with a tremendous thrust, and I mean, just finished with everything I asked for, you know.
Was it your game plan to go that far clear?
Well, I tell you, if we could get clear, that's what we was going to do. If somebody absolutely went crazy, we were just going to follow him around there. I felt I could get the lead, so I went ahead and used it.
Any doubt anywhere in the race that he might be getting tired?
I had doubt until I passed that wire. I just wanted to stand up so bad just being in front, you know.
Well, congratulations, Mike. Great win there by Lewis.
I'd like to thank Suge and Mr. Seth Hancock for giving me the opportunity to ride this horse. This is for my granddad and lady and my grandfather. Love y'all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's go back to Tom.
All right, Mike Smith celebrating that victory in the bright yellow-orange silks of Claiborne Farm. Winning owners in the winner's circle now with Dan Kenny.
Tom, the Breeders' Cup Mile is sponsored by Toyota, and the presentation will be made by two representatives. On my right, Peter Guptill, and with the trophy here, Mike Jackson of Toyota will present it to the owner breeder, Mr. Seth Hancock of Claiborne Farm.
On behalf of Toyota, it gives me great honor to congratulate you on winning the Breeders' Cup Mile race and present this beautiful trophy to you.
Seth, congratulations. This game is a rising and falling of reputations. Lure is a horse who set a track record first time out, and he was thought of as a second coming of something or other. And then you've suffered through some hard times. How does it feel now that he's a star on the grass?
Well, he is a star on the grass for the moment. He sure ran a powerful race, and I give him a lot of credit and Shug a lot of credit.
Well, speaking of Shug, he's right here. Shug, step in, please. When did you decide Lure had had enough on the dirt? We got to go on the lawn.
We never put him on the grass until we got to Saratoga. I started training him on the grass at Saratoga, and he made a turnaround. Physically, mentally, everything. But we'd had some disappointments. I didn't want to tout him too much. But the first time we ran him, he ran big, and I think coming off his race on the soft turf at Belmont on Super Saturday, too, put him to where he is today.
Did you expect anything like a track record performance this way?
No, you don't expect him to go and run 32 and 4, but, I was really hoping he would run well. He had trained well down here, and he'd done well, and, I'm not surprised, but I'm delighted.
Okay, well, I know you've got more work to do, so you can go back and saddle up the next one. Tom Hammond, let's take it from there.
All right, Dan, the result is official. Lure paying $12.80, $6.40 and $4.60. Paradise Creek was second, a long shot, $17.60, $7.80. A brief truce, $5 in the show spot. High price Perfecta, $320.40. So the Hancock family of Paris, Kentucky, Claiborne Farm with a Danzig colt. Danzig stands at their farm. Celebrates a victory in the mile. Now some more racing people. Here's Gail.
It's early morning, and Jane Bryant Quinn, best-selling author and Newsweek's personal finance columnist, is doing what she does every morning, diligent research of where to invest. Only this financial guru is bullish on more than low-risk stocks and bonds.
I'm a bettor. I say, am I going to get a price on this horse or not? There's a great horse, but he's running at even money. Does not interest me as much as a horse that I think is a good bet that I get a longer price on. So there's this great old saying, there's no horse alive that's worth 4 to 5. He's widening. He's widening. He's trying to wire it.
It's dreaming the day away, determined, holding on, 3/4 of a length. Real seal.
Hey, go! Come on! Anybody who buys stocks is a bettor as well. Of course, the thing with stocks is that if it doesn't run well, you can hold it longer and let it come around the track again, and you can't do that with the horses.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. Advanced Formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
Only good, healthy things grow in Mrs. Dash's garden, where Mrs. Dash has created a salt-free blend of 14 herbs and spices that give food a livelier, zestier flavor. Mrs. Dash, a garden of flavors in 6 varieties instead of salt.
There are 2 people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor. Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
185 horsepower V6. Handling responsive to your touch. The 1993 Toyota Camry.
Taking the long way again?
I'll be home soon. Traffic's light. Few cars actually move you. This is one.
This whole year is for one day. Winning one of those races, you feel like you are on top of the world. That's what it's all about. It's a great feeling.
NBA Inside Stuff. Not your normal features, not your normal announcers, not your normal sports show. But then again, who wants normal? Inside Stuff, next Saturday on NBC.
The Atlantic Ocean, the Intercoastal Waterway, just a couple of furlongs from Gulfstream Park. Here's a look at the official order of finish in the mile, won by Lure in course record-shattering time. Selkirk up the track, and the big story, Arazi finishing 11th in the field of 14. Still to come, the 3-year-old colt AP Indy, winner of the Belmont Stakes. He could be Horse of the Year with a victory in the $3 Million Classic. He'll have to contend, though, with the 1991 Kentucky Derby winner, the late-winning Strike the Gold. He'll be in the Classic field as well. We do have an update now on the condition of Lester Piggott, the veteran jockey, 56 years old from England, injured in a spill aboard Mr. Brooks in the opening race, the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He was taken to Hollywood Memorial Hospital. He is in stable condition. Piggott is stable. He's been conversant throughout. He has a fractured clavicle and a broken rib. Fractured clavicle and broken rib, the injuries to Lester Piggott, but he is in stable condition at Hollywood Memorial Hospital. Well, in a sport as competitive as thoroughbred racing, it's easy to make enemies, and yet the owner-trainer team of Paul Mellon and Mac Miller is universally respected. The Mellon operation is a throwback to another time. It stands as a living piece of thoroughbred history, one of the only remnants of what is referred to as the golden era of racing. The place, beautiful Upperville, Virginia. The farm, Rokeby. The owner, one of the true gentlemen of racing, 85-year-old Paul Mellon. For nearly 50 years, the 4,000 acres of Rokeby have housed Mellon's elaborate collection of both sporting and traditional paintings and numerous sculptures. And the stables, which have been home to dozens of stakes winners, 3 named Horse of the Year. The majority of Rokeby horses are bred and raised here, but come mid-November, things will look a bit different.
You know, I'm not giving up racing. I'm just selling all the brood mares because it doesn't seem to me sensible that if I have foals in 1993, they're not going to be 3-year-olds until I'm 87 or 88 or something of that sort. When I suddenly find there aren't any brood mares here, I'll be sorry, but I'm not sure that I'll regret it.
One thing Mellon will never regret is a lifetime spent breeding and racing thoroughbreds. His fondest memory is of Mill Reef, who in 1971 became the only horse to win the Epsom Derby and Arc de Triomphe in the same season.
Mill Reef was the absolute acme of anything I could ever do in the racing world, and which you can say is really pure luck. And it can only happen to a person once in a lifetime.
But could Mellon yet relive the glory of a champion? His 2-year-old Sea Hero brought a smile to everyone's face in the Champagne Stakes earlier this month. Under 71-year-old trainer Mac Miller, Sea Hero will become only the 3rd horse to represent Rokeby at the Breeders' Cup.
We've had some very good horses, won a lot of important races. We've had a marvelous relationship, and I think he feels the same as I feel, that if we can win a Breeders' Cup, then come spring we might have a Derby horse.
I mean, it's something tremendous to look forward to. I'm not going to commit suicide if he doesn't win, but it's just something on the horizon that is very, very pleasant.
His has been a life devoted to good works and the pursuit of beauty in both art and sport.
I think Mr. Mellon has loved life more than a lot of people. He's spent every waking hour working on some project. He doesn't sit and watch the world go by.
And now in the twilight of his years, Paul Mellon suddenly has a new interest in his life, a Breeders' Cup and maybe a Derby horse. There's nothing like a good 2-year-old to keep you young. John Beach, I think you saw that with a horse you trained, Alidar. It was certainly a tonic for Lucille Markey.
Yes, it is. I'll tell you what, if there's such thing as the fountain of youth, Paul Mellon is founded at 84 and a good 2-year-old looking forward to the Derby.
And Sea Hero will be taking the track next in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Mac Miller in the paddock talking to Jerry Bailey. They're the team for Sea Hero, winner of the Champagne, going to the post soon in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Halloween Saturday. Oh! 2 outrageous hours of fright, lots of tricks and treats and curses. Here and now, out all night, empty nest and nurses drive the sins up at the nurses. Hammer's magic hits the screen. It's a night so wild and frightening.
It's a Hammer Halloween.
Halloween Saturday.
The 9th running of the Breeders' Cup is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. By DeskJet Printers from Hewlett-Packard. DeskJet Printers make it happen. And by John Newbean and Company. Quality tax-free investment since 1898.
Gulfstream Park, Hollandale, Florida. Up next, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at 1 16th with $1 million purse and co-favorites at the moment. Gilded Time and Sea Hero, both at 2-1. And the third choice, Mountain Cat at 5-2. River Special from California, 5-1, and the rest double-digit odds. Let's go down to Bob Newmeyer.
Tom, I know our racing fans enjoyed that very tasteful piece on Mr. Paul Mellon and Mac Miller, who has trained for this fine gentleman for so many years, and I know he could not be with us today. For what reason?
Well, he wasn't feeling too well. He thought the trip was too much, and especially the 5 hours here in the heat. So he said to me, I have a better seat than you. He's right in front of NBC.
I know he's watching us here on NBC. Would you like to say a few words to the boss?
Paul, I've done all I can do. We've said a few prayers, and now it's up to Jerry Bailey and the good Lord.
All right, they'll be rooting for Sea Hero here in the Juvenile. Good luck, Mac.
Thank you.
All right, Bob, and the bugle is sounded, calling the horses to the track for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, which is sponsored by Delta Airlines. 2-year-olds going 1 16th. Again, many around 2 turns for the first time in their brief racing career. See the horses leading from the paddock onto the main track. There's Craig McCarron right behind him. Number 1 in the field is Firm Pledge, owned by Saudi Arabian Prince Fahd Salman, trained by Paul Cole, whose generous won last year's Epsom Derby. Jockey Alan Monroe, based in England, but rides in the short stirrup American style. Number 2 is Caponostro, another horse from the Robert Perez stable. Caponostro beaten by Strolling Along in the Futurity, but then came back to capture Belmont's Stormcat Stakes. Number 3, one of the co-favorites is Gilded Time, an $80,000 Ocala Breeders' Sale 2-year-old purchase, who is unbeaten in 3 starts for David Milch, who wrote and produced the TV show Hill Street Blues. Trainer Daryl Vienna even contributed a script for that show and is currently attending law school in addition to training. Number 4, Sea Hero, who won the Champagne for Mellon and Miller. Mellon, 85 years old, will disperse his breeding stock at Keeneland in a couple of weeks. And for 71-year-old Miller, a native of Versailles, Kentucky, this colt might be the last chance to win the race he covets, the Kentucky Derby. Number 5, Strolling Along, owned by 83-year-old former Jockey Club chairman Ogden Phipps, trained by Shug McGahee, who saddled Lure to win the race we just saw, and Rhythm to win the Juvenile here at Gulfstream in '89. Strolling Along took Belmont's Futurity, but was beaten favorite in the Champagne. Number 6 was scratched. Number 7, Mountain Cat. Thanks to a $1 million bonus he earned in a series of Kentucky races, Mountain Cat is the richest 2-year-old of all time at nearly $1.7 million. He has a mind of his own. His only loss in 7 starts came after he threw his jockey in the post parade, so hang on, Pat. Number 8 is Sudden Hush. Pat Valenzuela. He won last year's Juvenile, of course, on a Rozzie. He's a long shot here. The only wins by Sudden Hush have been in races restricted to California breds. Another horse from California is the 9 horse, River Special. River Special, owned by Mr. and Mrs. John Mabey, who named their California breeding farm Golden Eagle after 2 of the birds who nested on the original 200 acres. Stanford grad Bob Hess has trained River Special to impressive back-to-back victories coming to the Breeders' Cup. Number 10, it's a little-known fact, and it took some creative spelling to get that name under the 18-letter limit. Trained in South Florida by Cam Gambolati, who won the Kentucky Derby with Spendabug. Number 11 is Living Vicariously, second horse in the race trained by Shug McGahee. Florida doesn't require them to run as an entry except under common ownership. Living Vicariously belongs to Jockey Club chairman Denny Phipps, whose father owns Strolling Along. 3 horses in the mutual field here, starting with number 12, Fight for Love. Owner Irving Cowan developed some high-rise apartment buildings within sight of Gulfstream Park. Jockey Craig Perrette was in the winner's circle with Rhythm after the '89 Juvenile. Number 13 is Devil's Rock, who tries to duplicate the feat of Arazi, coming from France to win the Juvenile. He belongs to Saudi Prince Khalid Abdullah and is trained by Cricket Head from the first family of French racing and breeding. And number 14, Secret Odds, raced primarily on the Maryland circuit till he was second to Sea Hero in New York's Champagne Stakes. That's the field of 14 horses for the mile and a 16th Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Let's go out now to Greg McCarron. And Greg, keep your eye on Mountain Cat. As they said, his only loss, he dumped the jockey in the post parade.
Yeah, that's what Jeff Lucas was telling me. He told me he can be really a handful to get to the gate. Right now he's doing pretty good. And Jeff really and truly believes that he'd be undefeated coming into this race had he not lost the jock. And he ran off for a little bit, so we'll have to watch him. The other one I'm going to be watching, I'd love to get in Kent's head right now on River Special. He's got a decision to make. He's on a real quick colt. They, as a matter of fact, didn't even do the post parade the normal way. They just went the wrong way. And that colt is really, really high strung right now. I think you'll find him on the lead.
River Special left the post parade a little early. He got hot before the Norfolk Stakes, but he won it by 6 lengths, so we will keep an eye on River Special. Well, 7 starters in the Juvenile have won Eclipse Awards as champion 2-year-old colt, who might claim the title this year. Here's Bob Newmeyer.
Those with an eye to next spring's Kentucky Derby will find the likely choices in the Juvenile. How about a horse who broke his maiden the day before the Derby at Churchill Downs? His name is Mountain Cat. He's won 6 of 7 races, and his win in the Breeders' Futurity gave him a sweep of 4 2-year-old stakes in Kentucky and a $1 million bonus in prize money. Hall of Famer Mac Miller starts the beautifully bred Sea Hero. His first 2 wins were on the grass, but in the Champagne Stakes he humiliated the best the East Coast had to offer.
And it's going to be Sea Hero, a new 2-year-old star. Look at him charge under the line and then win going away by 5. Secret Odds was second. And
Meanwhile, out on the West Coast, River Special was proving to be special. Trained by the red-hot Bob Hess, he followed up a win at Del Mar with this wire-to-wire romp in the Norfolk, which is California's most important prep for the Juvenile. He'll be on the pace. But the traveler in the group is Gilded Time. He's 3 for 3 with wins in California, New Jersey, and Illinois. He loved the slop and outclassed the field in the Arlington, Washington Futurity. But trainer Darrell Vienna brings him to this race off a 6-week layoff, a major question mark for this year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And there's a look at Gilded Time with Chris McCarron up. Chris looking for his 2nd win of the afternoon. Gilded Time unbeaten in his 3 career starts. He's the co-favorite right now at 2-1 with Sea Hero. And keep your eye on this Juvenile. We could see another Breeders' Cup record. The track is lightning fast.
Well, I do watch my figure.
She's a beautiful girl.
But fat-free cereal.
Fat-free cereal?
I'd rather eat regular cereal and just dance more.
She's a beautiful dancer.
Now this, crispy, simple, wonderful, probably loaded with fat.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes have always been fat-free.
Fat-free? Kellogg's Corn Flakes? You're not telling me the truth.
Is he bothering you?
Taste them again for the first time.
Do you want to fly where there are no runways? Do you want to swing where no one has swung before? Or do you want to surf where there is no ocean? And get yourself a Toyota 4Runner, because where you're headed, you don't want to be driving anything less.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
Next Saturday, the Boston College Eagles, one of the surprise teams of the season, soar into South Bend to face the Fighting Irish, who, with a combination of Rick Meyer through the air and Jerome Bettis and Reggie Brooks on the ground, boast one of the nation's top offenses. Notre Dame football is home on NBC.
The Breeders' Cup Juvenile is sponsored by Delta Airlines. At Delta, we love to fly, and it shows.
Post time approaching for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile 14 two-year-old colts and geldings. This race began as a 1-mile race for the first 2 years, also at 87 at Hollywood Park. But here at Gulfstream, mile and a 16th, starting in front of the stands, 2 turns to the finish, and that purse of $1 million. And you see the horses approaching the starting gate, giving us a chance to recheck the odds. And Gilded Time and Sea Hero continue to rule as co-favorites at 2-1. Mountain Cat at 7-2. Third choice in the betting, as is River Special. So the fans have really settled on those 4 horses, Gilded Time and Sea Hero co-favorites. Right behind them, River Special and Mountain Cat. Looking through the starting gate as the 2-year-old colts come up. John Veach, as we look at the past performances, including a Gilded Time with Chris McCarron aboard there. An abundance of speed in here. That could play a big part in the outcome of the race.
Yes, there's no doubt about that, Tom. Seriously, with these young horses, they're not quite as experienced, and they'll go for broke, and they'll run as hard and as fast as they possibly can. And in a lot of situations, the jockeys will not have the control over them that they would like to have, and they won't relax as an older horse would. So speed may destroy speed here, and we might see something coming from behind.
There's a look at River Special, who wears that figure-8 bridle. Is that because he's pretty much of a handful, does what he wants to do sometimes?
No, the figure-8 basically keeps a horse, makes a horse keep his mouth shut so the bit works properly in his mouth. It really doesn't make him a bad horse or a horse that's difficult to handle.
And Sea Hero. Actually, just by $7,000, Gilded Time is favored over Sea Hero, but for all intents and purposes, co-favorites. You once worked for Paul Mellon.
I did. I spent my apprenticeship working for Mr. Mellon under Elliott Birch as head trainer, and 3 very wonderful years working with some great horses, Arts and Letters, Key to the Mint, Summer Guest, Fort Marcy, some of the greatest names in racing and for one of the greatest men in racing.
Here are the records that could be falling on this very fast track, as we said. As you take a look at Firm Pledge, who approaches the starting gate. Greg McCarron, anything unusual happening as they begin to load?
No, River Special is still shaking his head a little bit, but Mountain Cat's acting real good. But if this was a contest for beauty, I'll tell you what, Gilded Time looks like a 4-year-old out here. He just looks so grand.
Gilded Time, very mature 2-year-old as they continue to try to get Firm Pledge into the gate, and as you see, resisting with some force. Firm Pledge is the European horse that has raced only 3 times. He won his first race in Maiden Company and then was 2nd and 3rd, and not used to the American style of starting gates, and they'll put the blindfold right now on Firm Pledge to get him into the starting gate. Having a fear of that iron monster, Firm Pledge now will be led around a little bit, and before he knows it, he'll be in the inside post position.
Hopefully. You know, in the old days, I used to say that the horses in a barn fire, what you do is to lead them out of the fire, you blindfold them so they couldn't see what's happening around them. And it does work most of the time. Although sometimes after they've seen where they're going and they know where they're going, you can blind them, but they know exactly where they still are.
Well, so far, Firm Pledge is getting the best of about 8 assistant starters at the moment.
Yeah, they'll eventually manhandle him in there, and he should, settle down once he's in. The secret is to get him in and get those the back doors shut as quickly as possible.
I wouldn't want to be standing behind him at this point.
No. They may have to, if everything else fails, take him around from the front and back him in. He seems to want to back up fine.
Get out of there.
They've removed the blindfold now, and once again they'll try to get him some momentum and get him into that starting stall, and there he is in to the roar of the crowd. Greg, have you had a chance to talk to your brother Chris, who is aboard the favorite Gilded Time? You mentioned what a beautiful, mature-looking horse he was. Do you have any word from Chris on how he's doing?
Tom.
There's a look at David Milch, one of the owners of Gilded Time, right there, sighting his horse loading into the gate. Anything to report from Chris, Greg?
Yeah, he likes his horse's chances a great deal. He, like John said, like you said, he's a very mature 2-year-old, and the only thing he doesn't want to do is get caught up in that speed duel.
Mountain Cat is another mature-looking 2-year-old. As we mentioned, he's already earned $1,700,000 due to a Kentucky Thoroughbred Development Fund bonus. As you see, Sea Hero loaded into the starting gate with Jerry Bailey up, winner of the Champagne Stakes. Strolling Along was favored for that race. He goes in. He's the 5 horse. He'd won Belmont's Futurity. And they're continuing to load for this race. And it's time for us to again go upstairs to the man that will call the race for you, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, 1 1/16, a purse of $1 million and a full field of 14. Here's Tom Durkin.
Well, actually, we had one late scratch there, Tom, and tactical advantage. So to be precise, there are 13 juveniles in the starting gate. Well, indeed, 12 at this point. We're waiting for the final horse to move in on the outside, Living Vicariously, and we'll be ready for a start. Living Vicariously, just a little anxious. And now he's in. We're ready to go. For the 92 Breeders' Cup Juvenile, they're off. And Fight for Love breaks alertly, flashing his early speed. And Gilded Time is also right there. On the far outside, River Special, Secret Odds also there in Caponostro. And they race into the first turn, Caponostro and Secret Odds. And those two hook up early. Firm Pledge, the Europeans there toward the inside. River Special is up close to the pace, running 4th. Undefeated Gilded Time is 5th toward the inside behind a lively early pace. Then it's a break of 3 lengths. And on the inside, Sea Hero is now running in 6th position. In between horses, Strolling Along is now 7th, followed by his fellow color bearer, Living Vicariously. He's running 8th now. Fight for Love is tailed off. He's back in a 9th. Mountain Cat on the outside is 10th. Then farther back, Devil's Rock. It's a little known fact. And a slow starting Sudden Hush trails the field. 22 and 3/5 seconds for the opening quarter. A dazzling half here in 46 flat. It's Secret Odds now, who's starting to shake loose from Caponostro. River Special right there. Gilded Time has been taken to the outside for a clear run. He's poised in 4th position and ready to move as they move into the far turn. And then Sea Hero is right there, and Strolling Along is being pushed along on the outside, followed by Firm Pledge, then Living Vicariously. It's a little-known fact, is now beginning to pick it up, moving toward the top of the stretch. It is a River Special in front by a head. Gilded Time is right at his neck on the outside. Caponostro is bravely running in 3rd. Secret Odds toward the inside, then Sea Hero. It's a little-known fact, was fanned 7 wide into the stretch. And it is Gilded Time and River Special. And River Special stubbornly at the inside. Gilded Time on the outside is resolute. It's a little-known fact, is closing fast. But it is Gilded Time. Gilded Time, it's a little-known fact. Gilded Time, undefeated and a champion. And on the outside, it's a little-known fact. A long shot was up for 2nd, and River Special was 3rd. He was 3rd after a real tussle with Gilded Time, who really showed his class this afternoon. The time here, 1:43 and 2.
So Gilded Time cementing his 2-year-old colt championship. Chris McCarron with another Breeders' Cup winner. And David Milch couldn't have written a better script. Gilded Time, the timeless moment coat, undefeated, 4 for 4, and the early favorite for next year's Kentucky Derby.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
Make it clear. Make it colorful. Make it both. The DeskJet 550C. With DeskJet printers from Hewlett Packard, it's easy to make it happen.
My brother, about to become a father.
So how big can a crib be? Season tickets went on sale today, Mike. Well, maybe next year. Gone 5 years straight.
Yeah.
Is this about the kid? This kid's getting for free, you know. It's gonna be a little tight. Mike, this year's on me.
Only one beer has the taste as genuine as the people who drink it. Budweiser.
Now, the new little guy's going to every game, right?
Bobby, it could be a girl.
A girl?
Here. There. Everywhere. The DeskJet Portable. DeskJet printers from Hewlett Packard. Make it happen.
Monday at 8:30, 7:30 Central.
Fire laser cannon.
Junior's getting worse. Look who's back with a new friend.
This town ain't big enough for the both of us.
Monday at a special time. John Ritter, first time on television. Problem Child 2, NBC Monday at 8:30, 7:30 Central.
We can't even figure out what they did to that dog.
Gilded Time had some doubters. He was 3 for 3, but not everybody was convinced he was the best 2-year-old in America. They are convinced now, unofficially. Gilded Time, the late closing, it's a little-known fact. A long shot was really coming at the end. River Special holding on for third. The Piaget time, 1:43.2, equaling the Breeders' Cup record. Tom Durkin.
And there is the eventual winner, Gilded Time, just to the outside of River Special. These two really put on a show as they turn for home. Capanostro there in the yellow begins to weaken. River Special toward the inside, Gilded Time on the outside. They turn for home in tandem here. River Special has the lead. I think Gilded Time gets in front, and River Special will come back again. They're in pretty cramped quarters there. They're shoulder to shoulder. Gilded Time really looking defeated here. He's a half length behind, but resurgent in the final 100 yards. He turns back the challenge of River Special, and a closing bay bullet by the name of It's a Little-Known Fact to remain undefeated and a 2-year-old champion. There's the head on Tom Hammond.
All right, Gilded Time and River Special, you see in the center of the screen in tight quarters there. And John Veach, it looked for a time that Gilded Time in the red and white didn't really want to go by River Special.
No, he didn't. It looked like when that horse came over, River Special came over a little bit and just kind of bumped him. It may well have made him mad and made him dig in a little bit, and he came back and put his head right down and really came hard.
So it was incidental contact, maybe just enough to fire Gilded Time up and get him to go by River Special and hold off. It's a little-known fact. Let's look down from the Goodyear blimp. And again, you see through the stretch, the tight quarters, River Special on the inside, Gilded Time on the outside. Right here, Gilded Time puts away River Special, pulls off from him, and then has to hold off the hard-charging It's a Little-Known Fact. He was really a surprise. He may want to go a little further.
Yes. Well, the thing about it is, though, that both of them looked like one came in a little bit and the other went out a little bit. So it was basically an offsetting penalty.
Let's listen to the reaction of owner David Milch during the race.
Open him up, Chris. Open him, Chris. Now, come on, now, Chris. Now, Chris. Now, Chris. Now. Now. Hang on. Hang on. We got it done. We got it done.
Okay, David.
Attaboy, David.
Congratulations.
I wonder if he cheered that hard when he won the Emmy for Hill Street Blues. Let's go down to Trevor Denman.
Tom, with you with Kent Desormeaux, who rode River Special, a very game third. Tell us about the trip, Kent. Looked like you're in a little tight down the lane as well.
Well, I tell you, the race set up perfect for him. As you know, he got a little bit of a breathing problem. His talent, he runs right through it. It may have come into play down the lane. He was getting a bit weary, starting to lean out, bear out a little bit. But his free running room never impeded at all, and he gave 110%.
Pace out there was what you expected?
Perfect. I had previously been on the horse that was setting the pace, and I knew I had dead aim on him. Unfortunately, Chris had dead aim on me.
You lose any ground in the first turn here? I know there was quite a speed duel going on. You were drawn wide?
Well, I was 3 wide going into the turn, but in perfect position, just stalking the horses in front. Unfortunately, I was being stalked myself.
Could you hear Chris come up to you at the quarter pole? You knew he was right there?
Absolutely.
Did you think you could outgun him down the lane a little?
When I first called upon River Special and he spurted away, I thought, all right, I got him. You know, he couldn't get to me. And then he started giving way, probably his little wind problem. starting to take toll, and he tried hard.
Thank you, Kent.
All right.
Let's go to Tom Hammond.
All right, the result of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile is official. No Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner has ever taken the Kentucky Derby, but Gilded Time will be the one to watch all winter long as he approaches the classic Triple Crown races. He paid $6, $4.40, and $3.60. It's a little-known fact, $21, $9.40, River Special, $4.20, the Perfecta, $194, and the champagne is on Chris McCarron tonight. That's his 5th Breeders' Cup victory and his 2nd of the day. Chris McCarron aboard Passiana and now guiding Gilded Time home to a win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, equaling the Breeders' Cup Juvenile record, our Piaget time 1:43 and 2.
Chi-Chi doesn't take his hat off to just anyone.
That's right.
But Chi-Chi, what if we told you about the improvements Toyota's made? Would you take your hat off then?
Maybe.
Like airbags and anti-lock brakes? And there's the new Corolla. Come on, Chi-Chi. More room, more comfort.
I'm thinking.
And look at that styling.
Okay, Toyota, you win. My hat's off to you. Hey, here's my spare.
There are two people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor. Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
Monday at 8:30, 7:30 Central, NBC has wholesome family entertainment. Wrong, because look who's back.
Fire laser cannon.
Junior's getting worse.
And Junior's got a new friend.
This chair ain't big enough for the both of us.
He's a problem child. And she's a problem child, too. Monday at a special time, John Ritter.
I'm sorry.
First time on television, Problem Child 2, NBC Monday at 8:30, 7:30 Central.
We can't even figure out what they did to that dog.
The Steelers and the Oilers, one of pro football's best rivalries. It heightened with 2 straight AFC Championship game encounters in the late 70s. Now they're tied for the AFC Central lead, heading into their biggest regular season meeting in years. OJ has the story of this storied rivalry, Sunday on NFL Live.
Erin McCarron and her famous father, Chris McCarron, a riding double and a case of guts down the lane when you hooked up with Desormeaux.
That was a case of guts. This colt's awful game, Bob, and he had to fight a little harder today than he did in his last couple of races, but he found some more at the end, and I think he sensed the other colt coming on at the end on the outside, and he gave us just another little acceleration right to the wire.
A riding double now. You joined 6 other jockeys to win 2 Breeders' Cup races in a single day.
Oh, it's a great feeling, Bob, a great feeling. Hello, everybody!
He's got to get back to the jocks room. He has him out in the next race. Happy Chris McCarron aboard Gilded Time. Danny?
They're coming to us. Okay, well, this great race was brought to you once again by Delta Airlines, and joining us here is the president of Delta Airlines to present the trophy. This is Mr. Whit Hawkins, presented to owner David Milch.
This is a great thrill for us. We're very pleased to be a part of thoroughbred racing and to be a sponsor of it. Just saw that race, saw it live, and I just saw it on the replay, and it's exciting even more every time I see it. I know it is to you, sir. Congratulations to you. Time is very important to us in our business. Gilded Time is a great winner. Congratulations.
Well, Gilded Time was on time.
Thank you very much.
David, we had you isolated, so we know how you feel. You've been looking for this for a long time. I must say that I've been at a lot of races. There you are, David. Daryl, why don't you talk about David next to you as this undefeated colt goes about his business in a nerve-biting finish.
Well, David, this is actually very relaxed for David. He's calm today and looked very confident to me. That's it, David.
Well, Daryl, I know that you said back in March, I happened to see you at the races, and you said, for the first time in my life, I went to a sale and I bought the best horse. How does it feel to be vindicated?
Well, it feels good, Dan. It certainly isn't a surprise. This horse has made a lot of promises to us, and he's kept every one of them.
Daryl, it's great to see you guys here in the winner's circle. Tom Hammond, these guys are great friends of mine. I've known them for a long time, and it's a thrill for me to greet them here in the Breeders' Cup winner's circle.
Smiles all around, Dan, and Daryl Vienna taking time out from his law career at Loyola Law School in Los Angeles to train these horses, including Gilded Time, to win the Juvenile. Well, we've been talking about racing people all day. Here's one that may surprise you. Gail Gardner has the story.
Football was Buddy Ryan's life. He took the Philadelphia Eagles from losers to playoff contenders. Then Buddy was fired. Ryan now spends his days not on the sidelines, but trackside. He can be found at this training center in Lexington, Kentucky, near his 170-acre farm. Although not a licensed trainer, Buddy works his horses and does things the way he always has, his way.
Well, I've had a lot of trainers over the years, and I know damn well I'm smarter than they are.
Buddy bought his first thoroughbred in '67 while coaching for the Jets, and now owns over 14 training to be champions.
I've got some well-bred horses, and my goal is to win the Kentucky Derby and, you know, the Triple Crown and Breeders' Cup. I don't dream any small dreams.
The choice is yours. Tuesday, we get to pick from them.
But Sunday, we get to pick on them.
Will you shut up?
Saturday Night Live goes prime time for an all-new special.
They're gonna find out about you someday.
Chevy Chase, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, the best of all the president's men and their women.
Should be a hootenanny.
SNL's all-new presidential bash. NBC Sunday at 9, 8 Central.
A view of Gulfstream Park from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, giving us our aerial views all afternoon. This one looking from the Atlantic Ocean back toward the city of Hollandale, Florida. There's the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes on hand today. Coming up next, the purse money jumps to $2 million as we take a look at the Breeders' Cup Turf, 1.5 miles on the grass, and Sky Classic on his way to being champion in the U.S. 1-2, heavy favorite here in the opening betting for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Navarone from California, who's on a winning streak of his own, is the 3-1 second choice, and those two occupying the attention of the wagerers thus far. Horses just making their way to the paddock as we speak. Well, last night, important figures from the world of horse racing turned out for the Breeders' Cup Ball, an evening of food and entertainment to benefit the victims of Hurricane Andrew. On hand were many people instrumental to the success of the Breeders' Cup. Breeders' Cup President Ted Bassett. Pat Kelly was there, the trainer of Sultry Song. And Mary Lou Whitney, Queen of Palm Beach Society, visiting with owners and well-known racing fans. Master of ceremonies for the evening was Tim Conway.
Have you ever seen anybody nap more than a trainer? No matter what time you call them, after 6 o'clock in the morning, they're taking a nap. So I go, hello, is Gary there? Well, no, he's taking a nap. Well, I don't want to disturb him, you know. Just tell him that I can't pay this month's barn bill. Oh, hi, Gary. How you doing?
I was lost, losing dice were tossed. My bridges all were crossed. Nowhere to go. Nowhere in the world to go. But now
And capping the evening, entertainment by Steve Lawrence and Edie Gourmet. The Breeders' Cup Ball for the benefit of the victims of Hurricane Andrew. Now let's go to Trevor Denman. He has the trainer of the favorite Sky Classic.
Right now, Jim Day is busy putting the saddle on the hot favorite here for our Turf Classic. Standing right in front of us. As soon as he's done that, we hope to get a couple of questions from Jim Day. It's pretty appropriate to have him out here because this is an Olympic year, and he's a former Olympian show jumper, as Jim Day had last year. The 3-year-old Eclipse Award-winning filly, Dan Smartley, hopes to go one better this afternoon with this guy right here, Sky Classic, because the scenario for this afternoon is if we get an upset later on in the Classic, and this horse right here wins the race that he's about to run in the next 10 or 15 minutes, then this could quite possibly be the horse of the year. In fact, I'd go as far as to say as he will be the horse of the year if we get an upset later on this afternoon in the Classic. This guy has done absolutely nothing wrong the whole year. He's just run one big race after another one. Unlucky loser in the Arlington Million when he lost by a head. Other than that, he has an almost impeccable record. Let's see if we can get in here with Jim. Can I bother you for a minute there, Jim, please? Just for a second. We're live on NBC. Tell us what you think about your horse today. More pressure being the odds-on favorite?
Well, I guess if you're the favorite, that means you probably have the best chance to win. So we'll accept that with some pride and hope it all goes well and he has a good trip.
It looks very much like they're going to walk around, very slow pace. Any particular instructions to Pat?
No, I think Pat's ridden enough races, been around this track enough times that he can figure it out once the gates open. So we'd like to run a race somewhat off the pace somewhere, but who knows what the pace will be. So we'll just have to let him decide once the gates open.
It's been a good sporting year for Canada. Maybe it'll be a good horse racing year for Canada as well.
Well, maybe we can keep the Maple Leaf flying here. We'll see what happens.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Okay.
And let's go now to Bob Newmeyer.
All right, Trevor, thank you very much. Well, this upcoming race will be a chess match between the jockeys. There absolutely is very little early speed in this race. Solar Splendor, who's up on the board at 23-1, appears to be ready to go to the lead. He's going to slow it down as slow and as dawdling as he possibly can and try to steal this baby wire to wire. It puts enormous pressure on the jockeys in the back of the pack, jockeys on horses like Subotica and Fraze and Navarone, because the slower the pace is on the front end, that hurts their chances in making a late charge. This is a jockey's race. Pat Day is going to sit third or fourth on the favorite and try to make his move, but the tactical advantage always goes to the speed horse Solar Splendor in a long mile-and-a-half turf race. It's going to be very interesting to see how the jockeys play this one out. Let's go to Tom.
All right, Bob, Sky Classic continues to reign as the choice of the bettors at 3-5 at the moment. Sky Classic 3-5 to win the Breeders' Cup Turf. The previous 8 turf races have been decided by a total of less than 3 lengths. Closest finishes of the day. Bob looks at this year's crop.
Once again, a group of classic winners and rising stars will meet in the mile-and-a-half turf. Unbeaten on the grass is Navarone, who comes from the barn of trainer Rodney Rash, a protege of Hall of Famer Charlie Whittingham. Since the summer, Navarone's went off a string of 5 wins in a row. Here, his most recent in the Oak Tree Invitational, winning by a comfortable margin. He likes to run just off the pace and fire his best shot in the stretch. From Europe comes Dr. Devious. He was purchased for over $2 million by Jenny Craig as a birthday present for her husband Sid. After finishing 7th in Louisville, he went back to England and captured that other derby at Epsom. He'll run for the Craigs today, but he's since been sold for stud duty to Japanese interests for more than $6 million. From one classic winner to another, Subotica has been one of the top runners in France for 2 seasons. In an arc with little pace that was run on a soft course, he closed with a furious rush to win by a head.
100 yards from home, Subotica forged into a short lead. User friendly trying to fend him off. Here's the wire. Subotica wins. Subotica wins.
Subotica is as honest and consistent as they come, and he'll launch his challenge from the middle of the pack. Canada's Sky Classic finished 4th in last year's turf at odds of 3-1 and should go off the favorite today. His first mile-and-a-half race this season was the Turf Classic, and he proved as capable in that race as he has at shorter distances. Tactical speed is his strong suit. If he's within 2 or 3 lengths in the final furlong, look out for Sky Classic in the turf.
Arc de Triomphe winner Subotica in the paddock here at Gulfstream, trying to pull off for the first time the Arc Breeders' Cup double. Let's go back to the Juvenile and give you the official order of finish completely now. Gilded Time, the impressive winner. He'll be the champion 2-year-old. Mountain Cat finishing 5th. Sea Hero, a disappointing 7th, perhaps dashing the Kentucky Derby hopes of Mac Miller and Paul Mellon. Strolling along, also a disappointment, finishing 8th. And Sudden Hush, who had some trouble in the race and was one of the early pace setters, winds up last. And he took Navarone, getting ready for his engagement in the Breeders' Cup Turf. He is on a winning streak from California.
There we go.
Well, John Veach, we're going 1.5 miles, a distance not often attempted by American horses. What's different about training a horse to go that far?
Well, first of all, you've got to have the horse that wants to go that far, the horse that has it inside of him, either the pedigree or the inclination. But once you get a horse to do that, the key is to get him to relax and to carry himself for that distance. I mean, at a mile, it's go, go, go. 1.5 miles, it's relax, get a good position. If your horse is handy enough that he can carry his speed over that distance, let him do that. But the key is train him lightly, but at long distances so he can do the distance in the afternoon.
Let's check in with Jenny Ornstein now.
Trainer Peter Chapelheim has Dr. Devious #1 and Corrupt. Peter, so far the Europeans are not having a good day. Are you going to change that?
I hope so. I'm not so sure, but the ground's a bit firm, probably for both my horses. But they're both in great form. Though, as you said, we haven't had a very good day. Leicester got injured and things have just not gone right for us today. But we'll give it a go anyhow.
Good luck, Peter. Dr. Devious and Corrupt headed to post on the turf. Let's go to Tom Hammond as we hear the call to the post.
And the horses making their way onto the track for the Breeders' Cup Turf, sponsored by Budweiser. In 1989, when the Breeders' Cup was at Gulfstream Park, the Europeans were shut out for the first and only time in Breeders' Cup history, and so far batting 0 for the day. Maybe their best chance, though, to pull an upset would be here in the Breeders' Cup turf. That's the racing surface that the Europeans are used to. Number 1 is Dr. Devious. Once a year, you like to give the spouse a small bauble for a birthday present, right? Well, get this. For her husband's 60th birthday, weight loss queen Jenny Craig bought him this horse for $2.5 million. The idea was for Dr. Devious to win the Kentucky Derby. But after a 7th place finish, he was returned to England, where Craig had bought him, and promptly won the English Derby. The real one, as the track announcer said. But there's more. Last week, Japanese owner Zenya Yoshida paid the Craigs over $6 million to stand Dr. Devious at stud next year. Keep all this in mind the next time you shop for a birthday present. Number 2 is Deros, raced in Europe until August of this year, but has a win and a third in good California company since arriving in the United States. Number 3, the favorite, Sky Classic. He'll be the U.S. champion turf horse. He could be horse of the year, depending on today's developments in the Classic. Ernie Samuel and Jim Day first got together with a horse called Canadian Club. He wasn't a racehorse. Owned by Samuel, ridden by Day. He earned a gold medal in equestrian for Canada at the '68 Olympics. Number 4, Trishide, makes his first U.S. start for Francois Boutin, whose wife Lucy is the daughter of W.T. Young, owner of several horses on today's card. Number 5, Subotica, winner of one of the world's great races, the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, over soft going at Longchamp earlier this month. He's backed by the leading trainer-jockey combination in France, André Fabre and Thierry Jarnet. Number 6 is Quest for Fame, the second Epsom Derby winner in the field. He won that race in 1990. Racing in the U.S. since last fall, he was third in last year's turf. Quest for Fame hasn't been out since a 6th in the Arlington Million in early September. Number 7 is Phrase, races for Madeline Paulson, who won this horse from her husband Alan in a golf bet back in January. Phrase is French for strawberry, and this colt was sired by Strawberry Road, who stands at Paulson's Brookside Farm. Number 8, Solar Splendor. The Live Oak Plantation of Ocala, Florida owns the colt. That's Dr. and Mrs. John Weber, who have a wing in New York's Metropolitan Museum for their extensive collection of ancient Chinese art. Last month, the Webers had the racing day of a lifetime when their homebred half-brothers, Solar Splendor and Sultry Song, won the Man o' War and Woodward Stakes at Belmont. The Webers missed it. They were at their daughter's wedding. Number 9 is Corrupt, the beaten favorite in the 1991 Epsom Derby. He has only one victory in a 6-race European campaign this year. And number 10 is Navarone, the hot California horse, winner of 5 straight for owner breeder Robert Hibbert, a Texas oil man, and 33-year-old trainer Rodney Reich, a former assistant to Hall of Famer Charlie Whittingham. So there, a look at the field for the Breeders' Cup turf. Let's go to Greg McCarron on horseback. What about the ARC winner, Subotica? How's he look?
He's a little flighty right now. He's got a couple of handlers on him, and they're just getting ready to turn him loose, and he looks like he's ready to go. But I'll tell you, Pat Day was telling me that he just got off 7 days, and he's thrilled to be back in time to ride Sky Classic, because even though he's got such a great record, he told me he's a little funny to ride. He's got a couple of quirks, and I know trainer Jim Day is thrilled to have Pat on the horse. The other horse I'm really going to watch is, again, my brother's horse. He was open. This horse needed a rider because Pat Valenzuela was obligated to ride for Mr. Paulson in this race, and Chris was lucky enough to pick him up, and this colt is on a 5-race winning streak, and he stands a very, very good chance in here.
Let's see what the bettors think. They think Sky Classic is the one to beat. He is 4-5. He's been steadily rising, though, the last few times we've checked the odds. Subotica, the ARC winner, 8-1. Second choice is Navarone from California. He's at 3-1 for the Breeders' Cup turf.
Hey, I'm Willard Scott. It's no secret that Static Guard eliminates static cling on clothing. But did you know it also eliminates my personal static problem? Pet hair. Yep, pet hair. Look, just spray and brush. Getting rid of pet hair is quick and easy. The only thing easier would be to get rid of your pet. But who'd ever want to do that? Static Guard, the easy way to spray pet hair away.
The Postal Service would like to present 2-day priority mail. That's delivery in just 2 days of up to 2 pounds for just $2.90. Remember, 2 days, 2 pounds, $2.90. 2-day priority mail from your Postal Service.
We deliver for you.
For pickup service, call 1-800-222-1811.
While the lights were out, I heard something about why Bud comes in brown bottles.
Yeah, light can hurt the taste of beer.
This can hurt beer? It's the hops.
The hops, yeah, the hops.
You see, any beer made the all-natural way with nature's own hops has to be protected from light.
And Budweiser's all natural, so brown bottles.
Hey, kind of like sunglasses for beer.
You thought those bottles were empty, didn't you?
In 2 weeks, the world's largest basketball tournament culminates in the Hoop It Up National Championships on the Court of Dreams. Hoop It Up, November 14th on NBC.
The Breeders' Cup Turf is sponsored by Budweiser, the king of beers, with that fresh, pure, natural taste. Nothing beats a Bud.
Gulfstream Park, where the highlight of the day will be the $3 Million Classic. In the darkness of that stall, trainer Neil Drysdale working on AP Indy. A lot of people think the 3-year-old might win the Classic. Well, coming up, the $2 million Breeders' Cup Turf. The last time the Breeders' Cup was at Gulfstream, 8-to-1 shot prized won the turf. The race starts on the back stretch just opposite the finish line. Through the stretch one time, around again through the stretch the second time to the finish, with a purse of $2 million at stake. Let's recheck the odds. Sky Classic still highly regarded at even money. Even money now. He has been rising, but still the overwhelming choice at even money. Dr. Devious, the Derby winner, 8-to-1. Subotica, the Arc winner, also at 8-to-1. Solar Splendor. And the second choice is Navarone, and still at stake that $14,000 Piaget gold watch that goes to the outstanding performance of the day, be it trainer, jockey, or horse. I don't think the horse is going to strap it on his leg. I think the owner gets it in that case. Let's take a look at the past champions of the Breeders' Cup Turf and what they're doing these days. Miss Alleged, the big upset winner last year, now a broodmare in Canada. In the Woods, it's Stud in Ireland. Prized is at Stud in California. Well, there have been some jockey changes of note here from previous assignments. Pat Valenzuela came off Navarone to ride Fraze because he has a contract with Alan Paulson, so he was obligated to ride Fraze. He comes off Navarone, so Chris McCarron inherits the mount on Navarone. Remember, back in 1989, McCarron was on Sunday Silence, replacing Pat Valenzuela and bested Easy Goer in that great stretch duel. There is Chris McCarron on the 10-horse Navarone. He's already won 2 races. 6 riders have won 2 Breeders' Cup races on the same day. McCarron in the turf going for the hat trick here on Halloween. John Veach, this is an interesting race in that there really is no early speed in here. Someone might be able to get loose on the front.
Oh, yes, without a doubt. You know, there is one horse that really has shown some speed, and he showed it at Belmont Park. The Solar Splendor. You know, he really got to the lead very easily. The way Lure ran his race in the mile, that's what I would do if I had Solar Splendor. Make him catch it.
All right, let's go to Tom Durkin for the call of the Breeders' Cup Turf.
And we're waiting for Corrupt and Navarone. Sky Classic actually found himself on the lead last year, but that's not where he likes to be. He likes a target to run at. Pat Dale try to cover him up behind horses. In the gate, and they are off in the Breeders' Cup Turf, and Solar Splendor bounces out first. Daros is up close early, and Dr. Devious toward the inside. Sky Classic has eased off the early pace. Navarone's to his outside early, and then it's Trishide toward the inside. Subotica in between horses. Corrupt is moving 4 wide as they move into the first of 3 turns. Taken off the pace is Quest for Fame, and Fraze will be the early trailer as they move into the far turn. Solar Splendor and Daros, and on the outside, Navarone is in hand just off the embattled early leaders. Dr. Devious is tucked away neatly with a ground-saving trip, and Sky Classic is right there covered up in behind the lead as they make the turn into the stretch for the first time. The ARC winner, Subotica, is now running in 6th position. He's in behind horses as well. Corrupt is to his outside. Trish-Eyed, the filly, is tucked away at the inside. Quest for Fame and Phrase, the opening quarter in 23 and 4. They've run a half in 47 and 4/5 seconds. Daros, Navarone, and Solar Splendor across the course as they move into the second turn. It's an honest pace here in the turf. Dr. Devious and Sky Classic still in behind horses. Subotica is running 3 wide. Corrupt is 4 wide, and he's now being called on for more run. Trish-Eyed has been shuffled back near the back of the pack, and Quest for Fame, the 90 English Derby winner, is now 1 horse beaten, and that is Phrase, who is content to trail the field. It's a tight pack, just 5.5 lengths from front to back. Navarone on the outside, a short lead. Daros counters and comes back. They've run 3/4 in 1:11 and 2/5 seconds. And the big favorite, Sky Classic, right there in behind the lead. He's yet to make his run as they move into the far turn. Solar Splendor's toward the inside. The ARC winner, Subotica, is in perfect striking position on the outside. The cadence quickens and the duel intensifies on the turn. And Navarone surges to the lead midway round the far turn. And Sky Classic has a clear aim to him as they move toward the top of the stretch. Subotika's on the outside third. Daros is done, and Phrase moves into contention. Navarone turns for home in front with Sky Classic running by him. Sky Classic takes the lead, but Phrase is coming up the inside, and Quest for Fame is closing third. Sky Classic fully extended. Phrase on the inside, and Phrase nips Sky Classic in the last stride of the Breeders' Cup turf, and waving his salute to victory in the air is Pat Valenzuela. The narrowest of victories over Sky Classic was almost like a replay of the Arlington Million. Sky Classic got the lead, and somebody got the jump on him in the last 50 yards. The photo's up, though, so I'd hold all your tickets.
Unofficially, Phrase has given Pat Valenzuela his second win of the day. This is the horse that Madeline Paulson won in a golf bet from her husband, winning unofficially the Breeders' Cup turf with that last charge, just a few steps from the wire, collaring the would-be champion Sky Classic. Valenzuela coming up the hedge and just nipping Sky Classic at the wire.
Yes. And the eventual winner is near the back of the pack the entire way. Phrase, who was in behind horses the whole way. Sky Classic will come on to collar Navarone, and look at Phrase dart to the inside. This was an absolutely deft move here by Pat Valenzuela, coming up the inside. Pat Day looks over his left shoulder on Sky Classic. He's still in front at this point, but as they come down to the line, these two heads will be bobbing on the wire. It was a sheer battle of will to win, and Phrase got it in the last stride.
Here's the photo finish unofficially. On the inside, Phrase. On the outside, Sky Classic. It looks like half a head, the victory margin for Phrase on the inside, with Sky Classic and then Quest for Fame. It was a jockey's race. Pat Valenzuela gets a lot of credit for the win by Phrase in the Breeders' Cup turf.
Pure and natural. Budweiser, king of beers.
This is your life, and not a bad one at that. You find the things that work for you, and you stick with them. Like your Toyota Extra Cab Deluxe. It has the power and the payload you need. Plus a reputation for dependability that's a well-known fact. All the signs of a great relationship.
Forget about 60 Minutes. You won't believe what Ross Perot has to say Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central on NBC. Just watch the feathers fly.
I'm paid to buy the high-volume copies. I
don't want to have to worry about them.
The corporate line from Canon.
If our copiers are working, our people are working.
Reliable high-volume copiers you don't have to think about. The corporate line from Canon, the new power in high-volume copying.
Halloween Saturday. 3 outrageous hours of fright for you treaters and you tricksters. Here and now, out all night, empty nests, nurses and sisters.
Now that's scary.
Dreyfus ends up at the nurses. Hammer's magic hits the screen. It's a nice, so wild and frightening.
It's a Hammer Halloween.
So beware, but be there. Don't be scared away.
Frightening!
Halloween Saturday.
Back at Gulfstream with the unofficial results of the Breeders' Cup Turf. Fraze with a deft move by jockey Pat Valenzuela, nipping Sky Classic. Quest for Fame gets up for third. Our Piaget time, 2:24, new course and Breeders' Cup record. 2:24, the records continue to fall today. Second victory of the afternoon for the Paulsons and for jockey Pat Valenzuela. And Tom Durkin, Valenzuela deserves a bouquet for that ride.
So often in turf racing, it is the trip that made the difference. And it was indeed the trip, once again, that got the victory, as narrow as this was. Pat Day just slips a little bit to the outside, just like the Arlington Million. He's looking outside, but it's the horse on the inside that's going to beat him. He knew he had the Navarone collared there. In turf racing, you've got to save all that ground, as much ground as possible. And then horses can quicken over the turf like they can't over the dirt. This horse had two things going for him. He could quicken, and he really got the trip. And he got the money, too.
Ernie Samuels is the owner of Sky Classic, the horse that may yet be voted champion turf horse in America, the great campaign he's had.
Come on, baby! Come on, Sky! Drive, 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 drive! Hurry up! Come on, Sky! Go on, go on! Go on, go on, go on! Hurry up! No, he's going to lose! He lost! He lost! He
Sky
lost!
Classic just coming up short. He did indeed lose, barely, to Fraze. He was ridden by Pat Day, who is now with Bob Newmeyer.
Okay, Tom Hammond, thank you very much. Sky Classic and Pat Day, and Fraze was the horse you had to beat. Could you bring us down the lane, Pat, and you on the favorite?
Well, to back up just a little bit in the body of the race, my horse really never settled today. He'd been so kind all year, but he went to the post a little charged up, went in the gate. I mean, he was really wanting to be about his business today and really never settled. If you look at the rerun down the lane here the first time around the second turn, he was just pulling me out of the saddle. Never really settled the way I'd have liked him to. When we come off the turn, I was following Navarone, I believe it was, to Chris McCarron. I come out around him and looked around, there really wasn't anybody coming. I wanted him to kick on just a little bit. He did. I looked over, here come Fraze, and you know, we just didn't outfoot him the last part of it. I think wrestling with him so much early on probably took a little bit of the punch away from him. You know, he just didn't settle like he had in his previous races.
All right, Pat, let's go to Jenny Ornstein.
Well, Pat Valenzuela here with a triumph instead of a defeat, and you deserve every dollar here. Well, you found a space about 10 inches wide.
Well, first of all, before I talk about the race, I want to say hi to my daughters, Michelle, Christina, and Elizabeth. I love you girls. I'll see you tonight. And yes, our horse came through a very small crack coming through the stretch. Navarone and Sky Classic were on the outside of him, but he responded very well. And Madeline's always had faith in her horse, and I think that's since the Eclipse Award right there. This is such a good horse. He's going to be a good sire, and he's probably the best turf horse in the United States, in the world probably.
What about when Sky Classic was challenging you down the stretch? Did you think you were going to be able to edge him out? He got you last time.
Well, he tried hard, his horse. Last time he got through on the inside and got lucky. Today we rode a smart race, stayed behind, and we finished well, and we had the horse to help finish him.
We just saw that move you made down the backstretch. They say you cannot rally from far out of it in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Well,
we proved them wrong, didn't we?
Absolutely. A spectacular ride. Congratulations, your second win today. Pat Valenzuela, let's see the official results for the turf event.
All right, Jenny, here are the official results. I bet strawberries will be on the menu tonight. Phrase means strawberry in French, and sired by Strawberry Road, paying $30, $640, $480. Sky Classic, $280, $240. Quest for Fame, $560. And the Perfecta returning $60. Dan Kenny in the winner's circle with a presentation.
Well, Budweiser is the sponsor once again of this exciting mile-and-a-half of turf. Joining me is Mr. Michael J. Rorty of Budweiser. To his right, Mrs. Arthur Watson, with the trophy to present to, this time, Mrs. Alan Paulson. Take it away, Michael Rorty.
Matt, we are so delighted to give you the Budweiser trophy. It's very heavy.
Well, we thought you'd be back in the winner's circle, but perhaps you thought it'd be a little sooner with the Rozzi. Does this take some of the sting away immediately, Madeline?
I
I think it does. I still think Arazi's a fabulous, fabulous horse. But I'm so proud of Arazi. I'm so proud of Bill Mott. He's a horse I believed in. And when I first sent him to Bill Mott, I said, Bill, please get him ready for the Breeders' Cup.
Let's get a quick question from Bill Mott. Bill, coming in, you had said to me this morning that you thought, well, my horse keeps plodding along. If the pace is honest, he might get the job done.
Right, that's exactly what happened. I mean, he had a very good trip. Pat rode him very well. He saved all the ground. Our horse has done better and better as the year has progressed, and he did it on the right day.
He not only earned one trophy, he earned a second trophy, and Mr. Rorty will now present it on behalf of the Budweiser Breeders' Cup Turf Trophy to Mr. Ogden Mills Phipps, the chairman of the U.S. Jockey Club, representing, of course, Fraze being born in the United States. So, Tom, the U.S. breeding Strawberry Road, who you recall beaten narrowly by Pebbles the same way, and comes back as the sire of Fraze. There is justice.
All right. Fraze wins the second of the day for Pat Valenzuela, both in record time. Thumbs up for Pat Valenzuela and Fraze after the Breeders' Cup Turf. Remember 1989? It was a great duel between Easygoer and Sunday Silence in the $3 Million Classic, capping a great day at Gulfstream. Let's listen again to Tom Durkin's call.
Silence surges to the front. Blushing John trying to fight back. Easygoer with one final acceleration, and Sunday Silence holds on, and he wins by a desperate neck. Easygoer was too late, not enough to win it, and it was Sunday Silence in a racing epic.
If you've discovered that all you really need in life is just a little more. Discover the performance and handling of the all-new 1993 Toyota Corolla, and discover Corolla again.
There are two people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor. Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
Welcome to the Breeders' Cup, racing's $10 million championship.
I have all the Breeders' Cup winners right here.
Today, the world's finest thoroughbreds will compete in 7 championship races.
That's great. It's fantastic. Man, we just did for $60, man. First time out.
Hey, we're having fun.
They're the NFL's elite speed burners. Who was the DHL NFL's fastest man? Find out next Saturday following Notre Dame football on NBC Sports.
As the shadows lengthen at Gulfstream, here's the official order of finish for the Breeders' Cup Turf, won by Fraze over Sky Classic and Quest for Fame. Derby winner Dr. Devious was 4th. Navarone fading to 7th, a disappointment. Early pace setter Solar Splendor finishing 10th. Well, we've seen some great jockeys today on hand. Pat Valenzuela's won 2 races, so has Chris McCarron. Kent Desormeaux leads all jockeys, though, and money won this year. He's the favorite to win the Eclipse Award, and though he's never won a mega race, he's a rising star in the riding ranks.
All right. You see, it's not that 2-minute glamorous job in the afternoon. We're out here before the sun, and this is the work part, so I'm off to work. Well, folks, this is how we earn our money. Mostly earn our mounts. We've got to get out here in the morning, gallop these horses, breeze and whatnot, in hopes of retaining them for the afternoon. This one works. It's all right. It's perfect. Can you hear it?
As a boy in Louisiana, Kent Desormeaux dreamed of growing tall and becoming a basketball player. Now he dreams of becoming the Michael Jordan of his own sport.
I'd like to be as Jordan is today. You know, everybody uses Jordan as their standard. Hopefully one day, you know, I hope that kids will go to their parents and say, you know, Mom and Dad, I want to be like Kent.
Unlike Michael Jordan, who leaves the locker room for one team, one coach, one owner, Kent Desormeaux has a different trainer, different owner, different horse, and wears different silks in almost every race.
We have to be a politician, we have to know what's going on, but most of all we have to deal with, if there's 9 races, I have to deal with 9 different people. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
You know Phil?
What's going on, Phil? Meeting the people and talking with the owners is a major part of this game. Without them, we're not here. Owners dish out loads of money for us to have fun. Don't scream at her, just kind of let her fall out of it. She's pretty damn anxious. You need to step out of there, brother. You're sitting there and you're running the race in your head. You're trying to figure out where you're going to be at this point, and if this happens, what do I do now? And then when it happens, if you've kind of got it prearranged, it's all that much easier. Oh, mommy.
Oh, where'd I go? Broken up.
I just try to be cooperative with the horse and to become his friend. And as another rider once said, just try to become a great passenger. Immediately frustrated, immediately trying to figure out what in the world did I do wrong, where could I have saved ground, you know, what did I do wrong? Nah, she was perfect. I just rode her bad. Trying to lay up on the pace. I should have let her settle back there. She didn't want to keep up, and I made her.
Yeah, and she does get pretty nervous.
Then she come up a little short. She laid down. The last 70 yards, she didn't have an ounce of blood left. Damn it. It's kind of the same as Michael Jordan, you know. Everybody knows how at any time he can dominate, and he's probably the best man out there on the basketball court. But until he won the NBA title, you know, he didn't get the recognition that he should have gotten. And when that happened, it came. And I think that's kind of the incompleteness that I have now. Until I fulfill those goals of winning the Breeders' Cup or a Breeders' Cup or the Kentucky Derby, I'll still have that incompleteness.
And Kent is still in search of that big one. Here's how his mounts have fared today. In the sprint, Gray Sloopy was 11th, Luthier Enchanteur 6th, River Special 3rd, his best Breeders' Cup finish ever. He'll ride Rain Road in the Classic, but he's a 50-to-1 shot.
Monday at 8:30, 7:30 Central.
Fire laser cannon.
Junior's getting worse. Look who's back with a new friend.
This town ain't big enough for the both of us.
Monday at a special time. John Ritter, first time on television. Problem Child 2, NBC Monday at 8:30, 7:30 Central.
We can't even figure out what they did to that dog.
From the Atlantic shores to Gulfstream Park, just a short jaunt, and coming up the world's richest race, the $3 million Breeders' Cup Classic. Earlier this morning, heading off to work, the jockeys. Here's Pat Day. He's won 2 Classics. He'll be on defensive play today. He was just nipped in the previous race on Sky Classic. Gary Stevens, he rides the favorite in the Classic. He'll be aboard Pleasant Tap. And Jerry Bailey has a chance to win. It's a lucky kiss. He'll be riding Sultry Song in the Classic. And we're back at Gulfstream Park. Fans getting a little edgy, waiting for the Classic itself. A look at the odds. The entry, defensive play, Jalifa and Marquetry, 3-horse entry at 17-to-1. Kent Desormeaux's mount, Rain Road at 50-to-1. AP Indy, the 3-year-old Belmont Stakes winner, is the 6-to-5 favorite. Former Derby winner Strike the Gold at 6-to-1. Sultry Song, 7-to-1. Surprisingly long odds on Sultry Song. Zoman, who just won the Budweiser International on the grass, is an 80-to-1 shot. Rodrigo de Triano, European champion, at 7-to-1. And Pleasant Tap, who opened as the morning line favorite, now is at 4-to-1. Well, this may be the deepest Classic field ever. You can make a case for many of the 14 in today's race. Let's take a look at some of the favorites, Halloween style. So, since it's Halloween, let's give a costume party and invite some of the classic horses. Pleasant Tap is at the head of the guest list, and here he comes, dressed like a bee. You know, always buzzing around. You can't get rid of him. This is his 4th different Breeders' Cup race, for goodness sakes. And sooner or later, you know he's going to sting you. A much more mature racehorse at 5, Pleasant Tap came off a 2-month vacation to finish 2nd in the Woodward. Then he applied the stinger in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Laying back off the early pace, and with the clean trip others in the race didn't get, Pleasant Tap roared to a 4.5-length decision over Strike the Gold and AP Indy, creating a buzz that has made him the classic favorite. Trainer Chris Speckert hopes for plenty of pace today.
Well, obviously, if there's plenty of pace and the speed comes back to us, then it's going to help us tremendously, because that's the way he runs, and there's not much I can do about it.
Next to arrive at our costume party is AP Indy, dressed, of course, as a dashing race car driver and breezing in full of confidence on a full tank as America's top 3-year-old. He earned that distinction by winning the Belmont Stakes after being sidelined during the Derby and Preakness. But look what happened to him at the start of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. A wreck. When the gate opened, AP Indy bobbled, then was pinched back between horses. At one time, he trailed by 15 lengths, but with an incredible rally, he got up for 3rd. That was only his 2nd start after a 3-month layoff, and trainer Neil Drysdale thinks he will improve.
Well, I'm pleased with his condition, and I hope he's back to where he was before he had his rest.
Also invited to our party is Sultry Song, dressed up as a romantic Southern crooner. And he has had a seductive campaign with 3 Grade 1 wins at 3 different tracks. We knew he was made of stern stuff when he survived a California earthquake just after dancing his way to a 3.5-length triumph in the Hollywood Gold Cup. He crooned his way to victory in the last of those 3 Grade 1 races, Belmont's Woodward Stakes, on September 19th, by taking the lead early in the 1 1/8 test and pulling away from Pleasant Tap by nearly 2 lengths. Sultry Song hit a sour note with a 4th in the Gold Cup, but he was squeezed against the rail during the stretch run and had an excuse. Next to arrive at the party is Strike the Gold, late as usual because he had to come from so far back. His costume, the tough, streetwise New Yorker, like his trainer Nick Zito. Problem is, a lot of Strike the Gold's talk is just bluff. He rarely backs it up. After winning last year's Kentucky Derby, Strike the Gold swaggered into a prolonged losing streak. His come-from-behind style always brings him into contention, enough to win the overall American Championship Racing Series title, but he seldom wins. This was one time he backed up his tough talk, the Nassau County Handicap in the mud at Belmont, besting Pleasant Tap and Sultry Song to get up by a neck. With Gulfstream's short stretch, trainer Nick Zito hopes Strike the Gold doesn't have to come from too far back.
He's been moving a little early, and you know, I always say he's a special horse, and maybe it sounds corny, but you know, maybe the man upstairs is getting him closer because the turns at Gulfstream are sharper and he's got to move quicker. Now, he has moved in front of Pleasant Tap his last start, and he's moved in front of AP Indy, believe it or not, his last start. So maybe he's going to get around those turns a little quicker than they will.
Finally, let's show our hospitality and invite a foreign visitor to the party. Here comes Rodrigo de Triano, dressed, how could it be otherwise, as a sailor with Christopher Columbus, hoping to discover great riches in the New World. And he could. Be on the lookout for this dual classic winner and European champion who has captured 4 Group 1 races this year and can get the distance. The only questions, can he handle the long journey and the unfamiliar surface? If he does, you can call him the world's best. So, who wins the prize for best costume? The ones we've mentioned, or one of the other gate crashers in the race? We'll know before the clock strikes midnight. So a Halloween edition of the Breeders' Cup Classic. We saw Rodrigo de Triano with Lester Piggott. Lester injured in the first race today, broken clavicle, broken ribs. He'll be replaced by Walter Swinburne on Rodrigo de Triano.
Okay, so these guys may know a little more than we do about Bud. It's the rice.
It's the hops.
It's the rice. But of course, we know a lot about other things.
Hi, can I buy you something to drink? Yeah, like maybe a light beer?
Budweiser.
Or maybe you'd like a Bud.
Are you gonna learn from your mistakes?
It's a beautiful day here at the Maple Street 500. Here comes the Previa. There's the driver, Dan Chambers. Who's the babe? That's Mom. Look how Previa handles that curve. Rack and pinion steering, bud. And passing the lead car. Twin cam 16-valve power, dude. Way to go, Dad.
Guys.
Uh-oh. Gotta cut to a commercial. I love what you do for me, Toyota.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
Hey, I'm Willard Scott. It's no secret that Static Guard eliminates static cling on clothing. But did you know it also eliminates my personal static problem? Pet hair. Yep, pet hair. Look, just spray and brush. Getting rid of pet hair is quick and easy. The only thing easier would be to get rid of your pet. But who'd ever want to do that? Static Guard, the easy way to spray pet hair away.
Horses are on the track for the running of the $3 million Breeders' Cup Classic. You're looking at AP Indy, who has a shot at Horse of the Year and is the likely 3-year-old colt champion. Belmont Stakes winner has earned $1,400,000, but still has not won out his $2.9 million purchase price. Owner Tomonori Suramaki named him for his leisure center and auto racetrack in Japan. Number 5 is Strike the Gold. The current owners paid nearly $1 million to buy out a partner in the 91 Kentucky Derby winner, who has a bankroll of over $3.3 million. Strike the Gold, bred by the great Calumet Farm, but sold during their financial troubles. Number 6, Sultry Song, a Live Oak Plantation homebred who could be Horse of the Year with an impressive score today. He's banked $1.5 million under the care of Pat Kelly, who learned the business from his dad, Tommy. Sultry Song, 3 important Grade 1 wins this year. Number 7 is Technology, a 3-year-old who took the Florida Derby on this Gulfstream track back in March. Technology also won the Haskell for trainer Sonny Hine, and if you believe in omens, owner Scott Savin had a hole-in-one this week in the Breeders' Cup golf outing. Number 8 is Zoman, a $300,000 Saratoga yearling purchase, who is fresh from a gutty victory in the Budweiser International. Zoman is trained by Paul Cole, who saddled Ibn Bay to finish second in the 1990 Classic, like Zoman making his first start on dirt. Number 9 is Thunder Rumble, a humble New York bred who hobnobbed with the Blue Bloods when he won the historic Travers Stakes at Saratoga. But then he finished 5th in the Woodward and bled, beaten 26 lengths in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Number 10 is Rodrigo de Triano, appropriately on the 500th anniversary of the trip by Christopher Columbus to the New World. This 3-year-old colt was named for the first member of that crew to spot land. European champion, he was recently sold by Robert Sangster to Japanese interests for stud duty. Walter Swinburne replaces the injured Lester Piggott in the saddle. Number 11 is Jolie's Halo. 76-year-old Arthur Appleton patented 75 electrical inventions, but it's horses that now put a charge in his life. Millionaire Jolie's Halo has won 2 of 4 starts this year, but was badly beaten in his last effort. That was the Meadowlands Cup. And number 12 is Pleasant Tap, the top Horse of the Year candidate, the morning line favorite for this race after his convincing triumph in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. He's earned over $2 million for 82-year-old T.M. Evans, who also raced his sire, Pleasant Colony. And Pleasant Tap makes history today. He's the first horse to race on 4 consecutive Breeders' Cup programs in 4 different races. Here's what Pleasant Tap has done previously. 2nd in the sprint, 8th in the turf, 6th in the juvenile in his first Breeders' Cup appearance. Let's go out to Greg McCarron now. What about the betting favorite, AP Indy?
Tom, I'll tell you, while you watch the race, he'll be really easy to pick out. He's got a very, very unusual stride. He runs with his head real low, but he has that innate ability to know where the wire is. It almost looks like he's not even trying to run, but he gets the job done. And going back to the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Sultry Song was very, very lucky not to get hurt when he got squeezed into the rail, and I watched him train down here this week. He blew out real good for the race, and he's going to be very tough in here.
That Jockey Club Gold Cup full of trouble for Sultry Song and for AP Indy. AP Indy at the start. Let's get the thoughts of our commentators now on the Classic. Let's start with Trevor Denman. Trevor?
Well, purely from a purist point of view, that is horse racing to see which horse gets to the wire first. Let's ignore the betting part of it. This is a two-horse race, AP Indy and Pleasant Tap. They look absolutely superb in the post-parade. I'd probably lean towards AP Indy because the front runners have been doing better than the come-from-behind horses, which Pleasant Tap is. That's from a purist point of view. From a gambler's point of view, let's take a look at Twilight Agenda. He's going to be in the perfect spot turning for home. And what about a 50-to-1 long shot, Rain Road? That's how I see it. What about you, Jenny?
Long shots, how about 80-to-1 Jolie's Halo? Now don't laugh. This horse has set a track record at Gulfstream Park before he got on Lasix. Throughout his last two, he doesn't like the Meadowlands and night racing, and he had that awful stumble at the gate in the Pacific Classic. Now if he's the only speed here, he could be the only speed. He's the only one that can set very fast 109 and change fractions in this kind of race. I'll take the 80-to-1. Remember, Black Tie Affair went wire to wire when there was no speed with him. I'll take the 160. Bob Newmeyer, how about you?
Well, Jenny, if you take the 80-to-1 and win, you'll be taking me out to dinner tonight. I'll tell you that down here in southern Florida. But I'm here with Dan Kenny, and Dan, this is an interesting race. They're using the Jockey Club Gold Cup as the key indicator of the winner of this race. They're betting AP Indy and they're betting Pleasant Tap. But I know you have some thoughts about 3-year-olds versus older horses.
Well, the AP Indy money is a complete overreaction to the problem at the start. This year, I can't remember the last time we've gone so long without a 3-year-old winning an important race. AP Indy has not won an important race against older horses. He won the Belmont over a mediocre European horse, My Memoirs. If Rodrigo De Triano could handle the dirt, if we knew that as well as My Memoirs, he would bury this field in terms of AP Indy. I think that it's going to come down to Pleasant Tap and Sultry Song, who've been the most consistent. And Tom, John, what do you guys think?
Well, I think it's going to come down to Pleasant Tap and AP Indy off the Jockey Club Gold Cup. John, what do you think?
I like Rodrigo. I think that he should be called Rodney because everybody seems to be ignoring him. But this is the best horse in Europe.
But we've seen no Europeans win again. The first time in '89, no Europeans won. Here you're asking him to ship all the way over in the heat and humidity, run on dirt for the first time. Is he that good?
Well, the law of averages are for him there. You know, he certainly has the credentials. He's got a great turn of foot. He can be positioned well. He can do the job.
I love your logic. We'll have the answers to all our questions when we come back with the running of the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Let's see what Kevin left us this time.
You mean what he didn't leave us?
Hey guys, thanks for watching the place again. Sorry there's no food, but the Celica's in the garage. We need eggs. Definitely eggs. We gotta have orange juice. Freshly squeezed orange juice. Why don't we get some bacon? Make that Canadian bacon.
The Toyota Celica. Bringing home the bacon has never been so much fun.
Well, we're still at Grand Central Station. We got them lined up, and the Pitney Bowes copier is just pumping them out like a percolator.
My whole world is in this little book.
We've got all kinds of people coming up with all types of copies.
Credit cards.
Make enlargements.
My certification as a skydiver.
This is a conference on self.
Hey, handsome, how you doing?
Secrets.
Thank you.
I'm a therapist, and I've come across a lot of women who have
1,037,421 copies. The Pitney Bowes machine is still up and running, and it's running just like a machine.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. Advanced Formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
It's NBC Halloween Saturday. Here and now, out all night, empty nest and nurses, all trapped in Halloween horror. Superstar Hammer spins his magic.
It's a Hammer Halloween.
A night so scary, Dreyfus runs away to the nurses.
He howled for you. I'm flattered.
It's NBC Halloween Saturday tonight.
The Breeders' Cup Classic is sponsored by Mobil and Mobil 1 Synthetic Motor Oil.
Gulfstream Park, Hallandale, Florida. A great afternoon of racing, now about to come to a conclusion with the $3 Million Classic. Last year, Black Tie Affair became the first wire-to-wire winner of the Classic. Rare in a mile-and-a-quarter race that starts up the chute, around the backstretch once, and then to finish with a purse of $3 million on the line. Let's check the odds. AP Indy is the 2-to-1 favorite at the moment. Strike the Gold, 7-to-1 with his late charging style. Sultry Song is a 5-to-1 shot. Rodrigo de Triano, 6-to-1. And Pleasant Tap, second choice, currently at 5-to-2. Mr. Consistency, Pleasant Tap. Nick Zito, the brash New Yorker, won the Kentucky Derby with Strike the Gold in 1991. Won the American Championship Racing Series this year, but only 2 victories for his horse this year. Strike the Gold. Strike the Gold with Craig Perrette up, and you remember Perrette has been prominent in several Breeders' Cup days, but shut out so far today. Dr. and Mrs. John Weber, Live Oak Plantation, their horse is Sultry Song. Sultry Song appeared to be on his way to Horse of the Year with a brilliant 3 Grade 1 win campaign in midsummer, but then his loss with not the best of trips in the Jockey Club Gold Cup raised some questions. He can gain redemption with a victory here today. 4 of the Classic winners in the past have been Horse of the Year. Also interesting to note that 4 previous Classic winners had won the Kentucky Derby. That would favor Strike the Gold. There are the past champions. Black Tie Affair, wire-to-wire last year. At Belmont with that awkward mile-and-a-quarter start, unbridled with a great run. Back at Gulfstream in 89, Sunday Silence and Easy Goer, one of the classics. Ali Sheba became the all-time leading money winner with that win at Churchill Downs in 88. Ferdinand, a scintillating victory in 87. Skywalker, the upset. John Veit's train, Proud Truth at Aqueduct in 85. And the first, Wild Again at Hollywood Park. Gate Dancer and others battling down the stretch, surviving the inquiry. Wild Again got the victory. Pat Day was aboard Wild Again. He's ridden 2 Breeders' Cup Classic winners, as has Chris McCarron. The 2-horse there is Rain Road with the young rising star we mentioned earlier, Kent Desormeaux. Let's check in with Greg McCarron and see if there's anything going on. These are pretty seasoned horses. I don't imagine much trouble so far, Greg.
None whatsoever, but I can tell John that Rodrigo really looks good. He's nice and calm, hardly broke out in any sweat at all, and he's walking up to gate just like you'd want.
Jockeys riding a mile-and-a-quarter race, a distance not often contested, try to save something with their horse. Do jockeys have to save a little of their energy as well?
Yeah, you know, especially for a big race like this, the adrenaline is really pumped. By the time you get real near the gate, you'll see a lot of the jocks take the feet out of the iron. It's for 1 to settle the horse, and 2 to try to relax themselves. I was talking to my brother a little while ago. He had a pair of dark goggles on, and because the sun has gone in, he's taken them off, and I've seen a couple of the other jocks have done the same.
John Veach, AP Indy, continues to be the favorite, 2-to-1. What about 3-year-olds beating older horses?
Well, actually, 3-year-olds this time of year, they don't get that much weight concession. It's very tough, unless they're an exceptionally good 3-year-old meeting a very weak crowd of older horses. But if you've got a good 4-year-old, it's very tough for a 3-year-old to beat him.
Zoman a little reluctant to go in at 70-to-1, though he won his last start, the Budweiser International at Laurel. We've seen the foreign horses be reluctant to go into the gate in several of our races today, and like 1989, the European horses have not won today. Perhaps the heat and the humidity of South Florida are too much for them. The weather has already turned cool in England, France, and Ireland. Some of the horses have begun to grow their winter coat, and perhaps that's too much for them to overcome. They've been shut out so far, and this last race is on the unfamiliar dirt surface for the Europeans. Jolifa, the first 3-year-old filly to ever run in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Trained by Andre Fabre, the leading trainer in France. The 9-horse Thunder Rumble, the New York-bred 3-year-old. Next to go in will be the European champion, Rodrigo de Triano. Let's go to Tom Durkin for the Classic call.
And with the sun setting behind the Gulfstream grandstand, it provides the backdrop for the world's richest race, the $3 million Breeders' Cup Classic. Final horse moving into line, Marquetry on the outside. The favorite is the Belmont winner, AP Indy. We're ready to go. In the game, and they are off in the 9th. Breeders' Cup Classic, and AP Indy breaks well today, comes out running for the lead. Jolie's Halo with good speed as well. Defensive play is there toward the inside. Thunder Rumble is up close to a strong early pace here as they race by the stands for the first time. It's Jolie's Halo and Thunder Rumble, and those two hook up in an early duel. Defensive play is in behind him. Sultry Song is now moving into third. Technology is 4 wide, running in fourth. Then toward the inside, defensive play is fifth. AP&D is running sixth. Jolifa is a wide seventh. Zoman is up close to an early pace. Marquetree's there on the outside. And then it's Pleasant Tap. He's running now in 11th position. He's only about 8 lengths from the early lead. European Rodrigo Di Triano's to his outside. Then it's 5 lengths to Rain Road. And far, far behind is Strike the Gold. He's already 20 out of it. And the half went in 45 and 4. A sizzling pace here as they move into the backstretch. Thunder Rumble is pressed hard under intense pressure from Jolie's Halo. Technology is trying to keep pace in third. Defensive play is right there now, racing in fourth position. Sultry Song is fifth. Zoman is only 5 lengths from the lead. Jolifa's moving strongly as they move into the far turn. AP&D's dropped back in the pack. Pleasant Tap is in between horses. Now he's still about 7 lengths from the lead. And then it's Marquetree as they're on the far turn. And Thunder Rumble rolls to a 2-length lead now. Defensive play is moved in toward the inside. Jolie's Halo's in an all-out drive. He's working hard to keep up. AP&D is finding his best stride, and he's moving powerfully in between horses as they move toward the top of the stretch in this 9th Breeders' Cup Classic. Defensive play. Thunder Rumble still there. AP&D's in an all-out drive, and Pleasant Tap is coming with giant strides on the inside. They're coming to the finish. It is AP&D in front. Pleasant Tap, one last run at him. AP&D wins the Breeders' Cup Classic by 3 conclusive lengths. And then it was Pleasant Tap finishing second, and Jolifa was third, and the time was 2 minutes and a fifth. AP&D, the Belmont Stakes winner, comes charging through the stretch here. He was up close, then he dropped out of it and came on like a tiger to win the world's richest race.
AP&D, the 3-year-old, upsetting the older horses. He was the betting favorite, but many doubted him. AP&D by Seattle Slew at a weekend surprise by Secretariat. Bred in Kentucky by Farish and Kilroy. He cost $2.9 million as a yearling at Keeneland. He's just had the biggest win of his life. Eddie Delahousie, can you hear me? And Eddie can't hear us, but I'm sure his ears are filled with the cheers of this crowd at Gulfstream Park. AP&D, he looked to be trapped down the back stretch. He had a wall of horses in front of him, a wall of horses to the outside of him. Eddie D was very patient. He waited for his time, switched him to the outside, and through the stretch, AP&D was the strongest of all. Here he is down on the rail, down the back stretch. You see number 4, AP&D. Eddie D riding very patiently. He's got nowhere to go at the moment. Horses in front, horses to his outside. At this point, John Veach, AP&D looked to be in a world of trouble.
Yes, he did. He didn't seem to like running on the inside. It only was when he seemed to get to the outside and really get a good position that he really exploded. And he put this move in, and it's just an exciting, electrifying move.
Zoman came off the rail there for a moment, allowing him to get through on the inside. Now he's going to move up and swing to the outside to make his run. Eddie D finds some space right there in between horses as they come to the top of the lane.
He actually drives him to the outside. And he just puts his head down in that characteristic low-headed drive. It looks like a freight train.
Delahousie said sometimes he thinks like he's going to fall off. He holds his head so low. Delahousie with the hand ride on AP&D. Home in front in the Classic. Is AP&D the horse of the year? Certainly the champion 3-year-old. Will he take the big title? We'll discuss it when we return.
We drove an engine 200,000 grueling miles using Mobil 1. Then we ripped it apart. What did we find? Nothing. Nothing. Virtually no engine wear. What kept these vital engine parts like new? This part. Advanced Formula Mobil 1. It keeps your engine running like new.
This woman is very busy. She's a frequent flyer, working towards a free trip to Tokyo. She flies Japan Airlines because as a member of the JAL Mileage Bank, she needs only 40,000 miles to qualify. In fact, no other airline lets you earn a free trip to Tokyo faster than JAL. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Pretend we're not here. To join the JAL Mileage Bank, call 1-800-JAL-MILE.
Reincarnation. The belief you can come back is just about anything. Why do some guys have all the luck? Try a beer that drinks like a light with real draft taste. Bud Dry. Because while luck may run out,
Happy birthday, Grandma.
For me?
true refreshment won't.
Why do people really like Toyota Paseo? Take this home lie detector test. I like Paseo because A, it's practical, has a driver's side airbag, or B, women dig it. A, it has 100 horsepower performance, or B, women dig it. A, Paseo starts under $11,500, or B, women dig it. Paseo, a very practical car from Toyota.
Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes high overhead today. Stars and Stripes, the most recent addition to the Goodyear fleet, continuing a tradition since 1926. The Breeders' Cup Classic, still unofficial, but it belongs to A.P. Indy. A.P. Indy with Pleasant Tap second. He was second in the 1991 Sprint. He's second in the 1992 Classic. Jalifa, the filly, gets third. Our Piaget time, 2 minutes and 1/5, equaling Sunday Silence as the fastest Breeders' Cup Classic. Let's go to Tom Durkin for another look at A.P. Indy's winning move.
There is A.P. Indy. There's Zoman, who will move off the rail. And right here on the outside, that little blue silk, believe it or not, is Pleasant Tap. Let's pick it up as they go into the far turn. Zoman will come off the rail as he begins to weaken. And then A.P. Indy will find a seam to run through on the inside. He's on even terms with Pleasant Tap at this point, but it is that electrifying middle move that spurts away, puts the big distance between himself and Pleasant Tap that eventually will be narrowed once again as they move near the finish line. Picking off horses one by one. He's by Sultry Song. He's by Technology. He's going to come past the horse in the green blinkers, which is defensive play, and he's got Thunder Rumble to beat. Look at Thunder Rumble's tongue hanging out of him as they come down. On the inside is Pleasant Tap. On the outside is A.P. Indy, who will go on to win the race, and a little bit of a rocky road there for a Pleasant Tap with Gary Stevens, who Bob Newmeyer is with.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Traffic is such an important part of this game, Gary Stevens. You were on Pleasant Tap, a come-from-behind horse. You need a clear run. Did you get one today?
No, not really. That was the one thing I was concerned about. I was very confident in this horse, but anytime you get a 14-horse field, you got to be worried about traffic. And you know, my worst nightmares happened at the 3/8 pole. We were in mid-pack, and there was nothing but traffic in front of me. I had two horses on the outside. I mean, had no choice but to try and get through on the inside. Got stopped one time, had the steady till the head of the stretch, and never really did get loose until inside of the 8th pole. And he never did really hit his best stride because of that. He's a horse that's a real free-running horse once he starts his move. And, you know, finished great to finish second. It was a heck of an effort from him, and proud of him the way he did that. But, you know, not really a clean trip for him.
All right, in your opinion, with clear sailing, would you have beaten A.P. Indy today?
I can't make that statement. A.P. Indy was an easy winner today. He's done an awful lot this year, and Neil Drysdale's done a heck of a job getting him ready. He's got a great rider in Eddie Delahousie, and they won the race today, and that's the whole bottom line. And I wouldn't want to say if I could beat him or I couldn't. It would have been a closer race. Whether I would have beat him or not, I don't know. But, you know, it was a great horse race.
It's a game of racing luck. Gary picked up the mount in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and now because of some traffic problems has to settle for second money in this Breeders' Cup Classic. For the official results, let's go back to Tom.
All right, Bob, and the ironies abound. Eddie Delahousie was the regular rider on Pleasant Tap, but he chose A.P. Indy. It was a bad decision on the Jockey Club Gold Cup day. It was a good decision on Classic Day. 620, 340, 280 A.P. Indy. Pleasant Tap, 320, 280. Jalifa paid 380. A.P. Indy basking in the glory of a victory in the world's richest race, the $3 Million Classic.
An all-new Eyewitness Video Sunday. A whitewater rafting weekend turns to terror. You're sucked into a raging whirlpool. Eyewitness the hero's dramatic rescue. Then, a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde. He robs them, she films it. See their home video that brought them to justice. And Hurricane Andrew, never-before-seen video. Eyewitness Video, NBC Sunday.
We're back at Gulfstream Park in the twilight now, and the buzz of the crowd still continuing for AP Indy. AP Indy, a $2.9 million yearling, well-bred, extremely well-bred, owned by Suramaki, Farish, Gilroy, and Goodman. The Japanese have been buying horses, well-bred horses, to stand at stud in their land, and the question arises now, AP Indy, could this have been his last race? Will he now be retired to stud and not race next year?
There is that possibility. Of course, syndication is always something in someone's mind at this time of the year, but it would be nice to see him stand here. The sad thing is, if he'd been born in Japan, he'd be racing over there, and because of the embargo, no American horses that are raised here can go and race in Japan. So they own him, but we get to see him run.
Yeah, we did indeed. We saw him run under Eddie Delahousie, who's with Trevor Denman.
I'm here with Eddie Delahousie, 41 years old now. Always thought him to be the greatest, but after today, this is probably the greatest day in your life, Eddie. You're just blossoming as you get older.
Well, I keep riding those kind of horses, Trevor. I'll continue riding. It'll make me young.
We're going to take a look at the monitor right now. Unfortunately, we're not getting a picture up here, but tell us what it was like out there, basically from the 3/8 pole to the stretch.
Well, I was in tight all the way. He was stuck down on the rail, and as you've seen, he broke real well. I was laying good going toward the first turn, then I lost position in the middle of the turn, and I started dropping back again. Then near the half-mile pole, I had to really hustle him to get him up in there, and he was a little intimidated, but once I started after him, boy, he really excelled. And I was screaming at him here, and just he was getting with it.
Could you see daylight
here? Well, right here it was a little tight, and it just broke perfect for me right here. The horse on the outside, he couldn't hold me in, and when I got out right here, I said, "This is it. It's all over."
Did you ever see Gary Stevens coming on Pleasant Tap down at the rail?
No, I didn't see him. I knew once we got in front that they better have a good one to beat him, because he was really digging in.
Well, after the Kentucky Derby scratch and that trouble last time out, I guess justice prevails. You came through with AP Indy today.
Absolutely. Ended up the year great.
How many times you hit him today, Eddie?
I don't know if I uncocked my stick.
I don't think you hit him at all. I just wish we had a room full of jockeys like that.
Well, when you don't need it, you don't have to use it. Sometimes you need it, though.
Let's go now to Dan Kenny.
Well, the usual jubilance down here in the winner's circle, and this great extravaganza classic presented once again by the Mobil Corporation. And joining me with the beautiful trophy is Mr. Alan E. Murray, the chairman and chief executive officer of Mobil, who will present it to Mr. Will Farish and also Mr. Suramaki. Please come up next to Mr. Farish and receive the trophy.
Gentlemen, I'm delighted to be able to present this to you in a great race, and obviously a great horse who knows how to win the big ones. None bigger than this.
No, this is the big one. This is the one we've been waiting for.
Mr. Farish, when will the horse go to stud at Lane's End Farm? Will he continue to race?
Well, we haven't made those decisions yet. He's a young horse. He's lightly raced, and those are decisions we're going to have to make in the coming weeks.
Well, let me talk to Neil Drysdale, who I'm sure would like to see him stay on the racetrack.
Mr. Zuramaki, I'm sure would like to say a word.
Please, would you like to see the horse continue to race?
一緒にね持ってってね優勝してとってもね責任を果たせた。
He's very happy that a horse won. You know, they share the horse, and now he feels his responsibility was completed.
Wonderful. So the partnership is working. We've got an international partnership in AP Indy. Tom Hammond.
There is the celebration. The question remains, will he be at stud at Lane's End? Will he be on the track next year? There's no question about his dominance. AP Indy is the horse of the year. We'll start that discussion in a moment.
When you buy a 1993 Toyota 4Runner with an extra value option package, you might say you get even more than you bargained for. The power door locks and air conditioning alone make it a really cool deal.
Come here, quick.
Plus, you get carpeted floor mats.
Let's go around.
Power side mirrors, power windows, and of course, cruise control. All this and more, and you save $1,000 too. So why not drop in yourself and check it out?
Weekend. No tie, no briefcase, just plastic.
It all boils down to this. No other card you can carry is accepted in more places and in more ways.
Food.
At home and abroad.
Thanks, guys.
I got it.
Then MasterCard. It's the only card you need.
Rooms.
MasterCard.
Not a bad day's work.
Master the moment.
Only good, healthy things grow in Mrs. Dash's garden, where Mrs. Dash has created a salt-free blend of 14 herbs and spices that give food a livelier, zestier flavor. Mrs. Dash, a garden of flavors in 6 varieties instead of salt.
There are 2 people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor. Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
The Oilers, the Steelers. On opening day, the black and gold rocked the Astrodome, upsetting Houston and making rookie head coach Bill Cowher a winner in his debut. Now the Oilers are out for revenge when they meet again for AFC Central supremacy Sunday.
We're back at Gulfstream Park reflecting on Breeders' Cup 9. It began with a scintillating performance in the sprint, but the race included a tragedy. Mr. Brooks went down, later was humanely destroyed. Jockey Lester Piggott was injured. He went to the hospital immediately, and Terry Leibel all day has had the task of trying to chase down the condition of Lester Piggott at the hospital. Terry, we missed having you here with us, but how did your day go?
Well,
Terry?
I'll tell you, Tom, I miss being here as well, but I think to follow up a story such as a 56-year-old jockey like Lester Piggott, who went down, everybody has seen the video of that by now. I think there is some good news coming out of this story. It was a serious fall. Whenever you fall off of a horse going at such a fast speed and hit the ground so hard, usually internal injuries are involved. That's not the case. The good news is he broke his clavicle, which is this collarbone here, maybe 1-2 fractured ribs, no internal injuries, no neurological damage, and so that is the good news coming out of this. Unfortunately, Mr. Brooks, as you already know, everybody at home, humanely destroyed. An unfortunate day starting out this Breeders' Cup, and a little bit unfortunate for myself in my first kick at this Breeders' Cup, but I feel that the audience at home really wanted to know the Lester Piggott story, and we tried to file reports for you. Now back to you, Tom.
All right, Terry, you earned your stripes today, but the day did end on an up note. AP Indy's performance in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Pleasant Tap was second. Jalifa, surprisingly, was third. Rain Road, a long shot, was fourth. Sultry Song, perhaps a bit disappointing, in the 5th spot. Defensive Play, 6th. Thunder Rumble, the 3-year-old, finished 7th. Strike the Gold never made that patented come-from-behind move. He finished 8th. Twilight Agenda was second in this race last year, only could finish 9th this time. Jolie's Halo showed speed, faded to 10th. Marquetry, never a factor. He finished 11th. Zoman came off the rail, giving AP Indy a chance to go for the win, but he wound up 12th. The 3-year-old Technology, 13th place. And Rodrigo de Triano, the brilliant European champion, finishing 14th and last. John Beach, the horse you said you like to win. There's no doubting his brilliance in Europe, but I think what we've seen, another shutout for the Europeans in the heat and humidity of hot Florida, typified by the last place finish by Rodrigo.
There's no doubt. They just didn't acclimate this year. The heat probably got to them more than anything else. The long trip, the English horses had a bad ship with an airplane incident, and they showed it on the racetrack. And of course, we saw AP Indy redeem himself. Of course, he's only run one bad race this year in the Molson Million, so he might be the horse of the year and probably should be the horse of the year.
AP Indy winning the Classic on another shutout day for the strongest European contingent yet. We'll be back to Gulfstream Park for more thoughts in a moment.
Chi-Chi doesn't take his hat off to just anyone.
That's right.
But Chi-Chi, what if we told you about the improvements Toyota's made? Would you take your hat off then?
Maybe.
Like airbags and anti-lock brakes? And there's the new Corolla. Come on, Chi-Chi. More room, more comfort.
I'm thinking.
And look at that styling.
Okay, Toyota, you win. My hat's off to you. Hey, here's my spare.
Make it clear. Make it colorful. Make it both. The DeskJet 550C. With DeskJet printers from Hewlett-Packard, it's easy to make it happen.
Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows the world over.
Well, I do watch my figure.
She's a beautiful girl.
But fat-free cereal.
Fat-free cereal?
I'd rather eat regular cereal and just dance more.
She's a beautiful dancer.
Now this, crispy, simple, wonderful, probably loaded with fat.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes have always been fat-free.
Fat-free? Kellogg's Corn Flakes? You're not telling me the truth.
Is he bothering you?
Taste them again for the first time.
Here. There. Everywhere. The DeskJet Portable. DeskJet printers from Hewlett-Packard. Make it happen.
Next Saturday, the Boston College Eagles, one of the surprise teams of the season, soar into South Bend to face the Fighting Irish, who, with a combination of Rick Meyer through the air and Jerome Bettis and Reggie Brooks on the ground, boast one of the nation's top offenses. Notre Dame football is home on NBC.
The 9th running of the Breeders' Cup has been brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. By VO5 Conditioning Hairdressing. Just a touch adds life to dull, dry hair. By Budweiser, the king of beers. With that fresh, pure, natural taste, nothing beats a Bud. And by Delta Airlines. At Delta, we love to fly, and it shows.
Our thanks to Captain Chambers and the crew of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes for the overhead shots today, courtesy of Goodyear Tires. Well, it was a good day for the Kentucky Breds, Breeders' Cup 9. Kentucky Breds winning, as you see, 4 races, a Florida bred 1 and an Argentine bred 1, and let's recap them. The sprint opened the action on the day, 6 furlongs, the purse $1 million.
Leading the way with the 16th to come. 30 Slews, her only challenger. Mia Fair trying to hold. 30 Slews surges to victory.
30 Slews, the surprise winner, paying $39 after Lester Piggott was injured on Mr. Brooks. Second race of the day, the Juvenile Fillies, over a mile and a 16th.
And Valenzuela goes to work on Eliza, and Eliza is responding. Educated Risk is full out. Boots and Jockey is closing third. 100 yards from home, and Eliza is home free. Eliza does it!
Eliza nailing down the 2-year-old filly championship, winning in record time. Then the Breeders' Cup Distaff, the older fillies and mares.
But it is Passiana running away from them. 4 lengths clear, 5 lengths clear. Spectacular stretch drive. Versailles Treaty is second. Magical Maiden third.
Passiana, too, earning a championship for the Craigs with her victory in the Distaff. Then the first grass race of the afternoon, the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Lure running a huge race this afternoon. He's in front by 4. Brief Truce is coming fast, but he's coming too late. Lure does it in front running style.
Arazi would finish up the track as Lure won it in mile-to-wire fashion. Then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, the 2-year-old colts and geldings.
Gilded Time and River Special, and River Special stubbornly at the inside. Gilded Time on the outside is resolute. It's a little-known fact, is closing fast, but it is Gilded Time. Gilded Time, it's a little-known fact. Gilded Time, undefeated and a champion.
Gilded Time, a perfect 4 for 4 and champion 2-year-old colt. Then back to the grass for the $2 million Breeders' Cup Turf.
Sky Classic takes the lead, but Phrase is coming up the inside, and Quest for Fame is closing third. Sky Classic fully extended. Phrase on the inside, and Phrase nips Sky Classic in the last stride of the Breeders' Cup.
Phrase just nailing Sky Classic at the wire. Then the day wound up with the $3 million Breeders' Cup Classic.
They're coming to the finish. It is AP Indy in front. Pleasant Tap, one last run at him. AP Indy wins the Breeders' Cup Classic by 3 conclusive lengths.
And AP Indy is Horse of the Year. For everyone at NBC, so long from Gulfstream.
Now and forever, you are a part of me, and the memory cuts like a knife. Didn't we find the ecstasy? Didn't we share the daylight when you walked into my life? Now and forever, I'll remember all the promises still unbroken, and think about all the words between us that never needed to be spoken. We had a moment, just one moment, that will last beyond a dream, beyond a lifetime. We are the lucky.
Tomorrow, tune to NFL Live at 12:30 Eastern as Bob Costas, Will McDonough, and O.J. Simpson set the day in football. Then most of you will see the Pittsburgh Steelers face the Houston Oilers in a battle for first place in the AFC Central. Others will see the Dolphins take on the Jets, or the Battle of Ohio between the Browns and Bengals, or regional action. And remember, next Saturday, more great Notre Dame football action coming your way as the 11th ranked and undefeated Boston College Eagles visit South Bend and the 10th ranked Irish. Tonight, it's all new shows on NBC Halloween Saturday night. Here and Now, starring Malcolm Jamal Warner. Then superstar Hammer stirs it up on Patti LaBelle's Out All Night, followed by Empty Nest, Nurses, and a ghostly episode of Sisters, all tonight on NBC Halloween Saturday.
Experience the airline with the best record for passenger satisfaction of any major U.S. carrier. Delta, we love to fly, and it shows.
The preceding has been a presentation of NBC Sports.